here. A very certain struggle.
Yes, sir.
We've watched success. We've seen failure.
Wow.
We've seen sickness. We've seen health. We've seen wealth, and we've seen not wealth.
Yes.
The word I was looking for, I don't know. That's just on top of the dome, baby. I don't know. I don't know
We'll
what's
go
going on
with
here.
it.
We'll go with it.
No test without a testimony. No
Amen.
testimony without a test. I'm sorry.
Amen.
Hey, can we all just give a round of applause to ourselves for getting to this point right now? Because 2020 has been a hell of a year. It's been a hell of a year.
It so has.
Absolutely,
Yeah,
absolutely.
man.
Look, I appreciate everybody being here on BNY. Y'all know me. I ain't gonna do no more introduction. Kiana, how you doing?
I am lovely.
We got a full house tonight.
Yeah, we do.
Hey, Nell, how you feeling, man?
I'm good, man. I'm here. Any day above ground is a good day.
Amen.
Amen.
Hey,
Good drinks, good company. Oh, for
Amen.
sure.
Hey, shout out to the layup lines. Veronica, how you feeling?
I'm wonderful.
I'm glad you made it out. I called Veronica last minute because Kiana couldn't make it, and AJ couldn't make it. So I was like, God damn, I need somebody else. I need that family woman presence to be on this podcast.
Yes.
Oh.
And then she put everything she was doing to the side, and Veronica showed up. So
Amen. All right.
Hey.
Wonderful.
yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that.
She
Thanks for
made
that.
it.
Shout out to Veronica.
Is you ready?
I is ready.
You ready?
I'm ready.
Got you, boo.
Yes.
Is right.
You know I love you, Ricky. If I didn't love you, I would have told you, kiss my ass. Go fuck yourself.
I wouldn't do all that, but I love it too.
How are you, Rick?
crazy.
How
That's
you?
light skin.
How are you
Hey,
this week?
I'm doing good. I'm doing
You
good.
are?
Yeah. It's been a great week. I spent most of my week with the Go Couch over here.
The
So,
go
hey,
couch?
Hey,
Hey,
Mike Newby, how you
hey.
feeling, babe? Welcome back.
Hey, Henny Day is a good day.
Henny Day. I like that.
JR Newby, baby.
Hey, I try my best.
Hey, and first time on the podcast. Can we get a round of applause for my man Marcus over here?
Hey.
Long overdue.
Appreciate it.
Long
Hey,
overdue.
it's been a long time coming, man. How you feeling?
Definitely good, man. Living the life God gave me. That's it.
Yeah,
Amen
definitely.
to
Wonderful.
that.
That's all I'm doing.
Hey, that's all we can ask for. Now, I'm gonna throw something out. So the podcast is BNY versus 2020. We've all lived this year. We're gonna recap this thing. There's been some times where we're gonna laugh. Other times it's gonna get kind of sad. So we're gonna bear with it. We got a list of our top 20 for 2020. We're gonna run with it. But the first thing I want to do is that I want to ask y'all personally what you thought of this year and your personal growth or loss or whatever it was, however you felt about it. Marcus, I'll talk to you last. I'll start off with you. What's your thoughts overall on 2020? How's it been for you?
It's been a year of learning. I think learning what's important and what really matters at the end of the day. Especially for myself, so many situations that came up that I didn't think were gonna happen, or things I would never thought I would deal with. I learned that toxicity is toxicity, whether it's family or friends, and you got to cut some things loose. So it's been a year of just growth for me, despite all the challenges.
What kind of growth?
Spiritual growth for one, and then just personal maturity. Just learning that there's some things I dealt with in the past that I just no longer had to deal with, and just freeing myself from that. So that's
Look at
that's
that
been a
blessing
big thing.
coming down on you.
Yeah, so
Wonderful.
that's what 2020 was for me.
Facts. People weighing in.
Yeah,
Shout out to you, Heather. And the last name Williams too as well. Go ahead, girl.
All in the family.
Mike Newby, what's 2020 been like for you?
Kind of a year of focus. 2019, I feel like I worked real hard and I didn't really see the fruits of my labor per se. But 2020, I came in with a plan. Even though there's a lot going on for sure, I kind of stuck with it, whether it be work or whether it be in my personal life. I kind of set some goals, and although there was definitely a lot of stuff going on, I don't know, I was able to really dial in. All in all, maybe, I don't know, it was a good year for me, outside of everything, outside my house and well-being, but I was really able to dial in and get a lot of stuff done. So I don't know, I'm looking forward to 2021.
Yes, sir. Veronica.
2020, good riddance.
Like that.
Somebody had to do it.
Yeah, 2020 for me has been a year of realignment. Just realigning myself with myself,
I like that.
with what's important. A year to slow down, so to speak. Ever since I was 14, I've been working nonstop every year. Like, I've never been without a job. I've never been without more than one job. So 2020 was just a year for me to stop and realize that I need to focus more on myself, definitely my child, and focus on, just stopping smelling the roses.
I like that.
Love it. Now, what you got?
Damn.
It's like it's
that
a,
was
I
good.
know. How you
man.
want to come?
Yeah.
How you gonna come behind somebody?
so,
like
hey,
that?
somebody had to speak behind Dr. King.
Yes.
You're right. I don't have nothing. I actually don't have nothing bad to say about 2020. I've kept my job. You know, I stayed working. I didn't get sick. I didn't have any close family that got sick. So, I mean, honestly, I don't have nothing bad to say about 2020. I mean, rest in peace to all the people who lost their lives, and you know, I feel for everybody who lost their job. But I mean, fortunately for me, I didn't have to go through that. So, I mean, I just still feel blessed, man, and I thank God for it every day.
Truly a blessing.
Yeah.
Mrs. Jameson.
2020 was my year of prosperity. I think everything I claimed I wanted in 2020, I got, with the exception of my birthday plans because COVID ruined that. But
It did.
Those a shut
Shit
down.
right there with you.
Mine too.
Right there with you.
it really
Everybody's
did.
birthday plans.
So 2020, I came into my destiny. That's what I would say. I celebrated a lot in 2020,
That's good.
even through COVID. I think it's important for us to celebrate or find a way to celebrate our accomplishments. And 2020 was a huge year for me. And despite COVID, I was not going to let COVID deter me from celebrating the blessings that I had coming down on me. So 2020 was still the biggest year of my life yet. I will claim that as that, even though we had some, I don't even think we had any downfalls in 2020. My marriage has gotten stronger in 2020.
Amen.
Thanks to you.
Oh.
Shout out.
Go ahead.
Yeah, my marriage has gotten stronger. My son has graduated. We both hit milestone birthdays. My daughter is now in a National Honor Society. So, like,
Go
in a couple of months, we're going to be closing on a house. So, it's like 2020 was my breakthrough year. That's what I would call it, my breakthrough year. Everything I said I wanted in 2020, I was determined to get, and I got.
Go ahead.
I guess it's my turn.
Yeah.
Tell us.
So it's two things I talk about 2020. I could look at it from myself, Ricky, as a man, and also BNY. Honestly, with the way that life was going, it was constant. It was just, and Marcus and Newbie know this, that it's just constantly hitting left and right, like going back, and then also the family life too as well. You know, with kids playing sports, Jenny being pregnant majority of the year. You know, it's just been constant, just moving. And then and we'll get to it as well, but when March hit, that's when everything kind of slowed down. And I'll say that she sit back and she look at a lot of things. First thing that I was able to do is get walls on this studio, which was
Great,
big.
by the way. It looks great.
Yeah, thank you. Shout out to Cooper Construction for that one.
Yes, sir.
Also, it gave it a lot of time. Just of course, they're the kids in school. Rick and Jet, they 7 to 6. Just time to spend with them that otherwise I wouldn't have had, just because 8 hours in a day, I'm gone, they're gone, and then we have time, practice, and then it's honestly I feel like I lived 2 years in 2020. And
Really?
It's gave me a lot of time to spend with the family.
That's dope.
Yeah, but it was also tough too as well because I didn't see y'all for like 3 months.
I know that hurt us.
Yeah.
Because we were used to like seeing each other.
Yeah, y'all come over all the time.
Literally, like, if at a minimum once a week.
Right.
We were neighbors at once.
Oh,
Yeah,
for
we used to live
real?
right next door. That's where we met.
Oh, gotcha.
And,
So-
and to find out that my cousin from back in the day, well, I mean, still obviously my cousin back in the day, they went to middle school together.
Oh, shit.
So,
So
Small
we
world.
are literally
Crazy.
like family, right? That's what you call it, friends who became family.
Family?
Yeah.
okay.
So it was extremely hard for us not to see each other because we got so used to it. Like that relationship, the bonding that you have with people, you realize it was almost like, bro, I really gotta talk to you through Zoom and Skype.
Yeah.
Imagine if technology wasn't around.
Man,
Should be
This-
What we
80s.
had to go through.
year would be super
stuff
trash.
to
Hit
be
me on my
thankful
pager.
for at the end of the
Not
day.
necessarily the 80s, but let's go with 90s or late 90s. When we just had
Pagers.
AOL messengers
Hit you
and
on the
writing
keyboard.
pagers,
Mm-hmm.
like we literally had to call to talk to people. If this went on then, where would the world be?
After 9 p.m.
You
I'ma
know what
check
I'm
on you
saying?
after 9.
Yeah.
You can text me because I got
That's when it's free.
unlimited text messages.
That's when it's
but
free.
call me after 9.
Phone calls or internet only? One or the other?
You better hang that up.
Right.
It ain't
I'm about to
9.
run out of my
Oh,
minutes. I'm gonna have to call you after 9 o'clock.
Are you about to die? Because if you're not, call me
Don't
after
call
9.
me.
Call me after 9.
Yeah, but me as a man, it's I mean, I'm a new father again. You know, shout out to baby Gigi, August 26th, 8/26.
Yes,
Thank you,
my
thank you,
Pretty
thank you.
Gigi.
Appreciate it.
26.
I like that.
So it's
That's
been
my little buttercup.
hey, shout out to her. Oh, she's just as tough as Buttercup too as well.
Listen. Do you know
She
who
gonna
her
be-
father
It's
is?
a Cartoon Network
Do you know
reference.
who her brothers are?
Hey,
She gonna be tough, bro.
She gonna be tough. She ain't
I
got
ain't
no
worried about it.
choice.
She might be tearing y'all
Hey,
up in
sink
a
or
couple
swim,
of
Oh,
years.
don't worry. She
Yeah.
probably
Because
will.
if anybody make her tough, it's gonna be Jet, bro.
Yes.
it's always the middle child.
It's always.
J. Cole.
Yeah.
Hey, exactly.
Good drop.
Nah, but it's been an interesting year. So, but we've had a lot of loss more than normal. I say with 2020,
Yeah.
but we had a lot of gains, and just touched on that. And I'm glad just all of us in this room could be here because at one point this wasn't even a thing
Oh
as
my
far as
God.
the BNY. I mean, we was doing Skype, Teams, Zoom,
Jitsi.
whatever, Jitsi,
Yeah.
whatever it was for like 3 months
Jitsi.
straight.
Everything,
Yeah.
man.
But as soon as Hogan opened the door up, I was like, well, we're a business, so we're LLC. Why not?
Yep.
But I thank y'all for being safe and smart throughout the year. As far as making sure, like, it's something we had to do here that we talked about. Like, if we're going to do the podcast, we had to make sure that we're not just out and about, acting stupid wherever we
Right.
go at. So
Right.
we can actually make this whole thing happen. So,
So I only
Yeah.
go to the grocery store, Walmart, which he hates.
I do.
And
I
work.
fucking hate Walmart.
Like
You
I
a
don't
Target?
Right
go.
there with you.
Yeah,
you
I
out here
hate
with
Walmart,
Tarjay?
too.
That's who you rocking?
I don't not
He don't
They
like.
just-
He don't like going into
department stores.
department stores.
Period, man. They just
Like
always so crowded.
It's just too many
Too
people.
many people.
I don't like a lot of people.
Don't care
man.
about your space.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
too much going on.
or your face.
Yeah.
No.
There you go.
Or your face.
Hey, can I say something, man, before we get started?
Hell yeah.
Because he didn't make the list. So I got to, man, rest in peace to Debo, bro.
yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
That
Rest
broke
in
me.
peace to
Dang.
Debo.
I
Tiny
think that
list,
hurt a
man.
lot
Tony.
of people.
And John
Yeah.
Weatherspoon was
Yeah.
this year too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
sure
Was he this year?
Was.
Yeah.
Yes, he was.
Yeah.
Pop Smoke, rest in peace.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Smoke. Man.
We lost a lot of good ones this year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What's the young lady from BAPS?
Oh,
Oh, we just lost.
She
did.
her.
just
just
died.
passed
Yeah.
last
Yeah.
week.
Colon
yeah.
cancer.
Yes.
Little Richard.
I mean,
Yeah, little
Yeah.
Rich.
Little Richard.
Little Richard
Yeah.
too.
Yeah, bro.
I missed that.
Hey,
That
I
was
missed that
flew
too.
over me.
Yo.
That was May.
What?
Yeah, he
Yeah,
passed.
And you
in the
know
summer.
who I didn't
Summer.
know
Yeah.
passed? The guy Upton, John Upton or something. The dude that used to do the hold on.
Damn.
He used to do he used to
What
do a
the
lot of
hell?
interviews.
But you know
I
what?
missed that.
No.
That just-
That.
I mean,
I know,
he
that's
was
what
like
I'm
80, what,
saying.
80?
Who, Little
88?
Richard?
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
he was old, but
Yeah, he was
And
up
Alex Trebek. We
Alex
lost
Trebek,
Trebek,
man.
that
Rest
was
in
right.
peace, Alex Trebek.
Sean Connery.
Sean
Ooh,
Connery.
James Bond.
Yeah,
Really?
Sean Connery.
Sean Connery.
how did you miss that? You
Oh,
did.
jeez.
Yeah,
John,
he did.
John Lipton.
John
John
Lipton.
Lipton,
Oh,
yes.
Yeah, bro.
The T.
No.
Like that,
Oh,
Ricky.
The
no.
dude who used to
I
do
was saying. Hold
the
up.
dude who used to do all the interviews.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
yeah, man.
He say
I
listen.
know
know
that.
John Lipton.
I mean,
Yeah.
goddamn, I'm in the interview business. Hey, delete that footage.
Man.
That's crazy.
But it
Cuts.
just shows, man. Even the rich are dealing with stuff right now, man.
Yeah.
It's everybody.
It's
Yeah,
everybody.
man.
This COVID has got
Yeah.
everybody.
It's everybody's fighting battles we don't know about.
Yeah, and they did confirm Debo did die from
COVID.
COVID.
Complications
Really?
with
Did he
COVID.
really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Damn.
He caught it and then he beat it, but he had
Other
Yeah,
issues.
complications,
Yeah,
yeah.
complications.
Wow.
He couldn't breathe.
And that's the
so-
thing. It's not just the COVID that gets you. It's the complications
It's
that
it's
go.
Yeah.
the aftermath
it's,
of it. Yeah.
it's what it messes with.
I heard it
Yeah.
kind of attacks other places within your body, so
Yeah.
i.e. your lungs or
Yeah.
heart, blood cells.
Yeah, like if you got asthma,
Yeah.
and then on top
Yeah.
of getting that, now you're dealing
Yeah.
with pneumonia and after effects. Like you might, it's
There's a
it's
lot
hard
of
to get
pancreas.
over.
Yeah,
Well, you have to
underlying
think about the
conditions.
people that you never thought that you hear about people getting their limbs amputated because of COVID.
That's crazy.
What?
They
don't
Yeah.
talk. They don't talk about
definitely
that.
missed that.
They don't talk
some
about
people
it.
have gotten
Seriously?
their
Yeah.
some people have gotten their limbs amputated due to COVID.
It affect diabetes and
Yeah.
everything.
Sure does.
But that's what I say, man.
A lot
Give
of
people,
Americans have that
give people
underlying
their
conditions.
flowers, man, while they can smell them.
Yes.
So listen,
A lot of these people we did not even think about before they passed.
we committed. My family and I committed to Zooming every Sunday.
That's
Like
smart.
when COVID first started, we committed to Zooming every Sunday, right? So of course, as the time got by, everybody wanted to see each other. You know, we had certain things in our lives going on. So it went from every Sunday to, okay, we'll Zoom once a week. Everybody will find a time where they get together. Because Sunday might not be the best day, being that the summertime was coming up, so we had to figure it out. But we check in with each other. So we might not Zoom, but now we check in with each other at least once a week. Hey, you know, everything's okay. Is everybody good? Is anybody sick? Because with COVID, you can't go to the hospital and see these people. You know what I'm saying? And with
Yeah.
Maryland being one of the high states, Florida is a high state now.
sure.
Texas is a high state now. Georgia is a high state now. Like, my family live in these hot spots. New
Yeah.
York is another hot state.
Definitely.
We have to make sure that, you know what I'm saying, we keep in contact with these people, because you never know. Somebody I know this week, or like a couple of friends we know, have actually had COVID and survived, thank God. But they literally told us, like, COVID was like death. He lost, what, 15, 20 pounds?
Ooh, my barber did too. Yeah.
Danny,
Yeah.
when he
Oh, yeah.
caught COVID. He said his sense of smell went away, his sense of taste went away. So you got to think, how is it that this one disease can take all of that out of you?
Now, before we actually really dive deep in that,
Oh,
we'll
right,
say
because
that
COVID
one.
is March, right?
Yeah, we gonna save that. Real quick, Miko, shout out to you. Lipton, that was Actor Studio.
Okeen.
Yeah. Okeen. Yeah, that was Actor
Yeah,
Studio. That's
there
what it
you
was
go.
right there.
Yep.
Definitely.
Yeah. Cody was good with you too as well. Shout out to everybody watching online right
Hey,
now,
y'all.
watching us live. Number love for y'all.
What up? What up?
What's up, y'all?
Just want to read a little bit of comments. Dino said, "I got Mike and Marcus on the couch together." So shout out to Dino.
Give me
Mr.
my
Stay
Hilton
dangerous.
points.
Ain't he in Hawaii?
Where my
Hey,
Hilton
You
points?
should be
Shout out.
watching this right now.
Enjoy
Hey,
your
I'm-
vacation, man. Enjoy your
hey.
vacation.
Give us that hit right there, because when it shows on the map, people watch. We got Hawaii right there in the pocket.
you go.
So
Go ahead,
Yeah.
Don.
Alright.
hey,
I guess you can use my points for that. It's cool.
Much love, because you know you ain't pay a dime for that hotel. They
Show didn't.
culminizing those points. Culminizing them points.
I got you.
all right. So we got the whole list here. Our top 20 for 2020. We'll go through each month. Like I said, some of it's gonna be fun. Some of it's is not going to be. But
Yeah.
we committed to it. BNY versus 2020. We're gonna run through this thing. Y'all ready?
Let's do it.
Let's do this.
All right, let's start in January. So one of the first things that happened in this month was Australia was on complete fire. I want to start with Mike Newby and that one. What was your thoughts with that?
Globally, you know, whenever we have like national disasters everywhere, I'm always curious
What's
on
up,
like
Eli?
what's the global support for Australia. I'm curious, how much did America kind of contribute to what Australia had going through? Because I know a lot of countries were like really adamant, kind of contributing to what was going on in Australia. I don't know if anybody else kind of is tracking that.
As far as what America did with that,
Yeah, just in general.
I'm
I
not
know
sure.
a lot of other
I was
countries.
kind of tracking it.
Yeah, I know a lot of countries really donated to that because that's kind of a big deal,
Mhm.
just in general. But yeah, from what I was reading, I don't think our contribution was really as big as maybe it probably should have been.
Well, when you have a president who pulls out of the climate accords and whatnot, I mean, you
Okay.
can't sit here
Say
and try
that.
and
Thank you.
give
Yep.
support to something that deals with climate, and that's where we are as a globe right now. We're seeing fires that like last for months,
Yeah.
and you can't contain that shit. Like it's not easy anymore, and so you kind of at the mercy of policy at that point. And who makes the policy? Your government. And if your government's run by people who believe what this man believes,
Hey.
you're not going to give anything to those purposes, because then that just defeats your own ideology. So
Yeah.
we're at the mercy of the government on that one.
Yeah, it was a big deal. I don't know. I mean, I'm not tracking all that happened obviously in Europe, but I know that it was a big deal everywhere else, and it kind of seemed like and we'll kind of track on 2020 in general. There's some things I feel like that were bigger issues that kind of got swept under the rug. But I think the Australian fires is one of those. I think I'm curious on how other countries kind of contributed to our California fires and how our lack of
We're going to get into that one too as well.
I know. But yeah, everything with the kind of like, the global, with whether it be a hurricane hitting the Caribbean, Puerto Rico, or whether you're seeing something hitting and devastating Australia, I figured, we'd see more of a impact in the U.S., and I was kind of disappointed with that.
Red Couch, what y'all think?
I
think
honestly feel like our contributions were kind of limited, and I'm gonna be real short with this. I feel like because it started in South Wales, and I feel like until it was about to hit Sydney, is when we finally stepped up. And to anybody who don't believe that, I mean, I look into a lot, bro. You know what I'm saying? I read a lot, and the Aussie fires was going on for 240 days before we intervened. And as soon as it hit Sydney, it was just like, all right, that was a place of the Olympic Games, and it might be a future place of the Olympic Games again. So we got to intervene.
So you're saying that the reason why somebody intervened is a matter of the haves and the have-nots.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's like they kind of pick and choose where they want to intervene at, and it kind of sucks because we live here.
You intervene where your interests are.
But isn't it always that way? It was that way when like Hurricane Katrina, when it was in the lower ninth ward, it was like,
where's the money?
No doubt.
right? But as soon as it started going to the richer neighborhoods,
Where's the money? If you got money, that means you got some money to spend in our interest.
Yeah,
If
you
not,
know what I'm saying?
Hey, Dank, Dank.
What's good, Dank?
Oh man, Dank, what up?
He says
Hey,
absolutely.
Almighty Eli.
Yeah, I mean he hip. Like it's. It's shit that they don't expect us to read. You know what I'm saying?
Or know to understand.
Miko says, just like when Notre Dame Cathedral, when that caught on fire.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, we had to donate to that, but
Thank
we
you,
don't talk about
Miko.
genocides and
Thank
all
you,
other stuff
Miko.
going on.
Hello.
Yeah, we don't care about
That's
none
just a
of that.
building, but
It's not important.
let's talk
Yeah,
about that.
so it's
Haiti,
I was thinking
Yeah.
about that too. Like,
you get no love.
man, that's 200,000 people who died, man.
It's crazy.
Hey, family all good over here. What's good with you, Dank? Veronica, you have anything you want to add to these Aussie fires?
I actually do not. I heard about the Australian fires. However, like you said, other things were happening that kind of like swept it under the rug. So it's not something I followed as closely. So no, I don't have anything to add. But I do agree with Darnell when it comes to where you put your money and where you contribute. It all depends on the haves and haves not.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, whenever, and there's a lot of money in this country.
absolutely.
There's a whole lot of money in this country. And I believe that kind of like Jeff Bezos' ex-wife, I forget her name right now. God damn, it's going to kill me. But as much as she's donated to different HBCUs and continue to give back, there's things that we should do too as well. DC
So we
on
doing
Twitch.
that?
I'm just hitting our Snoopy tonight.
DC.
That's what we doing?
This what we doing now?
That's crazy.
You know DC.
Yeah, I
What's
sure
up,
do.
DC?
That's insane.
What do you say?
Jumping off the top ropes like that.
Hey, DC coming for you all night, and DC's a huge contributor
Just
to
so
the
we can
podcast
get
too
this
as
out the
well.
way, we're not talking about the Atlanta Falcons. We're not talking about Florida State football. We can just throw that out there.
So we just don't want to talk about Joe.
We're gonna pass on that. We can just. I love you too,
Marcus,
man.
Marcus didn't see it.
Because I love you.
That's
what he says.
Top comment.
Don't worry, we got some football talking here too as well.
You don't
DC,
want
save it.
Okay.
Love you, DC. Hope your family's doing good. Love you. Happy holidays. Let's keep. That's good people right there.
Hey,
That's family
number
man.
19.
Oh yeah, DC always good.
He's
with
good
us.
people.
Yeah,
He's
DC
good
straight,
people.
man.
Yeah.
DC, you got to come to the podcast too as well. You
He
can't.
showed
Right.
that. Please,
Overdue.
overdue.
He's
Long
overdue.
Always
He's
showing
been
us
overdue.
love.
Long overdue.
Yeah,
DC,
exactly.
please
DC.
get on the
I'll be
podcast.
here. I'll take leave for that. DC.
What?
Hey, actually, all three of us going to take leave for that
Hey
one.
man, I'll do it. I don't want to see that.
I take leave too.
Me too.
Yeah, he said, "Oh yeah, all right, we got you." We're bringing Leslie back out too as well. Easter egg from last week.
Real quick though, he picked me up
Crickets.
from the airport, so he's like the first person I met out here.
Yeah,
Yeah, DC.
I was employed with the man.
Oh, for real?
Yeah,
MC12.
yeah. Hey, Speaking of military operations, United States and Iran, that popped off in January. World War III almost came about.
That
Oh,
was
Lord.
crazy.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, I was holding on to
Go
my
ahead,
seat.
Kiana.
I was holding on to my seat like, Lord, please don't let this happen because I do not want to get recalled. Like I was reading
Recall.
daily.
God damn.
Start doing the pull-ups and stuff.
Not the PT test.
You're about to get activated like the Winter Soldier.
But they really were though. If you saw, like they were talking about doing a draft and how like these people were really gonna have to go in, and I was like, listen, if you've been out less than 10 years,
The beige couch.
just
What happened here?
Hey, go ahead, Dave.
Wait a minute, Dang, tell me something.
Yo,
Go ahead,
Yo, wait a minute.
Y'all got
What do
another
I not
account?
know?
look, they on the beige couch.
You got another account we need to talk about? You got an after hours?
You got a
like
black light, Ricky? What's going on? What's going on?
I watched some Chiefs today, by the way.
BNY Uncut? Is
Today.
that what we doing?
Hey, we bringing back BET Uncut,
Today.
BNY Uncut.
Oh,
Go ahead,
no.
Kiana. What do you think?
No, I'm good with it.
What
like,
side of the
I'm
couch?
glad it didn't happen.
You say you good with it?
Yeah.
I would tell you this from me perspective. I've been to Afghanistan.
Me too.
You
Twice.
was there. All right, I was there too as well.
2 tours.
2 tours. It is not. And we were on the border of Iran.
Yeah, I'm
My
not gonna lie
second
to you. When that thing popped off, when the U.S. killed the General Soleimani.
Soleimani.
There it is,
Yeah,
right there.
Soleimani.
And he was fighting against ISIS too as well.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, man, damn, just let them fight against each other.
Right.
They don't need to get in.
Right.
But when
Why
that
is
happened,
all the fight?
We
when that happened,
retaliated.
the thing is that they had no choice but to retaliate. And luckily, nobody was killed in their retaliation.
Yeah.
Because they fired, I mean, it was on the news, they fired their bombs. Luckily, they didn't hit anything. Because they would have hit something.
Would have been on and popping.
Man.
Hey, Rick Will here, coming live from behind the scenes, said BNY Wartime. Dude, I don't know what would have happened.
We wouldn't have been
I got
here.
no idea. I'm going to be straight up with you.
I am.
I do want to touch on something real quick. The OnlyFans, it's coming out. The Chocolate Aviator. Y'all want to
Stop
subscribe?
that.
$20 a month.
What the hell?
Did you?
Is that a plug?
Wait.
He
what
plugged
the
himself.
fuck
Plug
happened?
yourself during a wartime topic?
My fault. It's up there on the screen. Mr. Hoosier called out the OnlyFans.
What?
DC, listen. What the fuck? And they wait.
It's a little.
I missed that. I missed that.
Excuse me, y'all.
Yeah, excuse it, please.
Iran called 3 hours beforehand, like DC said, and they purposely aimed it only at the runways. And that is true, too, as well. Thank you,
nice.
DC, for that, because that's exactly what happened. They said, hey, we're going to bomb you. And they're like, okay. But luckily,
Can you imagine that?
yeah.
I mean, I think.
Hey, yo, I'm about to
illegal,
go drive-by on your apartment. I'm just calling you to let you know.
might be
I'm
on
just-
something, Dave.
Might
Hey,
just
show
a
of
little
force.
bit.
That's all it was.
It is. It
So
just-
who's allies of Iran, though?
Russia, China.
So
Russia,
that's what
China.
I was concerned with.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I was very much concerned about that as well. I'm very much concerned about anything if we have to go to war with China. Very concerned.
And Russia.
I'm more Russia than China.
I'm
They,
too.
they do
Yeah,
exercises
Russia
together.
is.
It's weird though. I'd be more concerned
Russia
about
is-
Yeah,
Iran
Russia
than I
is
would China.
vicious. I just think both of them are very vicious
Russia wicked.
places to go to war
Listen,
with.
when you say you don't want to go to war with somebody, Russia is my number one
Yeah.
top.
too.
I do not want to go to
I mean,
war
they
with
can hack
Russia.
us like it ain't no problem. Apparently.
Yeah, evidently.
Yeah,
It's
I don't want
public,
no
public
problem.
news.
That's
Public
public
news.
news.
Public
That's
news.
public news.
Shout out to DC, man.
The two-time champs.
We 2 times.
Look, I ain't trying to test a third term. Third time.
Hey,
Fuck
man,
that.
don't push your luck sometimes, man.
Hey,
Yeah, so that
Hey,
was
we got it.
that was completely wild. But I'm glad that I guess cooler heads prevailed with
Yeah.
Iran being the
Thank
cooler
God.
head.
Yeah.
So
Which is
At the end of the day,
rare,
you at
There's
the
a lot
end
of
of the day,
people
people
that
are
died.
human at the end of the day, and they know what that means for their country too. Like we tend to think that these countries are just reckless, like crazy, like. But you got to realize they, in a way, care about their survival as well, and they know what that means for them.
Bruh.
Iran knows they can't. In all actuality, I mean they can tear some stuff up, but once we get involved, Britain gets involved, France gets involved. They
ain't
know
gonna
that their
last.
days are numbered. They're not gonna last.
but what they do have is surface-to-air missiles.
Oh yeah, surface
So
to air.
planes would go down.
But planes will go down.
the
But once
F-22.
Them Sams.
that
Yeah,
22
no,
ain't going
but once you
nowhere.
pull up a few destroyers and some aircraft carriers, it's not looking so good for you players.
And that's true too as well. The thing
But
is
it's
that
just not.
you would say would win, but Americans would die in the
Oh,
process.
it would be bad for
Right.
both
That's
sides.
because their army is a gang for real.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
they,
You know,
they
they
are
don't- they
really
don't
the
have
leaders
no-
of the I don't
They
give
don't
a
have
fuck.
no
Like,
strategy or
Guerrilla
anything. Like they
warfare.
just
Right.
give
I
them
mean,
guns
how many
and let
times
them
their
go.
generals run coups against their leadership all the time? You don't
Sure.
see
Hey,
that with us.
Exactly.
This is what
So-
DC's talking about right here. Half the Iranians in the government didn't like him either. But guess what?
Exactly.
Half the Iranians did.
Yeah.
And that was a problem. But that's
like-
why they also called and say, hey, we're going to shoot you, but we ain't really going to shoot you.
The bigger
Yeah.
deal was what just recently happened when that scientist was
scientist.
just assassinated.
Now, DC, I saw that too
Yeah.
as well, but that news wasn't as big as the general.
Of course, it's not
Nah,
gonna
nah,
be.
nah.
Nah, that was... It, and yes, I see where he's coming from, but nothing has really popped off from that. Who got the podcast on the headphone? On the yeah, turn that thing down.
That's crazy.
First trying to
y'all.
share. Hey man, I'm learning. I'm
Dang,
Nah,
see,
it's
he
good.
was right. It's,
Trying to
it's
share
the
it,
beige
trying to share
couch.
it.
It's the beige couch. Go
It's the
couch.
beige
That's what he's talking about.
He's
The go
new.
couch is the wild couch.
He's new.
Hey man, I'm trying to share it, get it out there.
All right.
Iran's retaliation that was much bigger. We gonna see. We ain't out of 2020 yet. We close to the borders. So let's all right.
are
So
very
god damn
close
it,
to the
let's move on from here.
Let's do it.
We at 18 now.
You ready for this?
I
No, I'm
apologize
not
for that
ready.
Drop.
All
I
right.
apologize
I'm not
for
ready.
that.
It's
I
already
just had
happened.
to. It was so-
But
so-
it's not like I said. It's not been anything. Please post it so I can read some more on it. That way I can educate myself some more on it before I really start talking on it. But I don't think that was as big, just from what I've seen, as what it was early in the year, DC, as far as what happened in January. Okay, all right. So the NBA news, January. All right, so this thing still hurts me, but it's important that we talk about it. January 1st this year, we lost David Stern, which I forgot that
You
he
wanna-
died this year too as well.
I think it got overshadowed.
for sure.
It did.
Well, yeah, I guess it was January 1st. Nothing really popped off. It was like New Year's. Well, I guess, New Year's Day. People still celebrating, and then David Stern dies. And he's not an active commissioner. Still, he was a former commissioner at that point, 78
Right.
years old. But still, the man died. Then, January 26th, we lost Kobe Bryant, his daughter Gigi, and 7 others in a helicopter crash. Now, you're the I always look at you as a voice of reason when it comes to this podcast. I'm gonna let you go first.
Wait, let me ask a question first.
Yes, ma'am.
When did he send you the news? Okay, when you first heard the news, right? Number one, what was the source you heard it from? And number two, did you believe it?
I heard it from Nate. I was in the
DC.
bathroom. I was about to take. Actually, you know what? What's funny about that day? I was supposed to be doing a podcast at that very moment.
Wow.
But I had to cancel earlier that day. On shout out to Will Bowser. I had to cancel him earlier that day. But we would have been like 30 minutes live until when that news popped out. I would have been live for it. And I mean, people always weigh in. Like when Andrew Luck retired, people weighed in. Like Rick, like 5 people weighed in. You saw Andrew Luck retired. I was doing something totally different at the time. I was like, oh shit, let's talk about this. But yeah, we'd have been live for it, and I was no good for the rest of that day. And Kobe was 8 when I was drafted. I'm 32 now. That's 24 years I had with somebody I never knew. But when Kobe was drafted, he was 17. And I always saw him as like, damn, if he could do it, so can I. You know,
Yeah.
he's only like 9 years older than me. And him having the family and the growth he had in his life too as well. You saw the video I made. I don't know if you're familiar, but I made a Kobe tribute.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
It took me about 20 hours to make it.
Yeah.
And I
I
just
remember
pressed on
that.
that thing the entire time. And it's available. I'll send you the link for it.
I appreciate it.
Shit,
Yeah,
play
I
it, play it after the podcast.
I will. It's got
sure.
music from Mac Miller, Nipsey Hussle, Game. I think I got Pac in there too as well. Fabulous, the tribute song he did for Kobe. But you see what we got right here on BNY
For sure.
Podcast.
Yeah.
It's tough, dude. Like the more even me talking about it, it's not. It doesn't even feel real. I don't know. Go Couch, take it over.
It's Kobe, bruh.
I think, for me, as a Spurs fan, I hated Kobe. But he was my favorite player. That was the weirdest thing, though. I hated him, but he was my favorite player. He stopped my team so many times. But even in their matchups in the Kobe time period, I think it's 119 to 111 Lakers over the Spurs.
Yep.
And Kobe took most of those games over. And it was like fourth quarter, we'd be leading, and I'd be sitting on the couch mad, knowing that it didn't matter because Kobe was about to go off. It didn't matter. He was going to stop us. And I respected him because of his drive. I remember that press conference he had in the finals. They were up 3-1, and he's like, "It's not over. Like it doesn't matter." And that mentality he had, and I always wanted to model myself after that. And not to take it away from the Kobe aspect, but David Stern as well. I think he doesn't get enough credit for how he changed the game and promoted it.
Definitely.
And he benefited from the fact that he came in '84 with Jordan.
Yeah.
So that tandem pushed basketball to the point where Kobe could become what he was.
Global.
Absolutely.
So,
Yep.
and I want to give a shout out to David Stern because of what he did with Magic Johnson. When Magic Johnson contracted AIDS, HIV, I mean.
No, I'm about to say HIV.
Yeah,
Difference.
HIV. There's a difference. But HIV, he could have wrote him off and just said, "Hey, we're going with Jordan. He's an up-and-comer. He's about to run the league." But he stuck with one of the people that made the league what it was and sat beside him in that press conference.
That's
And then
much
put
respect.
him on the dream team.
Right.
And then
He
played him and said he's
did.
going to play in the All-Star game next year.
Yeah.
And then let Magic make the decision to leave the game
Right.
because he respected his contribution. So I know Adam Silver's doing a great job.
Sure
He's doing an amazing
Yeah.
job pushing the game. But if it wasn't for Stern, like I don't think basketball would be where it is globally.
Hell
like
nah.
taking them to Argentina, and then you see Argentina win a gold medal in 2004
Yep.
against us, like, and put us at a bronze.
Yeah.
Like, wow, that's embarrassing for us. It was because of his efforts globally that makes
Yep.
that happen.
And who won that gold medal back for us?
Oh, here we go.
Kobe.
Here you go, man. That's the feels, man. Like it's full circle. It's all full circle.
Can I take the Kobe Bryant situation in from a different aspect?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to answer Kiana's question. I heard it from my daughter and one of her friends. No, I did not believe it. Because you know how every 5 minutes a celebrity is dead.
TMZ.
You know, and then you find out it's fake. So I was like, Kobe Bryant ain't dead. If it was dead, it'd be on every TV station, every social media site. And then as the day went on,
It was.
real. So my aspect is not from a sports aspect. My aspect is from the point of being a parent, and the fact that you're in this helicopter with your child, and you all are going down, and you know your child is scared, and you're scared, and you're trying everything you can to comfort them because you know the end is coming. So that to me is what saddened me, because it's like, if I was in that situation and I knew the end was coming, I know it's coming, there's nothing I can do to stop it. What am I going to do to comfort my child? Would I sit there and say, "Oh, it's going to be okay," knowing that it's not? That is what broke me down. Like, I just could not. And then to hear what was going on in the helicopter as she was like crying, and he's like, "Oh, it's going to be okay," and that is what broke me down.
So, when we found out, it was early Sunday morning, and we were just getting up, and I was scrolling through Facebook. It's what I do when I get up, so what?
Got to.
And I was like,
Hit
hey.
that mic for us. Hit that mic for us.
I was like, "Hey, babe, you seen this?" And he was like, "Seen what?" I was like, "Kobe Bryant died in a plane crash, in a helicopter crash." He was like, "You lying?" I was like, "Look, it's all on my timeline." So I started showing him, and he was like, "Let me see if it's on the news." So then he refreshed his timeline, and it was all up his timeline, right? And the first thing I saw was Kobe Bryant and his daughter, Gigi, right? Donnell was a huge basketball fan, and of course it turned me into a huge basketball fan, but not just a basketball fan, like a Kobe fan. He was like diehard Kobe fan. And he was like, "You know what the fucked up part about this whole thing is? Kobe Bryant decided to get a helicopter so that he can make it to his daughter's games after his games. So that showed his commitment as a family man. And to literally die holding your daughter, who was said to be his prodigy. She was going to be as good as Kobe. Like, to hear that on the news, like you said, it made me tear up as a parent. But more so because of not just Kobe, the parent, but Kobe, the man, right? Because he contributed so much to everybody else. Kobe was the type of person, yeah, I have this, but I have it, and it's not just for me. It's not just mine. He opened up gyms for children. He donated money. He donated time. When Kobe retired, he retired to teach the game that he loved. And like the mourning of Kobe was more than just mourning Kobe. It was mourning his contributions to the game, to society, to children, to what it takes to be a human being. So, and then he was a girl dad, right?
Sure
Hey.
was.
Yep.
Yeah, sure was.
So when we talked about girl dads, like it was a hashtag going around for a long time after Kobe passed away. Hashtag girl dad. And it was dads just showing their full love and appreciation for their girls, which was how Gigi name came about.
I'm gonna talk on that a little bit more.
We like it went. Gigi's name went on for a while. Like
Shout out to Gigi.
we were trying to figure out
Hey, what's up, Manny?
exactly
What's good,
what
Manny?
we were going to call her, but
What's up, man?
I mean what her actual name was going to be. But we knew she was going to be Gigi.
Yeah.
We just hadn't decided on what part of Gigi she was going
We
to
went
be.
through a few names.
We did.
As far as, I mean, it was a bunch of different names we went through too as well. But, and it was one name went through with somebody else close to us. By the way, 71 degrees. Just want to throw that out there.
Oh yeah.
Almost, we 10 off like
We
Kobe.
almost did.
We almost at 81, baby.
We almost did.
The Bunyan's warm.
We gonna hit 81. We gonna hit that. Keep that shit running.
The Bunyan's
Nah,
warm.
but we went through a bunch of different names for my daughter, me and Jenny's daughter, Gia. But we wanted something that, I don't know. One day I was sitting down. I was like, you know what? We thought about Gianna, but a friend of ours, a close friend of ours, her daughter's name was Gianna. I was like, I'm trying to do that too as well. Yeah. And I was like, all right. I was like, but how about Gia? We looked up. It was like Gia. I was like, that's good. And then I mean, we used to always call her Gigi.
Yeah, that's her name.
And I promise you right there, the moment she's able to start running around and moving her legs,
She
the
did.
first number she's gonna get is number 2.
That's dope.
Yeah.
That's the first time she's gonna get number 2. And that's just the way to honor somebody that's inspired me as far as when it comes to growth, and also when it comes to sports, and also when it comes to, Marcus mentioned that Mamba mentality. And I promise that day we had that. Now you was there for that Kobe podcast we had.
Yeah, it was heartbreaking.
Yeah, we had a Kobe
It was
podcast.
really heartbreaking.
Manny was there too, so shout out to Manny. We got our own GG. We gonna make sure we honor that legacy. We gonna keep it going. It don't stop.
She don't
Hey.
know what she got to look forward to in the future, but
Yeah.
she gonna be amazing.
Exactly. It's coming. Get ready. But that's really all I have as far as Kobe's. Does anybody else have anything from
I
that?
think the most of the morning for me comes from the fact that there was so much life left.
Yeah.
Oh
And the
my
fact
God,
that this
he
was
was
his Hall
just
of Fame enshrinement was this year.
beginning.
We'll never hear the speech he was going to give.
Yeah.
We'll
Right,
never hear him
bro.
pass down that knowledge to other players. We'll never hear him sit on a panel next to Shaq and chucking them and talk about games and stuff. Well, his IQ for the game was ridiculous.
It was.
You know how
Oh,
many
was just
stories he
ridiculous.
had?
The
Like,
What?
stories that we'll never hear.
he had so
Exactly.
many stories as far as like he told somebody, hey, we're gonna go, hey, 5:30, come work out with me. So the player thought, okay, 5:30 p.m. I'm gonna go show up and we'll get this workout in. He shows up to practice at like around 11. Kobe's like, where were you? I meant like this morning. I didn't mean the afternoon.
Yeah.
We're showing up this morning.
Yeah, I heard that.
You know, just things like that. You know, his dedication was just insane. And I don't know. I also wasn't the biggest, you know, Kobe fan.
Really?
I respected his craft. I was a big, obviously, Jordan fan. But it really came down to me is, you know, the media kind of had a lot of stuff going on when I'm kind of a little bit younger. But hearing the stories post, you know, or towards the end of his career, and seeing him, you know, shoot his free throws after tearing his Achilles, yet we are in an era now where you get touched on the shoulder, you flopping off site. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely.
So that kind of, you know, I actually got more respect for Kobe the later. And DC actually called me that morning. I remember I just turned the TV on. And I was like, there's no way. It hit me like it hit with MJ,
Most
Michael
people.
Jackson. Yeah. I was like, no way.
Yeah. So Michael Jackson, I heard about deployed, but with Kobe, it was so many celebrities, like literally had to like mourn him, like seriously mourn. Shaq was one. Michael Jordan was one, and it wasn't just because
Pau
of
Gasol, I want to throw his name out.
It wasn't just basketball.
it would, and that's
The whole
what I'm
world
saying.
stopped.
He
yeah,
owned soccer teams. Like
Yeah,
he,
it
Yeah,
wasn't just-
Neymar.
yeah.
Yeah.
It wasn't just basketball for Kobe. He was seriously a humanitarian.
For sure.
And so when you mourn somebody like that, like it takes time. Like Shaq teared up when he was telling people, like, "Yo, I got the phone call and I cursed my son out and told him he played too much." And he did not believe his son. And to like see, like, even as a woman, to see multiple grown men cry over a grown man, he had to have touched so many hearts. Like, he was a hero in his own right, like modern day hero.
There's a reason why when you shoot paper in the trash can, you say Kobe.
I was just thinking about that, bro.
You say no other name.
Kobe.
Hey, real quick.
And if you miss it, you say Shaq.
Shout out to that.
We ain't gonna disrespect.
Hey,
big,
can I?
big
Can we get
diesel
cups
like
in the
that.
air, please? Cups in the air.
For sure.
I don't have a cup.
Well, yeah, you got that. There it
You
is,
got
right
your
there.
sweet tea.
Shout out to Sweet Tea.
I'm gonna drink it.
Hey, I asked everybody, cups in the air. We're gonna do this maybe a couple more times here, just going through this. Kobe, David Stern, thank you very much for everything. Thank you for everything you taught. We have much more to learn. Also for the people out there too as well. I'm working on a 1-year Kobe tribute to follow up with the one I didn't drop in February. So we could take the shot, take a drink, and 8 seconds of silence, please.
Also, without David Stern, it wouldn't be a G League. It wouldn't be no overseas play.
For sure.
Talk on it.
None of that.
Say
He introduced international basketball play for the NBA. So yeah, raise your cups.
8 seconds, please. February 2020.
So disrespectful, DC.
That's funny.
When I miss it, say newbie. That's just
It's
that's
accurate.
just damn.
It's
That's
accurate.
accurate.
So we doing this all podcast? That's
He's going
Right,
to. He's
all
going to.
podcast. All podcast.
Steve Stern, man.
Hey,
Can't
February.
stand your ass.
Kansas City Chiefs win their first Super Bowl. Patrick Mahomes,
Not shot.
Andy Reid.
Not
Not
shot.
shot. It was a long time coming for Andy Reid though, and that's coming from an NFC East dude.
You ain't lying.
Oh yeah, same
If
here.
they had to put the
the
right people
Eagles.
around him in
He a Cowboys
Philadelphia,
fan.
he would have won one in Philly.
Hey, I am a Cowboy fan, but I seen Andy Reid struggle with Donovan McNabb. So
Chunky Soup.
I'm telling you right now, Patrick Mahomes is going to be the greatest quarterback of all time when it's all said and done.
As long as he
Oh.
stays healthy.
That's a.
As long as he stays healthy.
He's going to be the GOAT.
If he stays healthy.
He can stay healthy.
I don't know. I mean,
don't
I think
think
with all
so.
the money he's being paid, they're not going to be able to put enough around him to keep him where he is now.
Look, all he needs is track stars. That arm
Yeah.
of his
But
and
you
that
gotta-
IQ
You got to
with
pay.
Andy Reid.
You got to pay track stars. You got to pay him.
Tyreek coming up.
You better.
Tyreek
He's a
coming up.
$500 million man.
Every track star gonna ask for that max. We don't do
Mhm.
NBA maxes, but they gonna ask for a lot.
Well, that's what you got to draft.
See,
well.
it's different now when
Who ran that
players,
4-2?
players
Get 'em.
control their futures now a lot more than they used to.
Yeah, they do.
And
I would absolutely.
the
agree
NBA
with that.
changed that.
I think
For
the league's
everybody.
gonna start forcing him to be a check down, Tom Brady type quarterback eventually. No, I'm not gonna say it's gonna happen, but you're gonna start seeing a lot more cover fours, and he's gonna start having to check that ball down because they're gonna stop letting his ass. Like
But he's
Tampa
different.
Bay. Tampa Bay. I don't know why the hell you do a cover 2.
It's a Tampa cover 2. That's what they known for.
They
And they
know
got
for it, the
torched in
Tampa
the
2.
first half.
Yeah.
Tyreek had like 200 yards in the first
Because
half.
Tyreek's a track star. He's too fast for that
That's
cover
always
2.
going to be
They
that
got
freak
2
of
of 'em.
nature wide receiver. That's
You know when they started that cover
He
two?
5 of them.
When Brad Johnson joined them. I think he won the Super Bowl when he left.
That's because he couldn't throw more than 10 yards accurately.
That's true. Quarterbacks back then were bad.
Brad Johnson was not a great
2005 quarterbacks.
I mean, he left
They were
the
paid man.
Redskins and won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, he won a Super Bowl based off what Tony Dungy left there for John Gruden.
You ain't
That's
lying.
true.
You ain't lying.
And you see John Gruden still reaping the benefits of something that happened years ago.
Exactly.
And we
That's
see what
true.
happened with this game with that play call. And he, anyway, I'm not going to get
Yeah,
into Thursday
yeah,
night.
that's true.
But hey, hold a second. Let Patrick Mahomes get his roses, please.
He's
I'm not saying he's nice, but
he's super nice.
when these contracts run out, that's what I want to see. When these other players come to the table, like Kelsey and them come to the table,
And that
and because they
defense.
done paid him $500 million, I want to see how much they're going to be able to keep around him. Because some of these players, I'm not saying, hey, Mahomes is a great quarterback.
He is.
But when it comes down to making some plays, some of these receivers are coming back to him, allowing him to make these plays.
Yeah.
That means
Take
he's-
away those receivers with that IQ, he's going to have a struggle.
It comes down to the line. you can have the best quarterback in the world, but without no line, you can't run or pass the ball. So I don't think they'll be able to sustain this for more than 2 more years.
I give him another. I give him another season.
Another season?
I give him one more season.
Oh my
I'm not
God! You've
saying-
been watching too much Dak Prescott.
No, I actually don't like Dak Prescott.
Hey,
but
hey,
that's another.
Oh
That's another
my.
conversation.
That's different.
I'm not a big Dak fan. I'm not.
Go Andy Dalton.
You don't have to be.
I think he's got heart.
Yeah.
Taking
have
that
to be.
personal.
But
Right.
I'm not taking it personal.
no,
I'm
All right, go ahead, Jordan.
I'm a Hubert fan.
Okay.
he got heart. That kid got heart.
That kid got heart.
Hubert.
From not San Diego.
From the
they're
Chargers.
now,
Oh
but-
no, he nice. He tough. He
No.
got a big cannon.
I sound old.
A year
already.
or
Pause.
two.
Man, that
Nah,
boy.
I ain't even on that.
Don't worry, John Gruden
A
won
year or
Oakland
two
had.
from now,
He
you're
showed
gonna
me.
hear his name more than Mahomes.
And that's the standard
Stop.
now.
Oh,
You
that's
ain't
a stretch.
lying.
That's a stretch.
You're
Come
no,
on,
no,
bro.
it's not.
Hubert, bro.
No,
More than
it's not.
Mahomes?
No, it's not because he got
Man.
a cannon on him,
A
and that's
cannon
the
don't
new
mean
standard.
nothing.
And
He's
he
mobile.
accurate. He
He's
accurate.
It comes down to the
RG3
line.
could launch a ball too.
Who?
RG3 could launch a ball too.
Who
when
is
he's
that's an
accurate.
NFL player?
Exactly.
You got Darius Jones' knees.
Hubert, you'd be surprised. Hubert be going down the same way.
RG3 should be in the
Ricky about to
XFL.
take that
Gonna get
personal.
hurt.
Oh,
Damn, XFL.
Wait,
Him and Mr. Biscuit belong in the XFL.
did you hear
Mahomes
those
gonna get hurt.
Zeke
Why?
trade rumors?
He is gonna get hurt.
Zeke
He
ain't
is.
gonna get traded.
He ain't
Yes,
getting
I
traded.
heard
Not
the
after getting
trade.
serious.
I
Not after
heard the
getting-
trade rumors.
Not after the deal he just
He
got.
got
He ain't gonna-
fumbleitis
Okay.
this year.
DC drama.
I was about to say it's kind of like
The rumors.
DJ Drama, the rumors.
He
No,
ain't
we
going
ain't
nowhere.
listening to that.
He got fumbleitis.
Patrick Mahomes, enjoy your roses. Shout out to your Super Bowl win.
Good job.
Andy Reid, you got your first one too as well.
Happy for him.
Hey,
I
DC,
see many repeats for you in the future.
hey, DC, if he do get traded, I won't be mad.
Y'all tripping.
Oh my
I
God.
see him going back this year.
He just got
I
to
do
secure
see
the
that.
ball. He had one off year he had a lot of fumbles.
Who?
Zeke.
Zeke's had a fumble problem since he came.
Look,
top
we,
five
we,
running
I would- I would definitely
we ain't
agree
doing
with that.
Zeke. We ain't doing Zeke right now. He don't belong. Zeke's been a
He
disappointment.
need
in
to stop
2020.
these crop tops and
Yeah.
hold this ball in his hand. That's
Exactly.
Hello.
There it is.
He deserve it.
That's
Stop all these crop tops.
Let's move on with the rest of February. Now we're going totally different.
Stop it.
Not like
Harvey Weinstein
creep.
got convicted.
Didn't get-
Finally.
didn't get
23
enough time.
years.
I absolutely do not think he got Harley. He didn't get enough time.
Look what we did
No, he
with
did
Bill
not.
Cosby.
Veronica, I want you to take over after counter talk.
No, he definitely needs way more. They should have gave his ass triple life.
Sure.
Triple life for what the fuck he did. But this is what our justice system looks like. So you sent him to jail for 23 years, and you put Bill Cosby in jail.
Say it.
So right. You so right.
How the hell does that work?
So right.
Well, of course, people think, people going to throw out there there's racism involved. And then on top of that, there's rumors that the reason why they went so hard for Bill Cosby is because he was about to buy a major TV network.
I believe
which
it,
I
though.
believe was
NBC.
NBC.
Yes, or NBC.
So, of course, if he bought NBC, you were going to see more things like A Different World and The Cosby Show and things like that on NBC. And
Damn, sitcoms people actually will watch.
Man, let me tell
Hello?
you, because I'm watching
Can't
them now on
I
Netflix,
watched
okay?
them too.
Go ahead, Veronica.
I'm not going to say, but I'm going to say it, that America, when I say quotes, was not ready for that. So, of course, all of a sudden, all these allegations start coming out the woodwork. Some of them proved to be fruitless, but then you just had this one woman which pissed me off. Number one, you were drugged by this man. You had sex with this man. However, you had a 2-year relationship with this man afterwards.
As far as who? Which one?
Bill Cosby.
The young lady that he did go to jail for.
Okay, Bill Cosby.
Bill Cosby.
I do want to focus on Harvey Weinstein.
No, but we're focusing on the similarities.
the difference.
Well,
At
that's
the
true
moment.
too as well, and we already know of Bill Cosby, so this all bring
Right.
it. Let's bring
If
it
we
back
want to
in.
be real with
So-
Harvey, though, a lot of the women did go back and have to recant some of what they said
what with Harvey Weinstein?
with Harvey Weinstein.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because a lot of them got caught up lying because they didn't get the break that they thought they were going to get. I mean, it's one thing for him to take advantage of you, but it's another thing for you to play into that and allow that for you to get an advantage in the acting world. And then it don't go right for you. Now you mad at him.
That's
and
why
that's
I'm
where that's
quiet.
why he didn't get some of the time he should have got. But
Okay.
I agree he should have got more.
You know what? I can agree with that. I can agree with that.
Do you think Veronica? Just asking you a question, and this is a question that some people have posed that Harvey didn't actually force himself upon people, that he offered roles in return for sexual favors.
Good question.
So was Harvey just use his position power at that point to influence, or did two consensual adults come together and
Make a decision.
make a decision?
So there's two parts to this.
I was about to say the same thing.
There's
It's
two parts to this.
It's a two-parter.
Number one, when two adults come together and make a decision, and you're putting something out there on the table, and I say, okay, I'm going to take it, and I'm going to give you what you want. You're right. If you look at it from that aspect, you're looking like, why is this man in jail? But I think it comes down to it. Number one, all of this caught up with you in a moment of the Me Too movement.
Mm-hmm.
Number two, it's something different when you take a person who is naive, that doesn't know any better. That's where the sick part comes in with me. Now, I can see if this was a pro, she been in the industry for a while, she already know what the deal is. But you were taking these young girls that don't know no better, and you were saying, hey, I'll get you a role, just do me a favor. That to me, when you start taking the whole taking advantage of someone that doesn't know any better, that's where the sickness comes in.
Veronica,
Well, isn't it any different than?
Go ahead. Go
Gonna
ahead.
say what you're gonna say.
Go ahead now.
I beg
Go
you
ahead
to
now.
You want to say they're not that naive?
Say
Okay,
it,
go ahead.
man.
no, I'm not gonna say that.
I will.
But if you consent to sex for a role, they know what they're doing.
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
So for me,
They know what they're
Okay.
doing.
No,
but if they
I
don't
would-
get that role, I mean,
you
yeah.
just wasn't
Yeah,
made for the
you
it
part.
just
Make
wasn't the
it.
best one.
So-
So he was a sugar daddy, pretty much.
Yeah, yeah,
Nah,
I mean,
he
you
wasn't a
can
sugar
say
daddy.
that, but
So I would.
if you go to a female and say, look, we can do this, this, and this, and you'll get this role, and then he do that to 4 other girls, and out of that 5, he picked the best one.
You can't be mad.
I mean, you're
Yeah.
not.
So-
You're not naive.
So
they
you're
they
saying
did
it's,
that shit
it's an
on
audition
purpose.
within an
That's
audition.
kind of false advertising.
They
'cause
was
I
on the
told
show.
you don't get the
Let's
role.
say-
So-
It's false as advertising the crime.
Yeah.
No,
That's-
okay.
I
Yes,
can-
false
It's
advertising is-
If I
is-
told
is
one
illegal.
You got to
person-
go with the best candidate.
But if I told
That's in every occupation.
you right.
And
but
by the way, hold a second, real quick. This
You're
is
right,
not
for
defense
sure.
of Harvey Weinstein.
no.
We're just asking a question.
But if-
Absolutely
Yeah,
not.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
If your
Absolutely not.
candidates are only as
That's
good as they perform in bed with you, then are they really like candidates in the first place? Or are you just trying to have sex with girls?
So this was what my
They're
perspective
candidates.
Position
was.
power.
Position power. Absolutely.
They had
Positional
they
power.
had they
He-
had to present a resume.
He had the power to do
Not on
whatever he
paper.
wanted. So his power to get these women was to have sex with them, and this
Marcus
is where his
revving up.
crime started, right? This is where it became a crime because you coerce these women into having sex with you for this role. Coercing is a crime. If you tell somebody you gonna do something and you don't do it, i.e. theft. If
That's
you
what I'm
tell
saying,
somebody
yeah.
you gonna rob a store
Yep.
and you rob the store, it's a crime.
Yeah.
If you tell somebody that, hey, I'm threatening you, I'm going to tell you I'm going to kill you. Not
Lord.
necessarily
I
you.
felt I was about to
She
get up
pointed
and
at
walk
you,
out.
dude.
Not
I-
necessarily you.
Y'all
That's
saw
something
But
this.
I tell you I'm going to kill you. I can go to jail for telling you I'm going to kill you. So what's the difference in me exchanging sex for a role I feel like I'm going to get because you coerced me into saying
Absolutely
I'm going to
right.
get this role if I have sex with you.
I agree.
And now I'm not gonna have sex with you. So I forgot what it's an actual term for
So,
it.
so quick
I
question.
can't think of what it is.
Yeah, right.
Is it a
That's all.
crime
Right.
if
Coercion.
I say, hey, have this, you get this role with me, but you get this role, but you have that sex with me, and then you have sex with me, then you get the role. Is that a crime?
No.
It's a transaction.
No,
That's a
because
business.
you did. You
At
produced
that
what you
point-
said you were going
at-
to produce. It's a
Exactly.
At that
transaction.
point, it would be considered a transaction. But for you to coerce me, that means some part of the deal must have failed.
Basically, what she's saying is you kind of like a breach of contract. You,
For
you-
sure.
Exactly, it's
Yeah.
a
you
breach of
made me this
contract.
promise
Yes,
and
sir.
you didn't pull through, but I
Yeah.
gave you what you wanted,
But
but
that's
I
why
didn't
you
get
get
what
everything.
I
You
wanted.
get everything written down.
So,
on
so
paper.
is somebody lying to get sex a crime?
But there's a difference because there's
Because
money
that happens
involved.
almost every
You know
single
what?
day.
That's gonna- you know what?
Exactly.
Technically, no.
Every night
Honestly,
you
no.
know.
I'm gonna
Every
I'm gonna
night.
Google this. I'm gonna Google this.
If
and I-
my
and I'm gonna
job,
ask.
if I'm filling out an application for a job and they say, all right, if you're qualified to get this job, you'll be making such and such an hour. If you're qualified, I'm like, all right, well, I'm going to fill out the application and I'm going to turn it in. If I'm not qualified, they don't have to hire me.
But I think that's different though, because we talking about
I get
qualified. I get what you're saying, but we talking about qualified for a part based on your acting skills versus qualified after you have sex with
throw
me,
that
and then
ass.
we talk about your acting.
But hold a
skills.
second now. What if
Sex
the
is acting.
hold a second. What if one of the acting skills is having sex in the movie?
Exactly.
Nah, we split that
So-
up now.
We can talk about some of the Harvey Weinstein we tried to throw it in there.
Hey, yo,
Okay,
I'm just asking. That's
normally
it.
I'd be on that side. but
let's put this out there.
Nah, I feel you
There
though,
is a
Marcus.
such thing as rape by deception.
It is. So that's what he actually got
There is a
convicted
such
of.
And
thing
I can agree.
Wait,
as
a minute.
rape by deception.
Wait a minute. Then we can talk about all the makeup we see at the club, and then we get home and it's something different.
Which
We
is
talk-
why I'm with you for
we gonna talk about
macro
deception, but I'm gonna lay that out there.
Oh my God!
He's revving up, baby.
Wow.
Take that off the
Well,
table.
I'm gonna just say this. Women,
Crazy.
women.
That's a newbie got a
Manny,
DC.
don't start. Don't do that.
That's-
I'm gonna say this.
Manny, don't do that.
Women,
Don't
when
do
we
that,
get
man.
up in the morning and we
About to
put
put him to
on
bed.
our fake hair, whatever,
Sure
and
do.
our eyelashes and our makeup, it is not necessarily to attract you.
Truth.
Might not be.
It's because
Truth.
that's what we feel like doing, and I just
Deception.
think that a man automatically thinks that every woman is going out here and getting the boob implants and the butt and the
We
butt
literally
implants
just had this
and doing
conversation.
all this to get a man. Nah, we doing it because we want to.
I
That
agree.
dude
You know-
bought a Rolex and he drives a.
Now, men, on the other hand, y'all do it too.
Now, hold on. Y'all
Get
can tell us
pussy.
what
Well,
we
That's
do.
not why we do it.
No,
That's
no,
not why
no,
do
we
it.
don't.
I want to look good.
No,
I
we
want to look
don't.
good for.
I'm married.
No, you're
I ain't gonna
married,
say-
so this
Pause.
I would
different.
still go buy a Rolex if I had the
it's-
money for
no,
it.
you're different. You're off the market. You're married, but you
I
can't
like
hear
this
me?
watch.
I
I
hear
like
you.
this
You
watch.
bet.
Okay.
I like this watch.
So the
I ain't
thing
get to figure
is,
out.
But what if I still wanted to go buy a Rolex?
Exactly.
sir,
Exactly. I
you
do it for
already
myself.
got your woman. You trying to look good for her.
Why can't we look
First
good
of
for
all,
ourselves?
we had this conversation very often.
But if I want to go buy a Rolex,
I don't-
Then what?
You can go buy one.
What makes me different from?
Apparently
It is.
not. Right.
Oh my god.
I just want to know what makes me different
Hey,
from a
Manny,
single.
right.
No, it makes you different from because the thing is, or it may not, because you have some married men who still get dressed to the nine because they want to feel attention from other women.
All right, hold a second. Before
now
we
let's
go
talk
in,
about it.
Nah, you.
hey, first
you-
of all,
you pushing
real
that
quick,
one.
73 degrees. Just want to throw
First
it
of
out
all,
there.
Manny, let's be very damn clear.
2
Sound
hours.
lazy.
I
Do it
don't
for the clout.
I don't do it for clout. I don't. I get dressed. My
Manny
husband.
do it for clout.
My husband.
Oh,
I said it. You don't wear that suit every day. You do it for the damn clout. I call your ass out.
Hey, we saw your IG.
hey,
You so do.
Hey.
We seen you all week.
Manny did look sharp in that suit though.
No, he
He
did.
did. Yeah, man, look
He
good.
looked
Hey,
sharp.
man, we missed you. We seen you.
Hey, he
seen
rented
you.
that suit for that trip. I just want to let y'all know that right now.
You play too much.
He rented this.
Oh my god.
You just putting all the business out there,
Hey,
sir.
he typing fast as a motherfucker.
Yeah, he's like, man,
I
like-
gotta hand you this real quick. I
Hey,
got
man,
something
like
for you in the
SpongeBob right now,
pocket.
typing that paper.
Hey, I gotta get something for you real quick, man.
He said, "Take this L. You're not gonna win this one."
Oh, man.
Hey, but so real quick, just move on for Harvey
He got
Weinstein.
on
child
my
support.
IG.
Get off his IG.
So I rented that suit. I'm fucking with you.
Hey,
man.
should Harvey Weinstein be in jail?
Yes.
Yes, for sure.
Everybody is in
Definitely.
That's
agreement with
consensus.
If
that.
Bill Cosby in jail, Harvey should be in jail.
Yes.
No on that one.
Everybody's
There
agreed.
you go.
Let's move
Definitely.
on. All right, so let's move on to March.
Mm.
Okay, we already know what happened in March 2020.
Oh Jesus.
Bro, my life got fucked up.
Yep, let's get to it. Let's get to
Everything
it.
stood still.
So,
Lost everything.
COVID
COVID
popped
hit.
off. I can tell you it affected me personally and quickly, but let's talk about globally real quick. Just introduce it. Everything got shut off. All pro leagues got shut down. Government got shut down.
Schools got shut
Schools
down.
got shut down.
Stores
Jobs
got
got
shut
shut down.
down.
Stores
Shit.
got shut down. Everything got shut down.
Shut all the way down.
God damn, both my kids on the way to a championship. They're gonna play it the very next day, and that whole thing just got cut in half.
They got sent back home.
Everything was just got shut down.
Yeah.
So I remember when it popped off, and I remember like it was that long ago, but it's been 84 years, like old girl
Right.
from the Titanic.
It seems
But-
like a very long ass time we've been dealing
I
with
told you,
this.
2020's been 2 different years. So when that popped off, I was like, "Oh, this shit's serious," because there was another day of school after they said this. It was the 13th. They said the 14th was gonna be the last day of school. I was like, "Why the fuck am I sending back for one more day? We're gonna be
Right.
out of school for weeks and months after this." I'm like, "Nah." And then remember, everything got pushed back. It was only 2 weeks ago supposed to be out, and then it was another month. They supposed to be another 2 weeks, and everything. And again, eventually
They
made
just
it
like, fuck
cancel
it,
for the rest of the
yeah.
year. But I remember work with us.
For sure.
That shit came to a
Shout out
head
to Jitsi and
completely.
Mattermost.
Really?
Man, they
Yeah,
kept us in touch.
a complete head.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right, because you guys work on the plane.
Yeah. Everything got shut down. Everything, travel, planes all over the world got shut down.
Everything.
I'm gonna pass it off to Mike Newby. I want to see exactly what happened and what's going through your mind when all the shutdowns happened.
Initially,
COVID talk, March we're talking here.
Yeah,
initially.
Yeah, initially it was how do we sustain the mission? Like, how does the military still work? How do people, businesses, even bigger than that? I'm gonna kind of go into a tear on government, but like, you know, we have small businesses. We tell everybody you need masks. We have restrictions for some of these small businesses. I just want to tee off and just say it like this. We have airlines, right? They've been overbooking seats on flights. They've been tripping on, you know, how we operate as far as just price gouging everybody. At the end of this, and during March, you kind of realize that, you know, Carnival and United can't pay their employees, so we cut employees their pay. And then we come into, we don't have enough money to, you know, take care of our people. Yet small businesses definitely cannot, you know, sustain
Exactly.
during these type of times. And there was two different, I guess, projects by the government. One to fund some of these large companies. And then we got our, what was it, $1,200? So you gave us a little $1,200 for what, 8 months?
Eight fucking months.
And $500 per kid.
Yeah.
Eight fucking months. $1,200 for
kids.
8 months. What the fuck was gonna do with that?
Exactly. And then on top of that, these large businesses got these big bailouts
So let's talk
of
about
our tax money. We paid for that. So we pay for these big businesses to get bailed out. But on the flip side, do they come back and give us that? You know what I mean? Like,
No.
when do we get that? You know, that's our money. We gave our big money to United and Carnival and XYZ, but we need that money. It's a consumer economy, so if we ain't got that money, y'all ain't gonna get a flow. So I was just really disappointed with, you know, and then I hate to get political, but on both sides, you know, the Republicans push for the F-35, money towards the F-35, and then Democrats are pushing towards, you know, I agree with some of them, but, you know.
Hey,
AJ, what's up?
AJ, what up?
But, you know, my big thing is I'm really disappointed with the politics this year. Just in, you know, you got to take care of the people. Ultimately, that's your job, is take care of the people. You ain't showing up to work. You ain't doing XYZ. I'm just
And that's
really
what they're
disappointed.
fighting for right now. That's why the government may be shutting down in a couple of hours, because they're still
literally a couple of hours.
because they're still fighting over what you're talking about. You know,
Literally a
Bernie
couple
Sanders brought that point up. How is it that you can afford to give all these bailouts to these corporations, but you can't even afford to give $1,200 to the working
Because
like
they have
people?
lobbyists.
Shout out to Bernie Sanders.
They have lobbyists. You think about all these food conglomerates like Yum, which owns KFC, Applebee's, all those
Yeah.
things.
Yeah.
Like, they sit there on Capitol Hill and they lobby for themselves. Small businesses don't have that opportunity. They're chains. They have like thousands of locations across the United States.
Yeah.
They're gonna get that bailout, but you can't sit there, go to Jim and Bob's Diner, and hand that straight to them because they don't have that power.
Yeah, it's mom and
That's
pop
the problem.
stuff.
But we have to do a better job at holding our government accountable for what they do. But we play politics too much and sit there and play sides instead of realizing that no side has the answers to everything. And
Right.
we should take a little bits and pieces from each one. But the two-party system is a failure.
For
And
sure.
we have still not come to the realization that it is.
I would agree with that.
And we won't push for anything better because this is all we know. Until we get uncomfortable enough to change this, which the Constitution says we should, nothing's
say
going to
that.
change.
What I say? Get comfortable
comfortable
being
sound.
uncomfortable.
You're comfortable being uncomfortable.
That's how we've been already.
But are we uncomfortable enough to have a united front in changing
So
something?
I think
That's what we don't get
at
to.
this point it
You
is
damn
changing though. I think
It's
things
getting there.
are changing into the right direction. It's just gonna take time now. Things are changing, but it's not gonna be overnight. Like, people are expecting things to be automatic. They're expecting them to happen right now. Everything's not gonna happen right away. Things are changing. You can see the world is changing. Turn your TV on. There's more black anchors now than there's ever been on TV.
I think
Yeah.
the change is
Hey.
kind of different because, like, I'll put it like this: somebody that don't show up to work on the lowest level, you fired on the spot.
On the spot.
Mid level, you get a couple warnings, but you fired on the spot.
Yeah.
senators and House of Representatives, you don't come to you had 365 days to figure out what we're doing with this budget. Your job doesn't get done. Military people don't get paid. And you still keep your job. You still keep your pension. You still keep XYZ.
Yeah.
And you only
So
work
where
like
the-
90 days in a year.
So where the hell does that make sense? And who sets that standard?
My
They
thing-
vote in their own interest.
My thing is every time there's a shutdown and other people don't get paid, they shouldn't get paid.
Hell no. But
I
And I
agree
believe,
with
and I
that.
believe in term limits. We
What-
need to start
what
limiting
is your
these
name again?
old
What is his
people.
name again?
Oh, Marcus.
Marcus.
Yes.
Marcus, yes, you could say, well, if we don't get paid, they don't get paid, but they don't care.
But that's
they
fine.
voted on
That
that.
money is not going to hurt them. They
It's
have
not gonna
other,
hurt them.
They have other businesses and things going on.
But what I
That matter
also think
more.
is they need to
You're right.
disclose where their money goes to, because a lot of them have outside interests and interest in other companies
they
that we
do.
sit there and put tariffs on, and they control who we put tariffs on. So a lot of them have controlling interests in a lot of these other places. So I think we need to be more diligent in that. But as far as them getting paid what they're getting paid, I think that they should get cut off, and I think there needs to be term limits. There's no reason why an 80-year-old man gets to decide policy for me when he won't be alive to see how it affects me or my children.
Amen.
Sure.
I would agree
Hey,
with that.
Fat
Oh.
FACTZ.
Yes.
Show on that.
But
So-
I do agree with you. Honestly, I agree with Kiana too. I think that we are at a point where we are uncomfortable. This generation and going forward is uncomfortable enough to make a change, because now you have people asking the question, why do I have to vote for the lesser of two evils?
You're
Why can't we see someone else other than an older white gentleman in office? Why can't we see a Hispanic or an Asian or a black
You're right.
in
But
office?
the downside of that,
So-
I think that we see that not voting for the lesser of two evils, we see what happened in 2016.
Yeah, you see what happens
Yeah.
when you don't vote for the lesser two evils. But the fact that the conversation is starting to happen of
Yeah.
asking, why do we have to do this? This is when your change starts. Because by
You're
the
right.
time 2024 gets here, when our kids will be old enough to vote, they may be demanding, no, I'm not happy with neither one of y'all. Y'all need to bring somebody else.
I think
That's
the reason
true.
y'all see these
The
people
rise
is
of
because
the
of
third
money.
party.
What you got, newbie?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it comes down to, like I said, businesses. Like when we founded, I feel like when we founded this country, we had the moral division between business, church, and money, and now we're coming into a place where now, I can own. Let's just say I own $100 billion country. The amount of money that I can pump into this candidate can make enough so that you didn't even see this guy who had all these great ideas. You didn't get to even hear the policies of this person, because if you weren't tracking it on social media, which gets pumped by obviously a lot of traffic, but it comes down to, I have the money to feed this person. We have a lobbyist to also feed in my interest because I make money. We're all going to feed this person. So now it looks like you really only do have two candidates,
Right.
which is Democrat and Republican.
Yeah, it's like a
Right.
hand.
And that's exactly what it is.
Shout out to
Yeah.
Kanye.
But also, I think it comes down
Hey,
to,
we ain't
for
doing
instance, you
Getting
had
there.
Bernie Sanders as a candidate, and I'm gonna throw him out there because a lot of the things
love
that Bernie
Bernie.
Sanders was talking about, as far as free healthcare, free college, and he basically wanted to model America after European
Canada.
countries,
And we called
Canada,
it socialism.
Switzerland,
Yeah.
exactly. So I think that America is not, well, no, some of America is ready for that, but most of America is not ready to level the playing field.
That's why.
When you do what he's doing, you take away the haves and the have-nots.
That's why Bernie
You
was-
take away the fact
make
that
it.
I could sit in the same emergency room and get the same surgery you getting, and I don't have to pay for it, and neither do you, even though you have more money.
Yeah.
But it takes away the fact of
The
it-
seniority
right,
of
there's
the
no-
whole...
right, it takes away all of that.
Yeah.
And I just don't think America, some of us are, but I think most of us, especially baby boomers who come from old money,
Yep.
That's
They
why
don't want that.
Biden was the safe choice, because he doesn't scare baby boomers off like
Right.
that.
Yep.
Yeah,
Bernie
he
scares
embraced
them.
him.
When
Yeah.
you talk about redistributing wealth to someone who's never had to worry about money before, you ain't gonna get them to vote for you.
right,
You're
they
just
like,
not.
oh no.
They're gonna vote for where their pockets is safe.
Exactly.
And
Bernie
that's why-
kept it real though.
Bernie kept it real, but the sacrifice of keeping it real is you're not gonna get elected.
Yeah.
It's
Right.
just not gonna happen.
You can't be a politician that's for the people. That's not what modern day politics is about.
But he sacrificed being president for that.
Yeah,
though.
he sacrificed
for
being
what he
president.
believed in.
Now,
y'all think
I
we're
would
gonna-
say this. I've said up for a little bit, but if you ask me, I thought Donald Trump ran a very I mean, aside of a lot of some of the certain things he said about
The racist.
yeah, about that. But besides that,
It was
he ran a
successful.
very left wing
I can
left wing campaign.
So you're saying
He
he's a
did.
true
in the
Republican?
Republican Party. No, he was a Democrat many years before
Yeah,
that.
he's
Yeah.
always been.
He
a
ran a
Democrat.
left wing.
I can agree
Like
with that.
get out
Republicans
the
don't know what
wars, keep
Republicanism
jobs
is.
here.
Yeah.
At one point, the man was for Medicare for all.
Yeah.
Wow, he
Yeah.
was the sitting president. His age
And he
fucked him out
wanted
of
to
it.
bring troops back.
He just wanted to
Yeah,
redo
those are all
Obamacare.
left wing policies.
Yeah.
Literally.
Well, it's not like it's not anything different. Reagan, back when Reagan was talking about Medicare for all, Republicans were for it. Then when Clinton comes along and talks about it, they're not for it. It's just who
Exactly.
brings it up.
Exactly.
It doesn't really matter. They're just playing partisan politics.
Right.
It
And
doesn't
that's-
matter what's actually being said.
So it's all theater.
It's all who says it.
Exactly.
That's it.
It's about who we like.
I got a real question real quick. Do you think these college funds are about to get waived or gotten rid of?
Not all of them, no.
No.
I
That's
just
too
wanted
much
to ask
profit,
because
man.
that was a
No, no.
campaign promise.
That's profit.
No.
So
That's-
I'm just curious. if,
education in this country, and I'm sad to say this,
It's a
but
damn
education
shame.
in this country is a business.
it
Exactly.
show
Not a
is.
privilege.
It's
It is not a privilege.
privilege.
It is a business.
It show
You
is.
know, and the
why I'm on this
sad
podcast.
thing about it is,
Hey,
You ain't getting
Right.
paid, Marcus. Just so
and
you
that's
know.
why a lot of these school loans. Do I think they'll probably waive like 5,000, if that?
If
yeah,
that,
just
yeah.
just to satisfy the people. But for the most part, then you're going to have universities and colleges with their. Well, how are we supposed to make money? You making money. But if you take that away and make everything free or waive the student loans, that also takes away money that's paid into the government. So no, I don't think it's a business.
So the big part
Capitalism.
about that is that free health care as far as Medicare for all, make public schools as far as college tuition free. Treat the 12th grade as you would treat
A
freshman
college,
year at a public school.
Mm-hmm.
So you do that, taxes will go up for sure. There's people saying that. Well,
He said that.
I don't want to pay taxes for somebody that's not mine to
Especially
go
when
to
Exactly.
I had
that
to
public
pay.
school.
Yeah.
I don't want to pay for that shit right there. I don't want to pay for somebody who's been smoking for 50 years and pay for their medical bills.
Mm-hmm.
But in that same system, it also covers somebody in your family that may be going
To
through
go
the
to
same
school.
exact shit, or somebody in your family that may be and going through the same the health aspect too as well. So, and some people call it, that's more of a communist system. Well,
It is.
not necessarily, and communism is like the very extreme left wing, as fascism is like extreme left wing. We've seen that with communism with Stalin and fascism with Mussolini in World War II.
Mussolini, yep.
Yeah. So there's things that as a society that you would have to give to get. I feel like a hybrid system of socialism, which you do have. I mean, you pay taxes to have the police. You pay taxes to have the fire department. Call a special number when your house is on fire.
Yeah.
They have a bunch of dudes in private uniforms that come out, put your
sure
fire
have.
out.
It's
You
like
have
in
we have a
showing-
public number. The
it's like in
military
showing
is a
the risk
socialist
taker.
system.
Yeah.
Parks and recs, that's all socialist too as well.
Yeah.
I mean, you have socialist programs already in the United
Right.
States. Medicare is a socialist program. Imagine running on the platform right now and say, look, I'm getting rid of Medicare. That's what I'm here for.
I heard that's being talked about. Is we're
It
getting
is.
rid of
It
some
is
of this
being
stuff.
talked
It's
about.
But
It
think
is.
it's sad now.
You
How
can't
those
keep it
baby
solvent.
boomers look at that then?
So well in Georgia, I
Social
think
Security.
that
I'm here to take that away from you.
They
Social
were in
program.
talks to talk about taking Social Security away. That was in the
And
in the
how do
works.
they act?
It
They
was
lost their
crazy.
minds.
We ain't
Like,
doing that.
I
We've been
feel the-
invested for this many years.
Yeah,
and
it's
I
too
feel
late
the same
now.
exact
Yeah.
way.
Social Security for all.
I paid into it too
I
much.
think right, and I haven't
Yes,
We
we
pay
do.
into it.
We all
every
do.
month.
Yeah,
been.
we all
Yeah,
do.
I mean that's a lot of money I pay into. Shit, I've been working since
they're
I was
already
15.
saying that they don't have enough money to pay out the people
Well,
that are receiving Social
How do
Security
you,
now.
this is what I don't
So-
understand.
You know
Easy
what
to
fixes all of this though?
How do you
Just
cut back on the damn salaries from the House and the
Cut-
damn Senate? Cut
It's
back
not e-
on the
it's not enough.
salaries.
It's not
That's
even
not
just
enough.
that. Forgive people their student loans and let them pour that money into the economy that they would have been paying all these institutions like Sally Mae that comes to get me every fucking month.
I agree.
Like you want someone to put money into these restaurants
Pastor
that
Marcus,
are failing.
go on ahead.
Go ahead and let me go to a
Hey.
restaurant and eat without having to worry about Sally Mae
You know
on my
what?
back.
It's in the-
Marcus, I
it's in
actually,
the works.
yes, I agree with you. The whole point is
I will put
that
money into your economy.
it's
if
already
you let
been
me keep my
said.
money.
Student
Yeah.
loans is the setback to most
You ain't lying.
over half of Americans that can't even participate in real estate, buying real estate. You can't participate in the travel industry. Where am I going? I got student loans. You can't participate in, like you said, promoting small businesses or big corporations because I have student loans. There are a lot of things that I can't even keep a job if I default on my student loans.
Exactly.
So to me,
Shout out
student
DC.
loans are
Wow,
just like
I did
see
not
people
know that.
buying houses and stuff. Like my parents and they siblings. Oh, I was 28 when I bought my first house. Well, here I am, 28. I'm trying to buy my first
But
house,
your
but I'm
student
still held
loans.
back by student loans because you told me these loans would help me get jobs that aren't actually out here for me to get.
And it was crazy?
And now I'm
They
like,
never had to go through that shit.
They never did.
So you
know
it was
what
a
the
lot
crazy
easier when a
thing
house was
is?
$20-something thousand. It was easier for you.
No,
Now, you
I
are
I'm paying
just I agree with you
$200,000
saying.
for
I
a
do.
two-bedroom house.
I do
Yeah.
think the government should be responsible for that.
Hey.
And I made a point to a coworker of mine. I said, if you
Last
ever
point on COVID,
notice,
by the way.
if you ever
We ain't even
notice,
talk about COVID. Let's be
Right, we
honest.
ain't
Yeah.
finished talking about
The
COVID.
conversation evolved.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
For sure.
Now
But
y'all
if
know
you-
the
if you
plight
ever
of Harvard
notice
Weinstein.
It's all important.
That school recruiters they go to richer neighborhoods, but school recruiters they go to the poorest neighborhoods the most and push the idea: if you go to college, you'll graduate with a 6-figure job. Go to college, you'll graduate. Do this,
line.
student loans, financial aid. They have all these resources to push in these poor neighborhoods. Because number one, they know kids in poor neighborhoods don't have money to pay for college, so they're going to take out
do.
financial aid,
Exactly.
which means you're going to owe loans, which means you're going to pay them back, which means they get to charge you interest for the rest of your life. And by the time you finish
That's
paying
crazy.
off,
It's the line they draw
Yes,
because then they say,
but that's
"Oh, your
the
daddy
line.
and mommy make too much for you to,
Yes.
for you to go for free.
Or take a loan,
Yeah,
take
yeah,
out a
yeah.
loan.
But now you need to take out a loan.
But the thing is, I just think that the government should be responsible in at that aspect, because when I was growing up, I was told that in order for you to be successful, you had to have
go to
this degree.
yep.
But when I got older, I learned no, it took the fact that you were marketable, and it took what you had up here, other than that piece of paper, for you to be
and we
successful.
wonder why we're behind in education to all these other countries.
We
Amen.
rank like what? Bottom.
Your
maybe
paper
20?
is worth what you can pay for.
What do we
it.
rank? 20
Yeah.
right now.
Man, we trash.
Half these countries actually, like Germany,
We have
they
to
do
we have to
4-day school weeks.
import scholars
Yeah.
to help us
Jap-
build up our
I know
own.
Japan
Yeah.
does.
Like it's terrible.
Japan does, Germany does, and Korea, I believe. But this was
If
back
we were better
in
educated, we would know
2000,
better.
2006.
That's
Hey,
crazy.
Hey,
Hey, and honestly, one thing COVID has done to as well is set education back too. Like we don't have that.
All
Either
the way
very
back.
little we did
But
have.
I would agree
All
because
the way back.
even with COVID, so we had a 12th grader. Even with
Real quick, we got to move on.
go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I'm hitting the
Nah,
bathroom
go
break.
No, please, you're talking. Go ahead.
School in general is hard at this moment. I know so many children who are failing, so many adults who are failing because it's hard for them. They're visual learners. So it's gonna get cold.
hey,
in here.
newbie. Don't close the door all the way.
We might not hear you knocking, player.
It's hard for them to adapt to the schooling because of COVID. Like
Yeah.
really hard. Like,
But that's our failure on our response to it.
what do you mean?
So you have a president who knew this stuff was here in January. He knew
I would agree,
Before then.
120%.
before then.
Because I got sick in December.
I got
think
sick
he
in
knew.
December.
I think he
and
knew
I think
in
I
December.
probably had it in December.
I think a
Oh,
lot of
yeah.
people had COVID in
Everybody.
December.
But my thing is, when you hide that from the people, and you decide hiding it is better than creating a response to it, by the time the school year is pushing, you have no way to regulate or mandate any kind of sanitary, usage of the schools. So you're at the mercy of the pandemic at that point.
DC, I would agree with that.
So I just think that kids are now feeling the brunt of failed policy.
Amen.
And it's a failure on the American people because we allowed it to happen. And it's a failure on all of us who decided that too. And I'm not trying to blame us for it, but the fact that we said we don't want to vote for either one of them because,
We don't wanna vote for
like
the
either
lesser
one of
of
them. We don't want
two
to lesser the
evils.
lesser of two evils. And that
Right.
lesser of two evils mentality has created the last 4 years of mess that we got into. And when you do that, you got to be prepared for what else happens next, and you can't complain because you allowed it to happen.
You might sir need to teach a class. on
DC
And that's-
said.
Hey, let me
DC said the whole government knew, just like
Yeah.
they knew
I
about
believe that.
UFOs.
9/11. UFOs.
Oh, now
Nothing ain't new.
that was
Welcome to April.
I say both parties are all liars. They just got their hands in different pockets. That's the way I
true.
look at it.
So I want to move on to what Nell said too as well, but I want to read just some of these comments here. I want to go back. This DC was going off here.
He was.
So,
It was too much.
Let me just read his comments real quick. I got it. We're going back. DC on Twitch. They're going to take it away because they know they can't keep paying people. The money is gone. Social Security. You go, Marcus. But a lot of people are still in the lie of getting a degree to get a good job when knowing 20 years later your degree isn't worth anything without experience.
That is
And
crazy.
experience is
worth way
everything.
more than a degree, right?
But a degree gives you that backbone too as well. But
Plus
how do you
certifications.
get certifications? But how you get all that without experience? Like they go hand in hand.
So let me
You
answer
told me
this
not really
question
get-
for you.
well,
there are a
we'll
lot
see.
of people in the government who started out when they were like 15, 16
As
years
students.
old. And as students, because they had a lot of those programs back then, student internship programs, and are still in the government today and have not went to college for anything. But their experience supersedes a college degree because they've been in the government for so long. Most of these people who've been in the government for at least 15, 20 years, I guarantee they started out when they were like
I started
15,
out as a
16.
government intern at the
Well,
age of 14.
I'll put
Exactly.
just real quick to tie that all in because I want to keep going through these comments. I mean, look at us running a podcast. We have more experience than somebody that got a 4-year degree in communications.
That is true.
So there it is. I mean, some certain fields require certain things, but I mean, it's stuff that we have to teach our children going forward.
Yeah.
Let's see what he talking about right here. DC. We also just rely on the government to teach our children. Most people don't take the time to educate their own children, which is very, very true.
Factual.
Absolutely.
Shout out to both my kids being homeschooled right now too as well.
Did y'all
Shout
high
out to us
schools?
educating Nike and Keon outside of what the school was teaching
We're
them.
educating like we're still in the 1950s, though, when there's a parent that stays at home. Most homes now have two parents working, and the system
Right.
was not built
Right.
for that. It was
Exactly.
built for a stay-at-home mom who did the
So
domestics
you
while
right.
dad went out and worked.
And
we
I'm
have
gonna
not
say
evolved.
this
I
also.
would agree on. I would
It's-
absolutely. You need to come on the podcast.
yeah,
more
you
often.
do. You do.
I got
I
a
would
month
agree
left,
with
baby.
that.
But
I
I'm
would
going to
agree
say
with
this.
that.
He
Not
ain't
only
playing.
that, it's
Right.
not that
It's
you
that go-
can't, you're neglecting to teach your kids, but you can't. Have you all seen what they do in math? What are these boxes and arrows and all that they're drawing? I cannot teach my daughter math. I can teach her my way.
Hey, you know what it is? Honestly, it's just something for someone to get their name on.
Yeah,
It
because
is.
the new math,
It's bullet hunting.
it
Yeah, see?
wasn't worth
That's
too goddamn.
crazy.
I'm gonna tell you why. It's gonna end up going out the window. I can tell you that now. It's gonna go out the window because parents are teaching off of the basics of what they learn. The new age math is not built for basic math. It's
I
not gonna.
teach long division.
It's not gonna help
Have you
you
seen
with
some
the
of that?
basic skills.
I've been seeing some of that. It looks crazy.
Like
The new-
it's beyond crazy.
It's too
Yeah.
much.
It's too much. You're doing too much work to get the same.
The
Answer.
answer.
The
Did
same
you all
answer.
see? It's something on Facebook where there's a mother and daughter, and they're
Mm-hmm.
solving 24 times 24. The mother does it in literally 1 minute,
Right.
and the daughter is just drawing a
Well, see, they
square.
said it was to
It's
show
like
you.
boxes.
That's what they want
For
you to
days.
show
it's,
your work.
It's not right. But we showed our work too.
Yeah, we did.
So why isn't this way, the general way that we've been learning, more important than
Somebody
this
needs
new
their name
age?
on a new method.
Right, but it doesn't make
And that's
this
all it is right
This
there.
And
new
honestly-
method isn't worth.
At the end of the day, what these kids need to learn is if you have $200 and your electric bill is $100, you pay the electric bill and you only have $100 left.
Last
That's it,
point
that's
right there.
all.
Yeah.
Last
That's
point on
it,
that
that's
one. Last
all.
point.
That's it, that's all.
Absolutely.
Yep,
Yeah.
I like that.
Absolutely.
So
like that.
what Nell and DC alluded to as well, talking about the government. Do y'all remember UFOs being announced as a legitimate thing by the U.S. government too as well?
Sure do.
I heard something
April.
like that.
We're on April now. April 2020. UFO files released. The government admitted that we have all 4 vehicles from other places, and everybody was like, "Cool." And nobody, and DC said, and nobody cared. I was sitting there reading this shit like, "Are you
Exactly.
serious?" The
And the-
Pentagon itself said that we have all 4 vehicles.
And the crazy thing is to me was
Vehicles.
that it came from the Navy, and this is so in the military, when you see something new, you come up with a new program to kind of figure out what's going on.
They already had a program.
They had a exactly
It was already set in place
for so long,
for years.
and we have 3 videos that kind of came out. I didn't see. I don't know if more came out.
Kinda.
Why are you surprised, though?
What the video that came out this
Exactly.
year, the
Exactly.
UFO?
I think when we had
Yeah,
when
they
we-
Yeah.
were crazy.
when we had conversations about it, it was like, oh, so this world the universe is supposed to be so big, and we supposed to be the only living people on on one planet. That just doesn't even make sense logically.
Well, I
It
agree.
doesn't.
You got to think about how people talk about it.
The
though,
Drake
because
equation.
you say the word world.
Yeah, I say
Most people
universe.
use that interchangeably with Earth,
Right.
No.
They,
and,
yeah.
and that's why
For
people
sure.
can't comprehend the fact
Right.
that this could be a thing.
right.
Because when we say, "Hey, this is my whole world," that you mean that's your Earth.
Just
It's
Earth.
what you're thinking.
No,
It's
it's
space.
more.
You know, yeah,
So
this is all you know.
So I guess
It's
the
more
word to
than just
use
that.
is universe because most
Right.
people do equate the world with just
Just
Earth.
So the way it was tied in, the way it was kind of cleaned up a little bit is that, we didn't know this could be China or Russia, but
It's unidentified.
unidentified. But when you see a tic tac shape going left to right at many miles per hour,
Yeah.
and it's stopping, flipping around, going up, going back down, left, right, going in the ocean, coming back out of it, and disappearing.
That-
Luck.
But they did they did
Look,
some good
there
damage
ain't nothing
control because
man-made.
nobody's thinking about it anymore. Like
But
nobody's
you know what
like,
though? It was released at a time where COVID. It was in April where
Everything,
COVID.
Yeah.
COVID was still
was-
big.
COVID was over. I mean, it still is, like, obviously, in a different sense.
But I mean, at that time,
at that point
COVID
right
was
there, like, I mean, you thought the air you breathe or
right.
right,
COVID,
you're gonna die.
you're gonna die.
So anything
Yeah.
you touch, anything you at that time. Let me see. So beginning of August. So this happened at the beginning of August.
No, April.
I mean
April,
April.
yeah.
This
Yeah,
happened at
you're
the
good.
beginning of April. Most jobs didn't shut down until the end of March. They still had that 2-week grace period.
So most
But they
people
shut down.
they're just on different things.
Right. So by the time April came, everything was in a complete panic mode. Everything was complete panic. There was no toilet tissue. There was no everybody.
no Lysol, there was
nobody
no
wanted to
water.
go to a store. Nobody wanted to do anything because by this time, everything was shutting down.
Mm-hmm.
So when this UFO thing came out, nobody paid attention to it. The government covered this shit up really well because they had COVID to top it.
I
All right,
really
hold a
don't.
second, DC. Hold a second. I gotta call you out right there. It's actually still not that far fetched that this could be just another government free Operation Paperclip. You learn about how advanced the Nazis were technology.
He-
I
It's one thing about
agree.
it's one thing.
Not
It's one
lying.
thing with the
I
Nazis.
agree.
No second. Stop right there. One thing with the Nazis that they have already came involved with aircraft or vehicles off this
Well, we
world.
hired them after the
Yeah.
war.
Exactly.
We
That's
hired
part-
nothing
yeah.
but Nazis to fix. We
Yeah.
gave them immunity to come work for us to teach us how to build
You're a
rockets.
Nazi,
and do
cool.
things.
Come
It
over
was-
here. Oh, have families. Yeah, live over here. Here's money. Have children. Your children have children. Oh,
Right.
damn. Why is it so racist?
That's why racism never bothered America. It's just what can we gain from you.
But real
Right.
quick though,
It's-
like that's just so crazy to me how like I get like a lot of businesses are doing their thing, but there literally is nothing crazier you can put on the news than potentially something from. We can't go to. I mean,
It's
we've been to the-
2020, newbie. There's nothing crazy on the news.
No, that
mean,
just shows you
how
how
long-
selfish we
Desensitized.
are.
we
Desensitized.
apparently
That part.
we can't get to Mars right now.
No, that just shows you how selfish we really are. Oh, there's a UFO. Oh, but I'm about to die of COVID. Fuck the UFOs. So
But
I mean, that just shows
is
that.
we the U.S. or
It's a
is we
perfect
a
time to release it.
worldwide thing? Because
I
it should have been worldwide news.
But at
Yeah.
this point, I think because COVID was worldwide, you got to think it was something worldwide. It wasn't just us dealing with it. It was
Yeah.
literally worldwide.
It's a perfect time to release news like this.
Exactly. It was a perfect
And they raised
time.
20,000 papers.
And then on top of that, you have to understand around the world, not everybody controls what they see on TV.
yeah,
Some
you ain't
governments
lying.
control what people
Yeah.
see on TV.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
So-
State television, boy.
That's a great
it.
point.
So I have a question. It's a fun question. So let's just say they
A
were,
fun question.
yeah, they were UFOs. Do you all want to meet these?
Hell no.
I do.
I don't know.
I do.
Regular
Crazy
people
as
sometimes.
hell.
What makes you think I
I
want to?
actually do, right? And I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you why I do.
I
embarrassed.
have questions. I would say that.
Not here in this
Yeah.
podcast.
To interact with somebody other than a normal human being, right?
We interact with not normal human beings every day.
Every damn day.
Amen to
Because I got
that.
a lot of them.
We
I
got
deal
one
with.
that's president. I mean, I
Right.
don't think I really need.
But I mean, an actual alien.
Man,
What by
president.
definition from our government, an actual alien, someone who we are not to have looked like. What would their speech be like?
I wouldn't understand it, so I don't. Think
I don't
Exactly,
think we
but
would either.
would you go further into trying
What would
to
their
understand?
attitude be like?
So,
Right.
have you ever
You
seen?
Like, we're
Have you
idiots.
seen?
It would be like we're idiots.
Independence Day.
No, hell no. Encounters of the Third.
Yeah,
third
Kind.
I know
kind.
what you're talking
Yeah.
about. Yeah.
You remember that last scene? How they
They
interacted
walked.
with the
Yeah.
the different spaceship with the
Yeah.
mathematical equations and the lights.
Yep.
It would be because the thing is that, like I said, a Drake equation, which is supposed to rule the entire universe.
Yep.
Mathematics. That's how interaction
Right.
would be.
But see, that's still assuming they that what we know as mathematics is all that mathematics
Right.
is.
And like their physics could be different.
And that's
everything
what I'm
could be
saying,
different. where
like-
they
Their
come
gravity
from.
would be different.
Y'all don't
Personally-
think that would be cool to like
No,
try to
our
figure
first
out
thing
and
for us,
find
yeah.
out?
Intention.
Would it be?
us.
Hell yeah.
It'd be
cool.
only cool if I could realize if we could overpower them.
They don't.
As long
Exactly.
as we're superior.
Yeah.
They,
it's
don't, they don't care about. They don't care about Lil Uzi Vert.
So,
They don't care about none of that.
How will we define?
There has
us
never
as
been a
being
time
the
in history-
superior Source,
there
though?
has never been a time in
who's to say
history,
that we
though?
are going to be the superior ones?
We
Who's to-
won't.
We
We
won't.
won't
If they
be.
come here,
Right.
we're definitely not.
Nah.
This is the thing. There's
So they
never
don't
been
care
a time.
about none. We gotta say.
They're already here, evidently, so we're not superior.
They got
Right.
nothing. If they can make it to us, we ain't superior.
Yeah.
Nah.
Exactly.
And
They'll
there's
be
never
like-
been a time
Because
a
we
superior
can't make it
force.
to them.
Did you not meet
So we
Thanos?
can't make it to them, but they can make it to us. That makes them superior.
There's
New
They
never
want to
organs.
harvest your organs.
Yeah, there's just never been a time
I'm
when the
about to-
superior forces come down and
about
let
to
a
be
weaker
Thanos.
force stay and live.
Did you
Exactly.
not see Thanos?
It's not gonna be a thing.
He gonna hit that snap
So
your
they
fingers.
can stay where they at.
He gonna be gone.
Yeah, I agree. Me personally, I brought the question up because I was interested here, but I do not want to meet any
Hell
other life
no.
form. For the simple fact, like he said, I do not think they would come here with the intentions of, oh, let's kumbaya and be friends.
Hell
No.
no.
So
We've
what
seen-
if-
we've seen that throughout history.
What if-
Putting
The
gas on
Indians
There's
and
no,
the-
yeah, there's no superior force that lets a weaker force
Right.
stay.
So
No,
what
it's
if
just
what
not
if
gonna
it
happen.
was
No.
like a clone universe?
No.
I don't want to meet me because sometimes
They would
I
probably
don't like
say
me. So I don't want to meet another me.
Right.
he
That
probably
don't even-
taller as hell.
I
So
ain't trying
you
to go to
mean
Earth
to tell me
looking.
you would like to live through what's the movie Us? You would like to live through something like what if
Oh,
your
hell
tether?
nah,
Yeah,
hell
yeah,
nah.
no, I don't want to meet my
Hell
other
no.
half.
No, I
I,
don't
I
want
know
that.
what my other half is like. I've visited my other half.
But what
through
if they
me.
are already here and
then,
working?
you know, leave that bitch wherever she is.
What you
So-
mean? Well, hold on. What you mean?
She was saying if there was a clone universe, meaning everything it is the way it is on another universe, that means
Hey,
there's
bruh.
another you.
So
So Earth 2.
That's crazy.
Earth 2, different newbie can hit a jumper.
Ooh.
You know what? That would be a good movie too.
Hey, DC old one, bro.
He's so different, and you know what? Out of respect for DC,
DC old one.
I'm
What
just
did
gonna
he
say
say?
Happy holidays. I love you, bro. That's
I'm
what
sorry,
I'm
my
gonna leave
vision
right
is
He
not that
said a
great. What did
different
he say?
newbie hit a jumper.
there. He probably could have beat you in San
My vision
Antonio.
still ain't that great.
Mm-hmm.
I love you too, newbie.
That's crazy.
Hey,
That's the
real
homie
quick,
right
just one by one. I'm gonna call you out.
Oh Lord.
Kiana, are aliens real?
Yeah.
In the mic, please. You
That's
way far
crazy.
off.
Of
in outer-
course
You
they
ain't as far
are.
off as aliens, evidently.
As outer space, right? Yes, they're real.
Now, what you think?
Yeah, they're
I'm talking intelligent life beings that walk on two legs, that can hold a hand out, shake your hand, and have a conversation.
Why we?
What the hell do you
They're
think
real.
they got the
They're real.
idea to make these movies from? That shit is
we,
real.
We made that.
So you saying life?
we made that.
We have
art is imitating
imagination.
life?
Art imitates life every day. What do
Veronica,
you
what do you-
really believe that it doesn't?
Veronica, what you
I
think?
do, but I think that it's.
We still have imagination too.
I do think aliens are real, but I don't think they are like they are in the movies.
For sure.
That's what I was at.
Newbie, what you got?
I feel like you go outside your house, you look up in them stars. You got to be crazy to feel like we have everything figured out. You know, we talk about how small the Milky Way is in the whole grand scheme of things, and that's where I'm at. I ain't gonna ask y'all no questions. I'm just gonna ask what time my shift is when they show up here.
I
Marcus,
don't
what
want
you
no
got?
trouble.
I don't think we're alone per se, but I don't think life is what we think it is outside of the universe. I do think. I mean, we talking about life. You got to define life at the first
Right.
set. So it could just be like amoebas floating around in
A
somewhere.
plant.
They already
or
found it on
plants or
Mars.
whatnot. You know, things like that.
Water.
Is there other intelligent life as us? I mean, I think we're gonna find more evidence of that every day. So let's
You
stay
never
tuned.
know.
One of the greatest movie scenes I've seen as far as aliens go, and I believe that aliens are 100% real. Like, it's just dumb not to think it. As far as how big the universe is, and it just keeps expanding too as well.
It's back we're on this podcast. It's
Hey.
crazy.
And
Exactly.
also contracting. That's also weird shit.
Another one. I don't know if a movie I've seen, Valerian in the City of a Thousand Planets.
It was really good.
I didn't see
we
that
seen
the
that
movie.
together,
Oh,
didn't we?
That's what the chick
I
that
didn't like
looked
the
mad
movie at
all
all.
the time,
I
right?
like the movie, but I will say this though:
I never saw it.
I
the
never
very
saw it
first scene of that movie is probably one of the best scenes I've ever seen in a space movie ever.
Really?
either.
Where it's like
Interstellar?
it's like humans. It's kind of, you know what? It's kind of on that level as far as that. It starts off with humans meeting different humans as far as like in space, different Chinese, Iranian, Russians, astronauts or cosmonauts. They come into contact with American astronauts, in space, and they all go off with the shaking the hands too as well. But then 100 years pass, and there's eventually like a alien life form, and they come to the space station. And I don't want to give it away too much if you haven't seen it, but I've seen the link. It's something just it's just interesting to watch it, and it goes on for like many years after that.
Wow.
But I would recommend it. It's just interesting to watch.
Have you seen that movie Life?
Yeah, I have.
The one with when they on the space station? I think it'll be probably more like that.
I hope not.
I don't think anything's gonna be like maybe not walking the way we say on two legs and whatnot, but it's gonna be something intelligent enough to be predatory like that.
That was almost like Alien.
Yeah.
I mean, can you imagine a bunch of those coming to Earth? We
You
done.
talking about the
hate to
sitcom,
see
the
it.
Life was a
show,
good
the
movie.
series, Alien?
No.
I'm about
the
to
movie.
say that old
The
show.
movie.
If you haven't seen Life, you need to go watch that.
Well, yeah, that's what he is talking about, Alien.
Similar
that
concept.
movie, but it's a similar concept.
I think that some people that are on this earth are aliens. I do not think everybody here is. They
wouldn't be shocked.
appear to be human,
I wouldn't be shocked.
but I don't think
I
they
wouldn't
are.
be shocked.
You know.
Explains
You
your
know
head, newbie. Explains that head, man.
All right, so next the next three I'm gonna wrap up together
We
as
doing
far
that?
as
Leave you alone.
hey, leave that man be. Next three we're gonna wrap it together because they all go together. I'm gonna give you 6 names, first name, last name. Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, and George Floyd. This covers April, May, and June. Breonna Taylor, we know she was
In her house,
attacked, sleeping, got shot up, wrong house,
No knock
wrong
warrant,
dude,
wrong
no knock
house, wrong
warrant,
dude.
Louisville, Kentucky.
Shout out to Kentucky who passed the bill for no more no knock warrants. You gotta have a warrant
Virginia just
to knock
passed
on
it
the
too.
door.
But
They
the
did.
but the
Yeah,
fact is that we
yeah.
saw at
Yeah.
the end of the day that drywall was worth more than her life.
For
Yeah.
sure
It was.
That's crazy.
All right, so we can talk more about that. Ahmaud Arbery.
Jogging
He
down
was
the damn
jogging
street.
down the street, got killed by just two white dudes.
Thugs. Let's call them thugs for once.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's
They're
do
not
that.
militia, they're thugs.
Let's do that.
And
That's
they're
what it is.
actually releasing more footage showing that the police did show up on the scene and did not give any immediate medical attention.
Yeah.
Insane.
Yeah.
Georgia, we're looking at you. And then of course,
George
the
Floyd.
big one of the year, George Floyd.
Yeah.
He was
George Floyd was
It
the
wasn't
breaking
even-
point.
it
It was
wa-
the breaking point.
well, hold a second. It wasn't even confirmed ever if his counterfeit bill was
Because that don't matter
It's
when you're black.
counterfeit.
No, it was. It was. It was actually confirmed that it was.
It was real. They confirmed
It was real.
that it was counterfeit.
No,
No.
it was real. His
was a real
$20
bill.
bill was real.
What? Okay, that goes even more of my point then.
Right. It was real.
That he had a real $20 bill.
Mm-hmm.
The police got called on him. Some people said that he resisted arrest as a third, but I mean, you're a civilian in a panic situation,
Yeah.
and the cops are on you for something you did legally, and people that are public servants, which some of us in this room are also, I consider to be public servants, that we don't react in the way that we kill our own Americans.
Absolutely
Insane.
not.
Right.
It's insane.
So, with that being said, I want to start off with Marcus. Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, George Floyd, the civil unrest that passed off after that, how people reacted especially after George Floyd. What are your thoughts on everything in its entirety, as far as even the Black Lives Matter protests and the protests across the country during that time?
You might not like it, but what's new? What's new?
I would agree.
What's changed from the '60s? And this is why I say it. It's great. We unify, we come together, we get a verdict that doesn't even matter at the end of the day. It doesn't do enough to expunge, the actual tragedy of the crime. But now where I am currently, and this might be controversial, but I fault us
Again?
because we come together in these moments, and when we get a verdict, we dissipate. And we fringe off into all these other, and that's what they want, us to not be focused and unified. We never focus on one specific thing we want. We start all these fringe groups going out, and we lose focus on what we're actually fighting for. And once a verdict gets done, we forget about it. And I'm tired of it, because once we do that, we play into what they want. It's been happening too long. And we see change, we want change, Well, you got to be it. At a certain point, you got to be it. Stop looking for other people to do it.
Amen.
And we keep doing it. And every time, like Breonna Taylor, we get a law passed. That's great. Now, how are we going to keep pressure on their necks now? We're not talking about it. We think we got all we wanted. It'll happen again.
It will. You know what?
And I'm just waiting.
It's already happened.
Yeah, and I would agree with that 120%. But at the same time, again, I will stick with the statement I said earlier. We are making strides in the right direction. Everything has to start somewhere, and I think people in general don't realize that everybody has a starting point. So yeah, maybe.
I think what I'm saying is I'm tired of starting. That's the problem with me. I'm tired of starting. You look at 250 million people in India can sit there and protest working conditions all on one day, but 13 million black people can't sit there and say we're done.
You
Right.
damn right. You damn right.
We can't say we done, but a whole nother country can shut their whole country down.
Right.
But we can't do it.
But I agree with Marcus.
That's my
what
problem.
you're saying, the starting point. But we started this hundreds of years ago.
That's what I'm
Our
saying.
starting point started during the Jim Crow. Right after slavery ended, that's when we started. And then we started again doing Jim Crow. And then we started again doing civil rights. And then we're started again with Rodney King. And then we're starting again in the new millennium. And then we're starting again. So what he's saying is I totally agree. Number one, first thing we need to learn is the black dollar is the most powerful dollar in this country.
I would
Damn
agree.
right.
Because
In
you
this
ain't
country,
supposed to have it in
we
the first
are
place.
we are not we are the biggest consumers in this country. And basically what he's saying, if we all did come together and shut everything down, then when you start hitting people in their pockets, because they're not gonna pay you attention when you start doing the speeches and all this, that, and the third. And that's just like when they did the Black Lives Matter Plaza. I'm not satisfied with that. Thank you. That's to pacify me.
Sounds
You know,
Where's the policy?
But
damn right.
if you start shutting down the money and then their pockets start hurting and then they realize how much that we contribute to this country, even though we are only 12 to 13% of the population, then that's when people are going to start saying, well, shit. Well, what do you want?
So my dad was born in 1937.
Who?
My dad was born in 1937.
Are you the youngest?
I am. I have a twin brother. He's the
I
youngest.
pray to
Okay.
God that you the youngest. Right.
I got a long time. I got a
What the
long
hell
running.
was your daddy doing with shit? 1937?
Hey, don't worry. Just know I'm not worried.
He was out here chicken.
So
with it.
Right.
he's doing his thing. Thanks for what you did, man. But after hearing his stories and things, I see the parallels now, and it just makes me mad because it's no different. There's really no difference in what we're doing now. It's just a replay, and they feed on that. They know that if I give you this one win on this court case,
Right.
you'll shut up about everything else that's going on.
Yeah.
And I don't have to do it. So when you say, oh, yeah, we're making strides, you're making the strides they're allowing you to make to pacify you because they're going to give you the inch.
For sure.
It's up to us to take the mile. And
So-
we never take the mile.
So let me ask you this question. When you say we never take the mile, right?
Mm-hmm.
What happened to Rosewood? What happened to why can't I think of it?
I
What
thought
happened-
You
Baltimore.
about like Seneca Village and things like that.
No. The communities that we built as black
Mm-hmm.
people to take back our dollar that they burnt down. That was us taking the strides in the right
Well, that's
direction.
the double-edged-
But we got
Like
it taken
Black Wall
away.
Street.
Yeah,
That's-
Black Wall
that's the
Street. We got it
double-edged-
taken away from us.
That's
this
the
is a-
double-edged
we tried
sword.
to build it.
That's
This
the
is a
double-edged
different
sword. It's a
generation.
different generation, and it's the double-edged sword of desegregation.
Right.
Once desegregation happened, we realized we could take our dollar elsewhere, and we forgot about ourselves.
So-
we realized we could get up, and it's not always our fault because there's better quality. There was better quality in things that we did
Absolutely.
want. But at the same time, when you forget what you built, you
Amen.
can't blame other people for you not supporting what you built.
So this is
That's
what
you.
we've had a podcast about this recently, and I said because PG County is one of the richest black communities in America, why can't we put that same wealth that we have in this community, in this county, and put it back into
Because
our
we're
children?
trying to be like them. We want to be
Yeah.
them.
And I said that I don't want to be for me and my children. I chose a different path, right? They talk about breaking generational curses, the way we talk to our children, the way we deal with our children is the same way our parents dealt with us, and it worked. Well, what about the traumas we deal with inside of our own communities, inside of our own households?
That's an individual
So-
focus.
Yo,
Yes.
It is, but
I can go all day. on
but at the
I
same
can go
time,
all day on this.
we need to go back to that mentality. It takes
we
a
need to?
village. Yeah, listen, it takes a village to raise
Really?
a child. And the reason we need to go back to that mentality is because different personalities bring different.
Who is the village? Who makes
That's
the village?
my point.
My thing is,
makes
some
the
of them
village?
villages are why we still in some of the situations
Exactly.
we're in today.
So, but
Because the village, the uncle in the village is
if
touching
you-
some of his nieces.
if you choose your village, right?
Some of them villages
But
had
now-
wolves in there
now you
destroying
have the
the sheep, and we
opportunity-
didn't let them out. when we
Now you
should've.
have the opportunity to choose your village, though.
Be good,
Our
be
generation
good.
has the opportunity to choose our village.
Do we
That
really,
choose,
though?
That yes, absolutely. I would,
Everywhere?
no. I would say our generation.
Hold a
the
second
reason-
now. I agree with Kiana's point.
I
I'm
get
gonna
what your
explain
point.
why in a
I
second.
do get her point.
I say we have the opportunity, right, to choose our village for our children. So if you want better for your child, the village that you choose will provide better for your child. And I mean mentally, physically, spiritually, and emotionally.
I don't think
Only
we have
because-
that. I don't think we have that.
Why? This is you, your person, your children, your child. Why don't you have the
Hey,
opportunity?
Newbie, real quick, I'm just back a point, just a little more information. The fact is that my children, they only go around to certain people.
That's right.
So the village back
Exactly.
in the day was
Should
the
be.
village. Like it was,
Yeah,
like,
it
I
was just
born,
whatever it was.
yeah, whoever was around, all 100 of you, that's
Right.
who our children's around.
Homeschool,
That's
right?
what it was.
But now it's a little bit different. Now I could choose my village. I choose Kiana and Darnell. I choose
Because
Veronica.
they're homeschooled.
No.
Go ahead,
No, no,
Odell.
no.
Go ahead, Odell.
village
Yeah, that's
culture
right there. That's
Go
the
ahead,
village right
Odell.
there.
Okay.
Go ahead, Odell.
Now I choose both of you to be. Everybody comes to this,
A part
this
of the
door
village.
that comes through this podcast. I choose to be part of that village because right now, those three in there, they can't see the podcast, but in 5-10 years, they can see the people that I was around too as well. And they can learn from everybody that was here.
Right.
I do-
That's why I say I choose the village.
I do
Yeah.
agree we should go back to
But
the village being there for each other.
Right.
But I also agree that we need to start choosing our village.
But that's what I'm saying. But
That's
there's
what
a,
she's
it's
saying.
a choice.
See, a
It's
lot
a
of
choice.
that-
And I'm
Our
going to
village
say,
is a
and I'm
choice
going to
now.
give you a reason why, because like you said, when we were growing up, like Ricky, you and I grew up in our family was our village.
We didn't
You
have
know,
a choice.
You know, we didn't have a choice. However, as you get older, you realize that some people's energy and
Yeah,
some people's
say it.
My growth
spirits
this year.
Say
That's
it.
where
should have
was.
never
Say it.
been around your child in the first
In the
Some
first
of the,
place.
some of the people in the village were the ones that cut down some of the people that could have
Right,
been better.
but
we
we
were
let them
raised-
I would
get
agree
next to
with
our
that.
kids.
But we were
And
raised by a generation that did not believe in cutting off toxic people.
Uncle
Which is
Jimmy's,
why
Uncle
I
Jimmy's just a
said-
little funny, but
Which-
he ain't.
right,
You know,
Which
just-
is why I
that's all
said
it
some of
was.
those generational curses need to be broken.
Right.
It does. We're growing up now in a society where it is okay for you to be
What
for
you
you
got,
to
newbie?
for you to
I'm
go to
steaming.
a
I'm over here
psychiatrist.
now,
steaming.
Just-
real quick, I know you. I'm sorry, Kiana.
Go ahead.
Now, I know you're steaming, but real quick, also want to keep the highlight here on Aubrey, Brianna, and
Right, you're
also
right.
George
Okay.
Floyd too
Right.
as well.
We're getting back to
So
Okay.
Yeah, we are.
we just want to bring it
We
back full
promise,
circle.
we
Just
are.
bring it back full circle. That's all I'm asking.
I'll try to tie it full circle right here. I agree. I think that the onus is on ourselves. When we talk about, like, I'll go back to early Black Panthers. You know, we're talking about creating your own doctors, creating your own schools, creating your own resources, creating your own police department. And now, full circle, I'm gonna be honest, I'm gonna throw Future under the bus. You know, you make a lot of money putting out X amount of product, but ultimately that product is detrimental to the community that it's serving.
Why?
And that because
number one, he got kids he ain't taking care of.
and then two out of 1,000 kids that listen to your music, maybe 10 make it. Doing your blueprint that you put forward.
So I'm gonna say this,
We don't
right?
say that.
Be a
We don't say
gatekeeper.
that about white musicians, though.
But this is the
because
reason.
that's not it has nothing to do with it. Should have nothing to do with us.
But okay,
But
then
I'm
if
not
you're saying
gonna
that's what's
agree.
a detriment to us, then how come their music hasn't been such a detriment to them?
So I'm
It has.
because
we just
because
don't
they
hear
have the
about it.
money behind it.
Well, you talking as far
They
as
have
like
the
heavy metal?
well, I'm just
Any
because
of their music.
because let's say you listen to let's just say
I might disagree with that as far as like.
yeah.
what I'm.
I'm
far as,
Timmy
like,
and I listen
I'll let
to
it go.
You good?
I'll
You
let
good?
it go.
I'm Timmy.
We'll
I
come back
listen to
around to that.
XYZ. My dad has enough money to bail me out of jail.
so wait a
My
minute.
dad has enough money to do XYZ.
So
to
you
get me
saying
to
because of
school.
future circumstances, it should allow him to put out positive music? But
No, I
if Future
don't-
decided to talk about his struggle and what he had to go through and what he went through, why is that wrong? That could be his therapy.
Come on now. Let's be honest here for a second. Let's have an honest conversation.
We talking
when you
about
bring this up.
we talking about ratchet.
This man Future's bringing up a whole lot of ratchet shit
for sure.
that is not good for the community. Now, with that being said,
We consume it though, so is it our fault
Is
or
it
his?
on the consumer?
We do more
which
than
it should
consume it.
be-
We devote our whole lives to it.
Then
Now,
is that on
should
us
it
or
be
him?
entertainment or should it be seen as nah, this motherfucker's saying some real shit. I should do the same thing exactly he's saying.
I look at him as entertainment.
Period.
And we
nothing
should,
more,
but we
nothing
don't.
Now,
less.
you say that, but does everybody do that?
We don't.
No, everybody
No,
does
everybody
not.
doesn't.
Then
But,
therefore, is it
that
dangerous?
Future's fault?
but that goes
Or is
back
it
to
Future-
what
is
I
it Future's
said. You
fault?
choose
It's
your
not
village.
Future's fault.
It's
You
not
sell out.
It's
Future's
not
fault
his
at
fault.
all.
It's
You
not
selling
his
out.
fault. However,
How you gonna get mad at him
As
for
a
making his dollar
person-
work for him? That don't even make sense.
no, I understand, but I
You making
think
your
as
money
a
You're saying that they have a
celebrity,
responsibility
So,
to the
second.
community.
What's that, Veronica? Do you think?
I think as a celebrity, if you're gonna put your story out there, and this is your story, if your story is I'm a deadbeat dad, blah blah blah, I think it is also
Tell it
your,
like that.
I think it is also your responsibility to go back and say, hey, I'm a deadbeat dad. Please don't be like me.
Hey,
sure.
best
I would
line-
agree
I'll say real quick,
120%.
best
I
line-
would agree with that.
Best line I ever heard as far as rap goes, Hove did that. So hopefully you have to go through that.
Hey.
For sure.
And honestly, that's how it should be.
It should.
But it's not.
That don't sell records.
Now,
No.
it doesn't.
It
now,
doesn't.
with that all
Sorry.
being said, please, I want to get back to
We're going back.
Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery,
What I-
George Floyd.
what I will
'Cause they
say-
they deserve their roses, please.
What
They
I will
do.
say about George Floyd's death, it showed that it takes a lot for the rest of America to understand what it is to be black in America.
Yes, I would agree with that.
And it was so funny watching
Truly
people I
depleted.
called my friends
Mm.
immediately jump to the defense of cops before videos came out. And it took that's what I think took the most emotional toll out of me this year. Realizing that people I considered friends could not have cared if I had been in the same position. Because cops are just automatically assumed to be right
Yeah.
in whatever they do. And I realized my life didn't matter more than the pavement his neck was on. And that was a big hit for me. Watching people you once respected become nothing more than people on a Facebook friends list. And I think that right there made me unafraid to tell my own stories and to tell my own truth.
For sure.
And so it's sad that it took a death of someone like that over something so stupid to do that. But it's two things I'm glad for. I'm glad Trump was elected president because I got rid of a lot of people who would have done no good in my life.
Absolutely.
Two, I'm not saying I'm glad he passed. I'm never glad of anyone's death, but I'm glad it revealed to me who people really were.
Yeah,
For sure.
Yeah.
I would agree.
And I think that's something positive to take away from the situation. I don't have to deal with them anymore.
For sure.
Ahmaud Arbery, dude. I didn't jog for a month and a half.
Yeah.
Now I live, Kiana live next to you. You know me. All right, I'm going out for a run.
Yeah.
See how when I get back. You know,
It
what I mean,
hurt.
it was nothing. Like it was like, all right, I'm going for a run. You know, come back and pop them drinks up. Got my sweat in for the day. I'm good to go.
Yeah.
But dude, when he passed, when I saw what happened with him, I was like, man, fuck that.
So where he?
Hold a second. Easy. I got one more. Got one more here too as well. As far as George Floyd, when I saw that happen, it's two things that I saw happen from there. Is that I saw what Marcus went through. It was like, damn, this whole entire time we really thought that. That hurt.
Was it public?
That hurt a lot. We're talking on Facebook. And
No, that's what I'm saying. So that was
Some of the
public.
people I work with.
What you went through was public. Like
So some of these people I sit next to,
Yo.
and that's where it hurts. Some of the people that I've shared intimate conversation with, and realize I may have revealed too much about myself to someone who doesn't care.
And that right
For
there,
sure, for
and
sure.
I've been to the same shit he
That's
did.
what hurts.
I'm
I was
sorry.
like, ugh.
I'm
That's
sorry.
a-
I'm a
that's a
little lost.
problem, though.
I'm sorry. Did you go through a police brutality
No,
situation?
no. The
So,
aftermath
to be
of
honest,
that, right?
I have been through a situation. Never had a knee on my neck. I'm not gonna go that far.
Yeah.
But I was stationed in Arkansas when I faced a very similar situation with 3 cops pulled up on me, and because they thought I was somebody else, and I was driving a nice car, that I had to have stolen my car,
Right.
and
Are
they
you
didn't ask any
serious?
question. So luckily, I had the first shirt's number, who had to come and get me out of that situation.
Okay.
So that's the first time I ever feared for my life.
For everyone out there, the first church like the military liaison to
Yeah.
the civilian
Okay.
populace.
Okay.
And so for people to dismiss that and feel like that, that doesn't happen. Oh, it was just a mistake. It's not a mistake
It's
when
trash.
you're
It's
put
what
on the
you
ground,
deal
laid
with.
flat,
Yeah,
while
hell
another
no.
guy searches your car, and you can't tell what he's doing. He could have planned anything. He could have done anything he wanted to me, and it would have been the end of me.
How
And I-
humiliating is that? just based off the color of your skin and being between the height of
And the
5'5"
only
and
thing-
7'2".
Yeah, the only thing that saved me was the fact that when they went through my wallet, they saw a military ID. That's the only thing that
So
saved
I've
me.
y'all
heard that
DMV. Y'all
multiple
DMV.
times before. I've heard that.
Baltimore had that one officer that just got arrested for like 1,000. I don't know how many counts it was, but it was a ridiculous amount of counts. Where they, at the end of the year, they looked at his tapes and they found out this man's been planting drugs on people, and they got felonies, and they got kids
And fake guns.
and
Fake
like
guns.
it was insane. Like, you know how much a felony can impact the rest of your. You get a felony right now. How's that going to impact the rest of your life for the next
Your
30
Your life
years?
is pretty
It's
much
gonna
over.
destroy you.
done.
Yeah.
You done. So,
One thing I learned about George Floyd, though, and a lot of people listening won't like this, but one thing I learned about like watching that video is that our generation are some pussies, bro.
I would agree with that.
Because back in the
120%.
day,
We
Them
would've run up on
motherfuckers
him.
would have killed to get him off his neck, bro.
Zimmerman, same thing.
But is that I get what you're saying. I do. But at the same time, when you know that that cop can then
Out
turn
here
and shoot
filming.
you, and it's not going to matter at the end of the day.
If that was my family, bro, I'm dying for him.
Oh, yeah. And same here.
You right.
But at the same time, you got to think about the decision that got to go through his head. Do I save my man's, or do I let myself get killed and my mama got to deal with me dying now?
So now-
I think
it's a lot to put on a young
I
black
think
man
the
in
process,
this situation.
I think the
or a young
process
black
is you
woman.
hope that through the legal system he gets taken care of.
You,
Right.
but the
We know
legal,
he's not.
we know the
But
legal
hold
system.
second, hold
ain't
So
second.
that.
it's that bystander
my
factor
family,
though.
bro.
Can I say
But
something
because
here?
because
That's a
that
lot of
happens
decisions
so
that
much.
go into the head,
It
bro.
is, but because it was 4 cops, it wasn't just one. So if it was
Yeah.
one, maybe that would have been the scenario. But because it was 4, there were a lot of people out there. There were a lot of people who were taping. But at the end of the day, this was literally the bystander effect because it was 3 other officers who could have easily said, "Hey, yo, get up off his neck." He said he can't breathe, but they were waiting for somebody else to
But
say
we did.
something
We did.
in the
You
situation.
hear that in the video?
But they
Someone
all
did
did.
say,
Can I
"Get off
make-
his
They all
neck."
Can
did.
I make
Tell
one
them to
point
They all
before you go,
did.
Ricky? And
But-
my point is this, Donnell, I get what you're saying. If that was my child laying on the floor, yeah, go ahead and shoot me. I'm whooping your ass.
For
You
sure.
getting up off my child.
For sure.
However, in the situation where, let's just say they did take that approach, then that leaves the police to narrate the story how they want. Because
Exactly.
now everybody's dead. We just gonna shoot all y'all.
You play into that
So
story.
now it's, oh, we were attacked and blah blah blah, but nobody knows. No, we weren't attacking you. We were trying to save a man's life.
So this
You
this
know?
scenario actually happened yesterday on Grey's Station 19. We watched it. It was real deep, like real deep. Black woman, 2 black women, right? And this white man had kidnapped their daughters, right? One of the black mothers tracks her daughter on Fitbit, right? Her Fitbit tracks her to this house.
Check
She's-
that mic.
She's screaming and yelling, right? For somebody to come and help her. The fire department comes to her rescue because their captain lives very close nearby. These cops, white cops, come to the scene. First thing they do is question the black people. She's acting irate. We can't go just busting his house. Meanwhile, this mother is adamant about being an advocate for her child and her child being in this house. Well, the daughters eventually started a fire. So then it became the fire department's crime scene, right? Because they had to put out the fire. The girls were in the house the whole time that they were screaming and yelling. She was screaming and yelling for her daughter. The cops are fighting because it's a white man's house. These are white cops that you can't possibly prove that your daughters are in this house.
Yeah.
Right.
The girls set the fire. So then in turn, the cops wanted to arrest these girls
For
that he
self-defense.
kidnapped.
Right.
Now, the whole time he's saying these girls broke into the house. They set fire to my house. So, of course, because he's white and they're black, now these white cops want to bring criminal charges against this black girl. It was a big fight. At the end, guess who
Right.
gets arrested?
Yeah.
Every black firefighter on the force. One, because one of the cops pushed his wife, who was Hispanic, and he went at him. That's my wife. It's my job to protect my wife. He was black. Another black guy, the mother was getting arrested because she was being irate because they wanted to question him when he kidnapped her daughter. As a mother, you kidnapped my child and you questioning my child
Yeah.
about what she did to save her life?
Yeah, it's a
How
problem.
dare you?
Tripping.
black and white, though.
Yeah.
This is what we deal with. And although people don't see us dealing with this every day, in 2020, it is still an issue. Even after George Floyd, it is still an issue. There are people on the force I know personally who have been pushed out by white Americans. And I'm going to say that on live TV. When I say pushed out, there were jobs she didn't get hired for because she was not white. There was positions that she was passed up for, and that even though she was in the community, she was doing everything that she was supposed to be doing, she wasn't white, so she wasn't right.
That's why it makes me laugh when people say America's so divided. That's only a revelation for white America.
Right, it is.
Because we've been divided for a long time.
It is.
We've seen it for so long. It's nothing
Generation and generation down, PTSD.
new. There's
Yeah.
nothing
It
new
is.
for us. This is not uncharted territory.
And the fact that you have to make that statement that says generational PTSD hurts my soul.
Because it is absolutely true. We know this.
So
I'm
where's
raising a black child, so it hurts.
So where's the correction?
you can't
So
correct.
it's hard. I'm gonna tell you. There's two things. So that's the two answer statement, right?
We can move on
The
from this. pretty
correction
soon.
is one, teaching our children. Like, I think a lot of black people fail to educate their children about the black community. It's so important for us to educate our own children that we don't take the time to do it because we are too busy working for somebody else, which is why the entrepreneurship market has skyrocketed in 2020 because they now see that they cannot depend on the value of somebody else's dollar.
For sure.
So they decided to go into entrepreneurship and explore their own options.
Yeah.
There are people who started in March with entrepreneurship and now in December 2020 have made more than they would in a whole entire year working for somebody else. So they decided to opt out. So for that, I am thankful for 2020.
For sure.
But the second part is the generations that we are raising now are not our parents' generation. So a lot of the things that our parents put up with because they had to, because they had no choice, our children don't feel that way anymore. They have a choice. They have a voice. They're going to say what they feel because now they're in a society that accepts the way that they feel.
Which is why
I
I'm glad
get
you
that.
said restructure.
Well, they
off
say,
the jump
but
of
see,
this.
that's why I say about this. It's up for us to teach our children. Yes, I can teach my children everything I want to teach my children. But when a system has been built on 400 years of oppression of my people, it's your turn to teach your children. I ain't got to teach my children anything.
But I
It's
beg
your
to differ.
children.
I beg
I
to
think
differ.
I-
No,
for two.
what Mark
I beg
said
to
is
differ.
correct.
No,
I can
I
teach.
agree.
I'm not
You're
saying,
right.
I'm not
But
saying
she
not
right
to teach
too.
I'm not saying not
No.
to teach my children because I will teach my children to see
Right.
everybody as a human
Ultimately,
being.
it doesn't matter
But
if
Right.
what
your,
saying.
it's your people that gotta
I
change.
do because
it up.
this, like he's
Y'all been in
saying,
power
this
for too long.
system, this
I can agree with
constitution, everything we live by was not written
Intended.
for us. This system and the Constitution was written when we weren't even considered human.
It said all men are created equal.
Right,
weren't
but we
men.
fifths.
weren't
Three-fifths.
considered
One-
right. We
I
weren't
went eighth,
considered
one sixth.
human.
3/5.
So
3/5.
why
It's my fault.
why do you think that the system and the Constitution is going to work for you now when you weren't even considered human when it wasn't written? It wasn't written for you.
Okay, so this goes back to me.
fair.
Hey, real
saying-
quick.
Oh, I'm not
said-
disagreeing with what
I
you
What
got
I,
what
no,
you're
I
saying,
said
though.
But I
before
agree
when
with
it
that,
came
too.
to us teaching our children, right? Now, us teaching our children at home what we learned or what we did not learn growing up, right? When you teach them that they have these rights, and this is what the Constitution says, and this is what the Constitution should be, they then begin to research on their own what it is. So you know what that means? They're gonna get hype about learning and educating themselves, and you know what that means?
I would
They're
hope
gonna
so.
start to educate themselves, and
Depends
they're
on
gonna
who's teaching them.
I would
they're
hope
gonna
so.
they're gonna want to become politicians so that they can change the laws. That's what's happening now.
I had a
I
white best
disagree
friend.
with
can I
you.
I had a
say-
white
Wait, no,
best
no, hold
friend
a second,
when I was
hold a
kid,
second. We'll let look. We got to move on for this right here. We got to move on. This is a whole nother podcast.
It,
for different
it
days.
really is.
Yeah,
And
it
these
really
days,
really
I would
is.
say this too as well. It's already been 3 whole podcasts with this. Ahmaud Arbery was his own
We
BNY
did,
podcast.
You're right.
George Floyd was one.
Breonna Taylor was his own
She
podcast.
That was a good
definitely
one.
was.
George Floyd was his own podcast.
Yeah.
So that being said, we've covered this Charlotte 75 degrees too as well. Just want to throw that out there.
Yeah, whatever.
Warm
Yeah.
toes. Shout out to
Toot that
Warm
thing
Toes.
up, Peter.
Yeah,
Toot
one
that
hour
I
thing up.
know, right?
Toot it up production.
1 hour later.
Hey.
Toot
We
it up production.
the fight's ongoing.
It is.
It's not going to stop. And the thing is that it's the same thing that I feel like Moses MLK said in their lifetime, that we're not going to take you to the promised land.
Right.
We're not, us in this room,
Right.
we're not going to see the end goal.
We are not.
But the thing is that what we could do is that we have to be the bridge from the freedom fighters in the 60s, MLK, Malcolm X, everything they try to do as far as black people getting just basic human rights in this country, we had to fight that. That's why that's why we had those 3 podcasts around the year. And I know it was tough. Trust me, it was tough for me to type that. Like, hey, this whole podcast got to be about Ahmaud Arbery. This whole podcast got to be about Breonna Taylor. This whole podcast got to be just about George Floyd. That wasn't easy. And I was on Facebook arguing with motherfuckers I'd never probably meet a day in my life. But I just want to exist out there for future generations they could look back to. It's like, hey, it was there. And you still on this side of history while I still on this side. So we know exactly how you think and how you could raise your children and going from there. Everything's a timestamp on social media. I'm here to timestamp that shit like a goddamn ink stamp. Veronica, last word on it.
So the whole thing about George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, and Breonna Taylor, and all the black men and women that has lost their lives to the police brutalities, nothing is going to change again. To like you said, we do need to bring back the concept of the village helping each other, because we do depend on outside entities too much to pacify us. For instance, African Americans, we are in the richest African American county in America, but you see 2 people, husband and wife, living in a $900,000 house. Why you need that? Won't you take some of that money that you obviously have, and why don't you put it back into your community to create an opportunity for somebody else? We are so selfish, the African American community. Number one, we're divided by colorism first and foremost.
Agreed.
We still having this conversation about light skin, dark skin. When at the end of the day, guess what? America see niggas. Excuse me, can I say that?
You can say whatever the hell you want.
Okay,
to speak.
America sees
We own this
niggas.
shit.
Right.
They do not see light skinned niggas. They do not see dark skinned niggas. They see niggas. So why do we care? And at the end of the day, we're selfish because we have this mentality of, I got mine, you got to get yours. You have the rest of the world, when they come up on a business idea that's going to make money, they share it with everybody. Now they all got money. However, black people, if I come up with a business idea and I ask you, how did you get into that? I don't remember. Yes, the fuck you do.
did.
That's why I love my village.
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
So
That's why I love
Say
my
it,
village.
I just think that at the end of the day, until black people,
He holds
Go
it
ahead
hard.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. We
Nah, I feel you.
agree? I just
I
think
feel you. It's just, if you give the people that money, what they gonna do with it?
if you give the people that
hold on.
money,
that's what he was waiting
hold
on.
on, I'm not done.
Education,
I'm not done.
Going on.
No,
I'm
I'm
not
listening.
done.
I'm
You're
listening.
right,
I'm
go
listening.
I'm
Go
not
ahead.
done, because then on top of that, it comes down to like she said, educating everyone. And then as black people, we gotta realize some of our black people, aka niggas, we gotta let go. We just gotta leave them by the wayside and keep it moving, because every other culture does it. White people got to pull white trash.
It's
you
different
got
for
your
African Americans though, because this is the problem.
What?
When you never had anything, you're scared to lose it.
Yo.
Amen.
Yo, Marcus,
Yeah.
go on, man. Now.
You scared to lose
You
it.
would
coming
be.
back regardless.
So
You
if
would
I give it
be.
to you, I've lost any box I can stand on. Now we all equal again, and I have not attained anything.
So
Because
that's-
now,
Damn
but see,
right.
and it's not. I'm not saying it's wrong or right.
agree.
It's just the fact that I can't keep getting ahead because now I'm dragging everybody with me.
Yep.
And that's
Well,
why a lot of
that's
So
what
let me tell you what's
W.E.B.
wrong
Du
with that
Bois says.
mentality, though. Let me tell you what's wrong with that mentality.
he never caught on either.
You feel
because
like
of that reason.
You feel like you dragging everybody with you, but if you give them the tools and
Well, look-
educate them with
No.
what they need,
It's not even that. Look at me as being military. You should. I had family members hit me up thinking that I was rich because I made it in the military.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
I
I'm
agree
supposed
with
to
that.
drag them up because I was in. The problem is too many, and I hate generalizing African Americans.
It is.
We
have
want to
to, though.
piggyback off of everybody else's success when we can't
But
make it
other
ourselves.
cultures
Other
do
cultures-
that.
Other cultures
You're
do
right.
it, but look how
They
You
other
wasn't
do it.
speaking
How
on
do
other
you
cultures,
think-
though.
No,
Hold
I'm
on.
speaking. I did mention
So I
that.
had no.
You ain't
This
lying.
is
But
what
how do
This
you
is what
think-
they do. This is what they do. They equally contribute, and that's what we do
No, no,
not
no,
do.
no, no.
Because
No,
I had
no.
Mexicans who lived in front of me. There was 13 Mexicans that lived in the house in front of me. They all lived in the same house together.
And they all contributed.
And they all contributed. They all worked different shifts a day at the same job at Toyota and came back and
Marcus.
poured that
And they
money
lived
back in.
together.
And guess what?
Yeah.
They moved out of that bitch a year and a half later. And they all get houses on their own.
However,
we don't do that.
Let me tell you why we
Damn
don't
right.
do that,
You
Marcus,
right?
don't do that,
damn
but-
Because we
right.
find
We
the
don't do that.
default. We
Damn
find
right.
the default within each other so that we cannot make it work.
And so whose problem is that? It's not everybody else's.
Yeah.
That's on us.
But I will say this:
That's on us.
in other cultures, you do have some times where they do bring that dead weight.
I would prefer that. I would prefer that.
You bring that
We
dead
talked
weight.
about that,
For
though.
instance, let's
The
take
world
it.
is against us, but we got too much toxicity in our own.
We
And we're
do.
talking about
Which is
everything else that
why-
don't matter.
Which is
Hold on,
why I
Marcus,
said
let me make this point to
Talking about
you.
everything else.
Hold on,
Let me
wanna
make
hear
this
a point,
point to
wanna hear
you.
a point, wanna hear
Okay,
a
so you have Donald Trump, who is the president, right?
For who?
Everybody he put in power really contributed nothing.
And guess what? Did we
But
vote for our
because-
mayors?
Well, what
Did we
did
vote
it
for our
look
city
like?
councilmen?
Exactly.
Did we do any of
So
that? No.
what does
This
that
is
deal
my
with?
point I'm trying to make.
Education.
But this is my point
It
I'm
comes
trying to
full
make.
circle because it deals with education.
He
Full
wanted
circle
to
that
keep
wasn't
power.
designed for us.
But look, no, we can't
That
say
is
it's just
true.
no, we can't say it's just education because my daddy's
Exactly.
generation did not have education.
No, but they
Yeah.
stuck together and they contributed.
They didn't have education.
That's
because
all they had
because
was
they
their
knew,
rights.
they knew their rights and they knew what it could do for them. They did it. We think we so damn smart
Yeah.
that we don't have to do these things. Oh, it's the lesser of two evils. I'm so
Yeah,
smart.
thank
I'm
you,
so woke
thank
that
you,
I'm not gonna vote
thank
for
you.
either one. I'm gonna put my vote in a third party, and
Which
then
don't
you
I'm
get
gonna
Trump.
vote for
That
Kanye.
at
I'm
all.
gonna vote for Kanye.
don't make
where
no
we
damn
are today.
sense.
So
That don't
don't
make
give
no
me
damn sense.
education as a reason because we have too many people that have made it where they are. Jeff Bezos didn't have no fucking education. Bill Gates dropped out.
Sure
Google
did.
founders dropped out.
Sure
Don't give me
did.
education as a reason that we can't
And they
make it.
praised
It's not
them.
education. It's activism.
We need to
We
do
don't
better.
Act right.
We need to do
Hey,
better.
talk more about that though.
What?
We need to do better.
What?
Don't give me that.
Kanye
need
West
to do
running as president.
Kanye West.
We're going to July.
Opportunist. He's an opportunist, man.
Plain and simple, right?
we moving
He's seen
on
the
past
opportunity.
Maxwell?
Why? That's
he
why he
went
ain't-
for it.
that's
How
why
is he opportunist?
Because he ain't. Look at him. Whenever he's in
It's
bad
not-
He's
press.
doing what he's supposed to do.
Look, when he started supporting Trump, what did he do? Come out with a gospel album. That's the greatest way to get black people. Go to Jesus. Get black people. Go to Jesus. Yeah, and then guess what? Now he in trouble because he ain't paid the daggone choir. that
Goddamn.
preached that
Hey,
that did all
goddamn,
the stuff.
Veronica. Don't laugh at
Let me
that.
tell you.
Because it's true.
You know it's
Okay,
true.
ain't that
How do you
funny?
get to black people? Jesus and cornbread. He
Yeah.
got to us with Jesus. He didn't use the cornbread yet, but he got to us with Jesus.
He said, yeah.
Yeah. He's
He'll
gonna
cook
open
a
a
meal.
soul
He'll
food
cook a
watch.
meal.
It's gonna be Kanye's kitchen soon. But anyway, he
Not
didn't get to us with
Sir, you have just opened the floodgates
Yo,
with that
I
comment
know,
right
yo.
there.
What's that? Was
Wait.
Was Kanye wrong for running for president?
No.
Yes.
No.
Well,
Yes.
no, it's like
No.
yes.
No.
Who say yes?
No.
He
wasn't.
said,
He's doing
everybody else said
it. He's
yes,
doing
he
it to
said no.
stay conscious. That's all it is. He's doing it to stay in your conscience. And when he,
Hey,
because he
Newbie,
know
take-
he
hey,
lost
Newbie,
press.
you got next.
He lost press. And what's happening is he didn't even pay the people that sung on his daggone album. And you think he can handle a national budget?
Right.
Get that out of here.
Hold on. I got that.
You got that.
But we need somebody to
Not
take that
Kanye.
step up. I'm not saying it needs to be Kanye.
All right, you run, newbie.
All right, okay, here we go. Kanye knew it wasn't Kanye.
Marcus,
yeah,
you
he
run. You
did.
got my vote.
You got mine too.
If
shit.
y'all do president, vice president, y'all got my vote.
Oh, no.
I love and
couldn't win
appreciate
if I
it.
tried.
I'm gonna run vice for Marcus
I couldn't
because just
win
because
it.
I know
I
you would
wouldn't
be
win if I
going
tried.
through it.
And I got
all I know.
And poli-sci was my degree.
First of all,
They
I'm gonna
scared of
tell you why
intelligence.
Marcus would not win. Half of the shit he talked about just now, he wouldn't win. Number one, he too for his people.
Yeah.
Number two, he just attacked the whole Jesus and cornbread thing.
Yup.
So you done lost the Christians
Anthony
right there.
Hamilton would have been mad as
I didn't say I
hell.
didn't like cornbread.
No, I'm just saying, you just lost the Christian vote right there. Oh Lord, did he say that's how that's to Jesus? Oh, he bring it. No, you done
So you
lost.
mad because we gullible?
Huh,
We
hey,
gullible. Say enough nice things about Jesus, we'll do
But I'm
anything
gonna
you
say
ask us
this.
to.
I'm gonna
Hey.
say this real quick about the whole Jesus thing. Yes, I believe in Jesus. I
I
believe
do
there
too. My
are.
dad was a pastor.
I believe there are Christians.
Marcus ain't playing with y'all. If y'all didn't know, first time on the podcast, Marcus ain't fucking with y'all.
So
no.
I'm gonna say
Yeah,
this. I
man.
believe there are
And two cents is
Christians,
DC too.
and then I believe there are church folk.
And we got
there
a
is
lot
a
of church
difference.
folk.
A lot of church folk. A lot of church folk.
Yeah.
Yes.
There is
So
a
I
difference.
believe the majority are church folk. So you done lost their vote. So there you go.
That's all right. I don't need them.
Exactly.
I run for city councilor, so I'm not that.
But do you think, honestly, if you were to run for anything,
I wouldn't get voted for.
you don't think so?
No, because this become a personal.
He's an honest politician.
and that's why I wouldn't get voted
No,
for.
I don't think that would
No,
be the
it is a
case.
problem because I can't be bought,
Yeah.
and that's the problem. And I'm not. And see, that's the thing. See, I'm not gonna put that past me because I know my strengths and my weaknesses.
Wait, what?
I know, that's why.
No, look. People say they can't be
He
bought
said
all the
can't
time,
be bought.
and they got bought on Capitol Hill. And it
Amen.
happens every time. And that's why I don't want to sit here and lie and say I can't be bought, because I never know what situation I might find myself
Bought
in.
by who,
I think
though?
that's what's happened
Let
to
me
a
put a
lot of
stamp.
politicians
That
that
is
got
the
out there.
case.
Let me get a
Obama
stamp.
said he was going to do a lot of stuff
Put
too.
money against him.
Let me get a stamp. You would get bought before you got to Capitol Hill.
But that's what they try to do.
So that's
Look
one.
at it.
And then two, for our African American community, I want to really use
Do you think-
Baltimore
No,
as
the
an
African
example.
American community wouldn't vote for me anyway, and this is why I say this. And I'm not,
Because you're too honest.
I'm too honest.
And
that's
And we
his-
need to do
I-
better.
I-
No,
I,
we
I
got
think
to
that's.
do better.
I think that would be
Honesty-
his downfall because
My dad always told me honesty breeds
You right.
like skepticism.
skepticism. I
You're
believe
right.
that. I believe
Whenever
that would
somebody's
be
too
his
honest,
downfall.
they can't trust that you get. Like, how can
You're
someone be
right.
that damn honest? It's too convenient.
That's
for
what
someone
happened to
be that.
Bernie Sanders.
Bernie Sanders
You
was
right.
too
You
honest.
right. You
Prime
right.
example.
You right.
When someone sits there and tells you something there's things that are
Black
too good to
and
be
white,
true, and then
right.
there's things that are so true they can't be good.
However-
And that's what happened.
If we're talking presidential, let's keep it real. The majority, I'll be honest. I'm really raising an eyebrow at West Virginia. Y'all ain't got a damn thing.
God dang.
Y'all ain't got a damn
Facts.
thing.
You just gonna put that on the map like
Facts.
Hey,
I really
BNY.
apologize for our West Virginia fans out there from the, but I'm just gonna keep it real. You have nothing but incentives, but you're promised so much more. And I think that when we talking to lobbyists and when we talk about,
that? You see your DC commented? That was for you.
he talking to you, Marcus.
Hey,
He
man.
definitely ain't talking to me.
Yeah.
What that spot look like though?
Hey, keep going. You're on the road. You're on the
Let's talk
road.
about
Though. Keep
something.
We're
going.
not doing that. I also will not caveat into that.
There you
Yeah,
go.
he tried to bring up that topic. I liked it though.
I just want to throw it out there just so I'm clear from the dirt. Girlfriend's beautiful. She's great. She's not any Chinese spy.
I like
But while we keep pushing forward, I just
Smart
want to
man.
make it sure that I just feel like I really appreciate what you said, is that you said we have so much power. When we talk about culture, I really have looked at like the NBA finals and really took it into in ratings it may have
In
dropped
its
down.
entirety.
In its entirety,
Mhm.
you cannot knock, when it comes to music, art, culture, food, Louisiana. You were talking about being from Louisiana earlier.
No, I'm from here. Born
From
and
here.
raised from here. My social, so my dad was stationed at Fort Park, Louisiana.
So you
I
got it
never
there.
heard
Yeah.
of
So
that.
you never heard?
You can do that
well,
all the time.
Army. So
That's why.
yeah, so he was. Both my parents were in
Drop
the
troops
service.
there. Yeah.
Right. So he was stationed in Fort Park, Louisiana.
Mm.
So when I was born here, my mom, they were actually like on some type of leave or something. And I was born here because this is her hometown. So she came home to have a baby.
Yeah.
And then she went back to Louisiana. Well, when they applied for my birth certificate, they applied for my birth certificate and my social in Louisiana. So therefore, I guess my birth certificate, but my birthplace was Walter Reed in D.C.
Walter Reed's a good place.
Well, before, this is the new Walter Reed. The old Walter Reed was in D.C. You probably
On
don't know
Georgia
nothing about
Avenue.
that. Exactly.
I'm from Florida, so I ain't gonna speak on that. But I will say the DMV, from my experience here, seems like a great place for
It's a melting pot.
for our community. And I kind of feel
It's
like
alright.
I don't know. I just feel like
It's not Florida, though. I can tell you that.
I can 100% agree.
Going
Yeah,
back
it's
to
a
what you
little
said
different.
about culture, though, do we really have power over our culture? Because every other culture exploits our culture.
For sure.
So,
and you can take
we
Jamaica
get-
as a prime example. Is
Right.
because it's a vacation spot and the Chinese buying all this land in Jamaica. And ultimately, that's
But
going
you can-
back to China.
But you can say, Jamaica, because I've
Africa.
been to Jamaica. You see more carryouts over there than you do here. Africa.
Yeah.
So, and the thing that upsets me about Africa is everybody wants to go to Africa but black people.
For sure. You were
I
damn
don't
right.
understand.
You
Why
damn
is
right.
every
I had a
I'm a-
whole conversation
Every
with an
time
African
you
guy over
mention
there.
Damn
Africa, the
right.
black
And he
people,
told
I
me
don't want to go
straight
to
up.
Africa and see people living in huts. And I'm like, why do y'all believe this shit?
But Africa
Yeah.
is
Hey,
not
hold a
like
second. Hey,
that
real
at
quick,
all.
real quick, just out of curiosity. I walked outside for a second, came back in. Kanye West running for president.
Oh, we got we got off him. We got
Just
Yeah,
out
we
of
kind of
curiosity.
got off the.
Very disappointing.
Disappointing,
Where are we
man.
at? Just
Very
You know how
disappointing.
you
Get
know how
well
you
soon,
know how you
Kanye.
act up when the teacher lead a class.
Well, I think
you're the
we
substitute.
we all came to the
Not like
consensus
that. Not like that.
that it was a bad idea, and and Kanye West is a non-factor at this point.
Absolutely.
We had so many
That's
people
it,
more
that's all.
qualified.
That's
You have
what
to
I-
know what the votes
I think
he
that's
won?
what we got to.
Well,
Honestly, it's
26,000.
embarrassing. It's
60,000.
embarrassing. It's
60. I'm sorry.
It's
60,000.
embarrassing that
It's so
that many
embarrassing.
people actually thought that
Yeah.
Kanye West should be goddamn president of the United States.
I mean, look how many thought Trump should be.
well,
why are you
shit,
surprised?
Trump won, so what the fuck?
The whole second, we
Not
got
this year, not this year.
We are a couple months
16,
off. We're
16.
getting
Oh.
to Trump here pretty soon.
But
No.
we're getting to
Oh, Lord.
45. Don't worry.
And we still
We
got
are.
jobs on this side. So
talking when you were talking about Africans,
I'm going to
so
limit my answers.
This is what I say. I had a conversation with an African guy. He actually tried to buy my jeans off me when we were in Africa. At one
Okay,
point.
first of all, wild story, but
what
you're
kind
the
of
last
jeans
one.
were they?
Yeah.
I just want to ask
I
that.
don't even remember. He,
Were
Were
they
the jeans on
married?
your body?
so
Were they
denim,
Levi's?
yes, they were actually on my body. Denim is a big thing over there because they don't
Yeah.
get like denim like talk about.
It was
So
Levi's.
he
or?
was basically
Business opportunity for
Yeah.
someone out there.
he was bartering things to get out.
Going job
And we
like
had to
that?
talk about it, and he was like, African Americans don't realize how fortunate they are.
Yeah.
And that's why we have the attitude we
It's
have
the gratitude.
toward them.
Yeah,
Because they
absolutely.
seem like they don't want to do better. So they have the idea, it's media. They have the idea that we don't want to do better, but they actually don't understand the social economic conditions that we're actually under.
Because they're not
that's it.
colonized, so
Yeah.
They don't understand
they,
that either.
they don't. No, they
They
are.
will.
So there's a hold up. There's a difference. South Africa, North Africa, huge difference in both.
For sure.
There's a huge difference. So, in turn, North Africa is a hell of a lot different than South Africa.
For sure.
A hell of a lot. The economic growth in South Africa is a lot different from North Africa.
It's in a higher scale.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
I'm
it
one.
is.
I'm one of those people who actually want to go to Africa.
I wanna go
just
to
because
Togo,
I
for
want.
sure.
Yeah, I want to see where my roots were actually, where
Don't do
I was
that.
actually, or my ancestors were actually, grew up. Like I want to
Me
see
too-
what
me
it's
too.
like to
Yeah.
be an African and actually live like Africans for a little while. I have seen some friends go to Africa, and it's nothing. Parts of Africa are just like they are here.
Yeah.
But they do have villages, and those villages do have strong roots.
Yeah.
So I want to see what those roots are to embody them, which is one reason I really love the movie Black Panther, because they embodied so many African roots in the movie.
Easter egg.
But
Yeah.
um,
Does it
And-
hurt
and-
you to see them so far behind?
no. And I'm gonna tell you why. I think it's important for us to keep our cultural differences different, but also evolve in so many economical ways.
For sure.
So
Is your question does it hurt her to see how some African cultures are so far behind? Is that your question?
My question is like, we go like right now. I go fly to Seattle. I know what to expect in Seattle for the most part. I go to Cincinnati. I know what to expect in Cincinnati. And I did a DNA test through Ancestry.
We
And
talked
I
about this.
And I found
Yeah.
out that, a large majority of it was Togo, Ivory Coast, and Nigeria.
West
And-
Africa.
And exactly. And I did not know what to expect from Togo, so I Googled it. And I found out, like, a lot of Togo is still going through slavery by my own people. And I was very disappointed to see that
why?
because I expected better.
How do you expect?
We said,
better if they don't know
why were
better?
he disappointed to see that?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't he be disappointed to see
But
that?
but
But
my
see, that
question
comes from a
is,
misunderstanding
if-
of what other cultures are doing. Like
Right.
we don't know. We are disassociated with
For sure.
that.
And I felt
And-
bad to be disassociated, to not know that, in the grand scope of things, Togo's not the biggest country in the world. But I expected my own people not to be still selling my
by-
I mean,
own
don't forget
people.
that the slave trade, it was a lot of Africans that
Yeah,
sold
countries-
Africans.
Africans were put in Africa,
to
but
white-
white nations.
white
That's where it
Europeans.
started from.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
helped them do that. Like,
So-
it-
Well, see, I think people need to go back and understand
So-
that, first of all, slavery has been
Going
around.
back,
Yeah, slavery has been around since the beginning of time.
Right.
However, the difference between the slave trade and when Africans had slaves and this, that, and the third, a lot of their slaves are what they call indentured servants, or you become slaves because you're criminal, or you
Is
have
that
you
in
owe.
Africa or
that's
outside?
where our
Africa?
jail
It's in
system
shit,
came
I
from.
just
It
thought
was
of
supposed
something
to
real
be
quick.
in
As
Africa.
As
In
far
Africa,
as, as
for
far as
sure,
the
yeah.
slave trade goes, that Africans sold Africans to white Europeans the same way that Americans, when they went over to Afghanistan, they looked at with the warlords to get the people that was part of the Taliban into Guantanamo Bay.
For sure.
Exactly.
The
we're
same
playing-
exact shit.
We're playing like they were regular Africans, though. So when Africans sold Africans into the slave trade, it wasn't like we're just, hey, there's an African, let's grab him. It was like, hey, that's a warring tribe member.
Yeah,
that
yeah, and
acted
that's
against my
there's two
country.
tribes
So I don't have a
against each
problem
other.
with
Right,
pushing
right,
them
right,
out.
right.
It wasn't like
Right.
I was just
Same thing
pushing
with
them
Afghanistan.
out.
It's the same exact shit.
But that's what I was
Yeah.
saying. It
Yeah.
goes back into, because a lot of people especially when you get into stuff on Facebook, your people sold your own people.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you have to understand it was a
dynamic.
tribal thing, or it was a you owe me something, so now you gonna be my slave, or you're a criminal. It wasn't just,
It wasn't just
like
you're
you
black,
said,
let me slave you.
go get that
Yeah,
African right
exactly.
there.
No,
So it
yeah.
wasn't that. But the thing is that people need to understand is, we think slavery is over, but no, slavery still exists.
And
in
it's
a
terrible.
different new form, in
Yeah.
a brand new form.
And my thing is that in Africa, I can't.
Hey, newbie, last point.
I got you, but my point is like, and I'll just use Togo. I'm not there to distinctly see the difference between who has been unjustly put into XYZ and or people that probably should be there and aren't there, or people just in general that are making some type of a market off of, like you said, a group of program to say, hey, we have control. It was a big thing on Twitter. I think it's SARS. Are we talking about the same? I want to be clear. There was a government program it was protecting pretty much.
In SARS was pretty much like what we're dealing with here in America, police brutality.
It's the same, exactly.
Right.
But we saw the videos from SARS to see how ridiculous some of these videos actually are. You have enough money to have an iPhone, you can get pulled over and say, hey, you must be part of XYZ association. We're going to go ahead and prosecute you or hold you accountable for a crime that you didn't do based off of.
But you also have to understand the
just power.
police in other countries.
Are very powerful.
Number one, you got enough money.
sure.
You got enough money. You can go home, depending on who you are and depending on what you can do for me.
And that's my point. I agree
You
100%.
can go home.
I 100% agree. And
However, if you don't have what I want,
yeah. So that's what I was sad to
we'll
see.
leave it right there. We'll leave it right there.
Let's do that.
This is the fact. Just to move on. Solid conversation, by the way. Jeffrey Epstein.
May he
His
rot in peace.
Yep. His right hand woman, Ghislaine Maxwell, was arrested in July 2 as well, 2020. Thoughts on Epstein and Maxwell's observation? Was first of all, was Epstein murdered? Was it suicide? Is he still alive somewhere on some island enjoying cocktails?
Doesn't matter at the
Is
end of the day.
will Maxwell ever actually deliver us any type of information?
No, I think at some point in time, either she will be murdered, or she will.
The
commit
mic.
suicide. At some point in time, her fatality will be the same as his.
As far as what do you mean by that?
I think she will be killed,
You
By
think
who?
Epstein was killed?
By who?
or she will commit suicide.
So you think that either way, as far as your quotations go, that she will be offed by somebody else that's not her?
Absolutely.
I don't care what happens to her, but what I do know is I think, and this is not to be sexist or anything, I think one of the things that's come out of this is that you know how they say behind every good man is a great woman, behind every bad man can be a bad woman too. And I think that a lot of times we don't associate these crimes with women, and it's a good thing. It's not a good thing, but it's bringing to the forefront
It
of
hides
people's
a lot,
minds that
like-
women
Yeah.
can actually be participants in this kind of a thing.
And DC says right here,
That's what
comment
it
on
is.
Twitch. Of course she. Hey DC, shout out to you. Just
He
being here
ain't
too as
playing
well.
this podcast.
Hey DC always here.
Absolutely.
And this podcast, this man's on front lines. Appreciate you for everything
Shout
you
out
do.
to DC. It's
Last
that-
podcast of the
DC
year,
said he was
DC.
murdered.
We love you.
He rude as hell, but
This is what he says right here. He already had to you. Of course, she delivered information, but it won't come out that she did for another 50 years.
I would agree with that 120%.
y'all think it's gonna take that long?
No, I don't think. I don't
DC,
think
give us
You
a
gotta
give
wait
us a
for
link
all
on
the
that. Give us a
no,
link.
you gotta wait for all the participants to die. You got the
Yeah.
Clintons, you
Wow.
got Trump, you got
Yeah,
got
DC,
Prince
give us some more
Andrew.
information.
It's a
It's
waiting
too many.
game.
It's too many rich people involved in
I
that.
don't think it's gonna take that long. I think
You a
honestly
fool.
you're gonna get caught up this next 4 years.
Iran Contra didn't get as like it was a thing in
McCarthy?
the 80s, but knowing how fallible Reagan was, and the incident didn't happen until after his death.
You talking McCarthy?
No, I'm talking about Reagan giving all that money to Iran and everything.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
That didn't come big until after he died. It's if you're rich enough, like it's not going to touch you.
I mean, look at MLK with his death.
It doesn't matter once you die.
Right.
The government had to eventually say, we probably did something with that. Here's
It's not
some money.
even that with MLK's death. This is stuff. His adultery didn't come out till after his death.
Yeah.
That's
Things
true
that
too as
people
well.
don't even know about didn't come out till after his
Who you
death.
talking about, Martin Luther King?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, a lot of things.
But
Just like
also,
Malcolm X, a
but I
lot
don't
of
wanna
things
go
that come
in.
out to
I'm
us.
not-
Now,
Yeah,
with
you're
all that
right.
being said, let's focus back on Maxwell because that can go way
that's-
different real
Sorry
quick.
about that. But
No, that was fine. That was a good
Let's go
example.
in.
Just
I
button
think
really back in.
I think at the end of the day, like I said, it will come out what she did, and the moment it comes out, she's gonna get killed.
The moment it comes out, she'll be killed. She'll be long dead by then.
No, I don't think so. I think the moment they start to go to trial,
It will never be released.
I don't think so either.
what won't be released.
Nothing. We'll know nothing of what she says.
And this is why
Right.
though. But the people who are in the court with her, it's gonna get worded down. To
Didn't one of
somebody.
Epstein's judges or
she
something
ain't
like that
broke
get killed?
enough. She ain't broke. It's not like she doesn't.
It was
have
the New
money.
Jersey. Didn't the New Jersey judge get killed? Like
I think that
they
was
showed up
separate.
at his house, shot him and his son, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I said it's going.
Cold
to
blood.
Cold blood.
It's going to come
Then
down.
he dressed up like a FedEx man,
Yeah.
Agent 47, real live out here doing his
I
thing.
mean,
It's
they
gonna
said
come
that they
down.
were spies, though. They said that Maxwell and Epstein were spies,
But this is why.
and they were like using
See, now you talking something crazy right now, but I know you're getting that.
Are we ready for
Yeah.
that?
I mean,
Are we
I'm
ready for
dead
that
serious.
conversation?
All right,
Yeah.
hold a second. Before we introduce what Nell's talking about, what he's saying right now is a conspiracy.
It is.
Now, with that being said, we'll make sure you introduce it properly.
It's a
I'm gonna take a
conspiracy.
bathroom
No,
break on that
no. Hold a second. You may want to leave for this one.
Yeah, I am going to leave for this one. I ain't done.
I'm gonna go ahead and check out.
With that being said, everybody out, hey, Nell, go and talk with this. The rest of them clear the room. But no, it's a conspiracy.
It's a rumor. It's a
So as far as
conspiracy.
what country and who are you talking about?
I don't know.
I'm
nothing
not-
Because
about
with that being said, I'm not even be familiar with your conspiracy.
Why does it have to be one country?
I'm not even gonna go into that. It's just rumored that they were spies
Okay.
to blackmail politicians with underage sex.
I don't even think it was. I think
That's not anything that I've heard.
this is my thing. I don't think it has to be
Well, of course
necessarily
you would.
spies.
As far as the internet boards go.
I don't think it has to be spies, though. That's the thing. I think it's just what they did was offer this service to rich people and then say, hey, we got y'all in our pockets now because we could release this stuff. It doesn't matter about what country did it, what anybody did it. You did it, and you happen to be a very prominent member of. I mean, you see what the UK did with Prince Andrew. They basically said, don't come around the royal family anymore. Like you, just because you're associated with this, like you can't come around.
Exactly.
So I don't think it's necessarily a country or anything. I think it's just the fact that they provided a service some sick people enjoy, and
they ended up getting.
And they
caught.
ended up
At
getting
the
caught.
End of the day, that's all it is.
Did anyone really get caught from it?
I mean Prince Andrew, that boy got it bad.
Yeah, but guess what?
But
He's not in jail.
hey, they got pictures with Trump. They got pictures with the Clintons. They got pictures with a lot of people that got
Public
money.
knowledge, by the way.
Yeah, it's nothing random.
You can see it on Google. Yeah.
I mean, and these people saying, "Oh, we've never met them. Oh, we never like." There's pictures out there, so definitely something going on. But I do think something's gonna happen to her.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's
You don't. I think it's
at
too.
the end of the day, it's inevitable. Like I don't
I
want to
think
wish
Epstein
death
was
on
too.
on people.
Nah.
Come
but
on, man.
if they were
police force
partners,
not watching him all
Right.
night.
No. Epstein happened with him. Come on now. Let's be honest.
That
Yeah.
just don't make sense.
But thinking with her, the same exact thing, it's too on the nose.
no,
on
it
the
ain't gonna
dot.
happen the same way.
yeah,
I
it's
think she-
definitely not gonna happen the same
heart
way.
attack or something
But
crazy.
that,
will
that
happen,
right there
like-
is still in the
It's gonna
same
be
thing. I think
creative.
it's just going to just go away the way it has.
No.
When's the last time you seen just Ghislaine Maxwell in
That's
the news?
because COVID's running the news right now.
Exactly.
Hello.
She just gets out the news cycle.
That's why
and that's what
UFOs
happens.
were easy to push right now because you're not focused on
But
anything else.
again, I think that there will
UFO files.
There will be a point in time, right, where her day is going to come. Now,
When?
They probably won't ever.
They probably kicking
I don't think it ever will.
They-
I
don't think it will.
don't think it ever
Another
will.
50 years, like
They-
DC
notice
They
for
said.
any
probably
revelations
kicking her
like
ass
this.
already, and we don't even know about
For
it.
any revelations
For all I
like this,
know,
you
her
gotta
and
die
Epstein
first.
right now on some island in the Caribbean,
Well,
think so?
enjoying drinks.
I don't think he is, but I think she.
and,
I think she gonna
just
have
living
to.
life, and
If it
that's
was
that.
indeed Epstein,
You think you? Yeah.
I'm not saying that. 'Cause
Do
I
you
don't-
think she
I'm
gonna
just-
ride it out?
Epstein has a phone right now that
She
can't
has enough money
transmit.
to have a whole
But receive.
brand new life. I think she has enough money to have a whole brand new life.
Yeah, I don't know.
Epstein's still alive.
They talking
You
about you,
think
on
he is, for
BNY.
real?
Epstein's still alive. They just be concealing it.
Hey,
What rap was that? I missed my.
That tied into the Kanye of a POTUS.
racism.
What's
still
your,
alive.
what's your next, man? What's your next? What we got?
So before I kind of wanted Veronica here for this one too as well. So I'm gonna drag out this Maxwell a little bit more.
Here she go.
Yeah,
Boom.
here it is right here.
Oh,
I know
I know she
but
got
I'm glad-
some.
I'm
I know
glad-
she got some.
We done.
No. Real
Read that
quick,
down.
you have anything for Maxwell and Epstein?
I do not.
Okay. So this next topic is we're in August now. Okay, we're August 2020.
That's my birthday.
Yay.
It's also Gigi's birthday too as well, August 26th.
Yes,
Hey.
Hey.
But
She's a
August,
Virgo anomaly.
so I have a story I want to tell. I ain't gotta look at the phone for this one.
That's tough.
Oh Lord.
It's not easy, so just brace yourself for it.
What?
So I'm celebrating the of course my daughter being born.
Good thing to celebrate.
Yeah, thank you very much, appreciate it.
That was an open.
I come back on a podcast that was ran without me. It's the first BNY podcast that's ever ran without me. And I appreciate Manning, Austin, and Dev for running that shit. So I come back, I'm dapping everybody up. How y'all doing? We're good to go. This is a couple days later, of course. You know, being out of because she's using NICU for a little bit, but everything's good. She swallowed a little bit of shit. It happens with babies, but
Yep.
she was
It does.
fine. Yeah.
It happens.
2 weeks later, we got released. We're good to go. So I come back and dap everybody up. Hey, thanks for running this podcast. I appreciate y'all. Me and Dev were on the deck. This is August 28th. We're smoking. We're not joking. And Dev's like, hey, Rick, I just saw something on my phone. And we may need to talk about this shit right now. I'm like, the fuck you talking about? Like man, I think we're good here. I'm going inside to go to sleep. We're fine.
Yeah.
He said, dude, I'd seen notifications that Chadwick Boseman just died.
You pushing yours away?
That shit hurt.
Was that
It did.
You wouldn't even.
Hold a second. Let me
Yeah.
keep telling this story, please. We hopped on the podcast immediately after to go live for it. And there was a whole bunch of people just watching this because everybody, YouTube, shout out to YouTube, everybody just diving in chat with Boseman. And, dude, that was the hardest podcast that I have ever done in my entire life. And I think I don't know if I ever will do, but that was rough. Jet, my youngest son, his favorite
Oh,
anything
God.
in life
Everything is Panthers.
is Black Panther.
Mm-hmm.
And then, the next day I had to tell him the information about Chadwick Boseman. It was, as a father, it ate me up. And as a man, too, as well, with Chadwick Boseman, what he did as far as Jackie Robinson.
That man was iconic in Black
Brown.
Rose.
Sure.
Thurgood Marshall.
Five
Thurgood
Bloods.
Marshall. The Five Bloods, the last one came up with. It did a lot for the black culture, especially with everything we went through with Ahmaud
James
Arbery,
Brown.
Breonna Taylor, George Floyd this year. Having that happen too as well. It was just a punch in the nuts that just didn't end repeatedly.
Yeah.
And then to tell my son the next day that his hero, of course he looks to his father too as well, but outside of me, like his hero was dead.
Poor baby.
Dude, it was hard. Like I didn't know what to tell him. I just had to tell him the news, and we cried together. So with that being said, as far as Chadwick Boseman goes, I pass over to Nell, and we talk about it from there.
God damn. Oh man. But I remember hearing the news, and I immediately called you, bruh, and
Yeah.
was like, "How are you gonna tell Jet?" That was the first thing on my mind, because Jet literally, and his kids consider me their uncle. You know what I'm saying? And Jet literally told me that he became a Carolina Panthers fan
Because of Black
because of Black Panther.
Yep.
Oh.
And I was just like, oh, you know, that's what's up. He was just like, can you make me a Black Panther shirt? And, you know, it's just like, he was really the first black hero.
Yeah.
And everybody who's outside of the MCU would just be like, you know what? Yeah, he was Black Panther, but he was literally the first black person to headline an MCU film.
For sure.
And it's just like, and he went to Howard as well.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just, it's kind of like, this man was our first black hero.
Mm-hmm.
And
Literally.
on and off the camera, he was just a hero, bro. Like, he was always taking care of the community. And it speaks volumes because he didn't just take care of his community. He always took care of the community. You know what I'm saying? It was always, he always had to include everybody. Even when he showed up on TV shows, you know, he was always a surprise host. You know, he would come out and they would just be like, yeah, man, you know, I heard Chadwick Boseman was supposed to be here. And they were like, yeah, man, I wish. And he'd be standing right behind them, bro. Like, he was just so humble. And it was just like, damn. And it got to a point where he was so humble and he was such a, like, just such a community man that I wouldn't even look at him as Black Panther no more. It was just Chadwick Boseman, bro. Like, I wanted to sit down and talk with that man. Like, that was always one of my things, you know what I'm saying? I won't really get too emotional about it because it was kind of far-fetched with me being me and him being him, but I always wanted to just sit down with that man and be like, what drives you, bro? You know what I'm saying? Like, just talk
Hey, real
to him.
quick. Don't forget, we was on base together.
Oh,
We saw the Black Panther premiere. We got
I
talk
was
on that.
getting to it.
Come on now.
It was
Get to
crazy.
that.
That was crazy.
we
Get to
we
it. Who was there too as well?
Ryan Coogler.
Oh,
I mean,
I remember that.
Yeah,
We was there.
bruh.
We was there.
Like, we sitting in the theater, bruh. And I shout out to Rick for that. You know what I'm saying? Gave me the call. He was like, hey,
We going
Black Panther premiere.
for free.
Andrews for free. Ryan Coogler gonna be there. And I'm sorry. That's all I remember. Ryan Coogler.
It was
I'm
another
not taking
executive
away-
producer from
It
Black
was
Panther,
another
another
one,
black
though.
dude
Yeah,
as well.
yeah. I'm not taking away
Fruitville
from him.
Station 2, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, for
Yeah.
Station, yeah.
And we just sitting in the theater, and I'm just like, you know, all right, this cool. And Ryan Coogler just sitting there like, you know, like, bruh, it's fucking Ryan Coogler. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? Like, he just sitting there like, yeah, man.
Oh
and,
my God, so chill,
you know,
so
yeah,
relaxed.
bruh. And then you got somebody in the audience like, hey, you know what I'm saying? Like, I got this script I want you to read. And, you know, you would expect, like, Ryan Coogler to be like, oh, okay, cool. He was like, yeah, bring it
to
up
me
on
now.
stage.
Now.
Fire,
Bring it to me
dude.
now.
Like, just somebody in the fucking, like, sitting where we sitting at. He like, yeah, bring it up on stage. I'm going to look at it.
The whole
That's the
crowd, the
village,
whole
man.
crowd cheering.
Bro, he's
All
he's
1,000 of
sitting
us.
there reading it
as
as
they're
the
doing
movie
the interviews.
going on.
That's a village. That's what a village
wonderful.
is.
Yes.
Exactly.
There it is,
Thank
right
you.
there.
Village.
There it
Yes.
is.
That's what a
Thank you.
village is.
And we sitting there watching that shit, and I'm just like, you know, Black Panther, we've read the comics and we've read, you know, everything, the description of how the movie's going to be, the review. But just seeing the movie, it's like he acted it out perfectly.
Perfect.
Sure did.
Like he was from a real place called Wakanda. You know what I'm saying? And I'm sitting there watching the movie, and Rick, you know, he just in his zone. Everybody we with
The
is just
kids
in the
in the
zone.
zone.
Nobody in the movie theater is saying anything. Like, they just want to watch Chadwick Boseman, bro. And he did his thing. He acted that shit out like he was supposed
He
to.
he was built for the time.
And
this is what I
believe
said,
that.
and this is not even about the movies, and that's what makes it so hard. It's not even about the movies.
Exactly.
It's the fact that as a man, he knew what he was going through,
Yeah.
and it didn't affect anything he did.
Right.
And the fact that he knew his time was finite.
Yeah.
And with that time, what he produced from 2014 when he got his diagnosis, you had James Brown, Thurgood Marshall,
Yes.
all
21
these,
Bridges.
42. You had all these great movies produced in that time. And it's not even about the movies. It's the fact that as a man now, I have no right to complain about anything.
Amen.
At all.
I cannot complain about going to work and not feeling good. I cannot complain about anything that I do because this man knew he was done.
He set the bar
Right.
high,
He
bro.
knew that his finish line was in sight.
Pancreatic cancer.
Yeah.
No,
My,
colon.
Colon. I
colon
thought it was
cancer.
Colon cancer.
Pancreatic cancer will take
And
you out quicker than
I had a
colon
talk
cancer
with
will.
I had a talk with Newbie and Carpenter, one of our friends, and we're on 2K. We're playing, and he's like, "Oh, he's getting ready." I'm saying he's got to be getting ready for a role because he's so skinny. Like there's got to be
Yeah.
something going.
when
He's
that
got to be
picture
playing
came
something.
out, right?
And for me,
Now to look back
we
on
had in the MCU we had War Machine who was black. We had Falcon who was black, but we didn't have a main headliner.
Yeah.
And the expectation to see so much more of him and for it to be snatched from us, it's the same as Kobe. It's the expectation that there was more to come
He
that
was
we
gonna
will
be-
never see.
He was going. Well, he is not going to be. He is one of those monumental African American actors. Even with him being
Quantum
so
hit
young,
us up.
he set a bar. He set a bar. But he said in his quote, "I want to give my roses to the person who believed in me and didn't know who I was." And he
Denzel Washington.
wanted to make sure that Denzel, even in his time of him knowing that he had this,
Exactly.
that bar that he set it higher than anybody else could have ever set the bar. Never tell me that failure is an option because it's not. Never tell me that you can't do something because there are things and places and positions that are set in front of you to where you cannot do it.
I think
It's impossible.
the
Didn't
hard part-
Denzel pay for his
He
school?
paid for
Pay
it.
for it.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
he
Sure
did
did.
not
He paid
know.
for it. Was it a semester or like he just paid
No,
for
he
it?
paid
his
for
acting
the
school.
remainder.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Everything.
remainder of it.
Yeah.
And
Hey,
The
real
heart.
quick, Quantum Vortex Energy. I'm not sure who you are, but send us a message. I'm curious if you are who you say you are, but please continue.
I think the hardest part about it is the fact that it's hard to live in the what if.
yeah.
The what if instead of being glad for that it happened at the time. I'm glad that Chadwick Boseman happened.
Yeah.
If he had not happened, we wouldn't have the stories that we have today. I can't tell my kids about seeing him in Captain America: Civil War pull out the claws for the first time and be like, "Oh, we in here, like we in here."
Right.
But the
Yeah.
what if is, man, what if he goes on to be the lead of the MCU
Can I-
because it looked like he was set up for
God.
that,
So-
and that's what.
Can I go on a
hurts the
rant real
most.
quick, please?
you
Is
were
it
nailed
okay if I
it.
do
Go
this?
Do your
Just
rant.
rant.
Is it okay? All right, so T'Challa, black superhero, billion-dollar franchise, multi-billion-dollar company, right? One of the first movie out the gate, $1 billion. T'Challa. Imagine. Let me give you a different scenario.
Hold on, wait. Are you about to bring up like them not recasting him?
Yes.
Okay.
Was he?
Imagine a different scenario.
I just had to prepare. My bad.
Imagine a different scenario. DCEU, billion-dollar franchise, Batman. Bruce Wayne dies, or Ben Affleck dies. Hey, guess what?
Before
we're,
him.
we're not going to recast Bruce Wayne. Batman is done. He's out of here. That's that. Could you imagine even being a thing?
No.
It's not monumental when you're just a white man.
Exactly.
Yo.
It's some
Sorry.
powerful messages behind that movie alone.
The
set-
monumental is
set-
that he set a box office record as a black man heading a white studio's movie. And
Hello.
that's the
Yo,
problem.
That's what it
Marcus,
was.
go ahead
You
now.
can't
That's,
recast
you
that.
can't recast
Yeah.
that.
You
It's-
I
it's-
don't think you
it's
can
the
recast that either.
impossible.
Can't.
And that's the impossible that they want to
Stop
reach.
right there. I
but they
say
can't
this.
reach.
What do I tell my 6-year-old son, black man, that his hero is no longer alive at all?
Black
So-
Panther
And
is
he's
done.
done.
But he's not dead.
But exactly.
No.
Legacy still
Because
lives on.
see
Right.
in Black
Okay,
Panther
so
dying,
tell that for Batman and Superman and
no,
those
no.
characters too as well.
The difference between Batman and Superman, Batman's rich. Second, first of all, that's his superpower. He's rich. Superman is an alien. He's not even from here.
Nope.
Black Panther is from the planet Earth in an African country that has wealth beyond your wildest dreams. The difference is he's not dead. He's the aspiration of what we could be.
Right.
And
Right.
that's what does not die.
And that's
But
what
the thing is that
what-
in the movie though, there's a lot more
But-
stories to tell.
You're right.
With T'Challa,
You're right.
and those
It
stories
is.
are all done now.
I just
They just
no,
acquired the
I-
X-Men, didn't they?
They
Didn't
Yeah,
Storm
they
and T'Challa have a relationship?
They did.
Yeah.
They sure did.
We don't need to see any of that.
did.
I don't think that.
My son doesn't see any of that.
I don't
because he's not being recast.
but I don't
I
think.
think that
Is Chadwick Boseman's cool
I
with
think
that?
the
You
stories
think he would
can
fine
be
with that?
told.
I think
They just
I don't
won't
think
be
so either.
with Chadwick Boseman, Black Panther in the
But
present.
I think Chadwick
Like
Boseman
he's
would be
saying,
cool with that.
I
Black
would
Panther
like
is
to.
a mantle,
I would like
not-
to
not a
see
person.
exactly. I
That's the
would like to
difference.
see
That- no,
a storyline, like
right.
he's saying, the legacy
Exactly.
continues.
And we'll
Exactly.
see that.
But the thing is that he's
I don't-
what Mark
right.
said is right. But
Right.
the thing is that
it's a mantle.
T'Challa still have more stories to tell.
Yeah.
And
Are
that's
the
what
kids
hurts.
cool with never
But
seeing Black Panther
this is,
again?
It's not seeing.
I don't
See, that's
think
what
they
we
should never
It's not
have
about
that.
not seeing
Yeah.
Black Panther. Black Panther is a
Be so
mantle.
please. I need
T'Challa
that.
is a person.
All right.
T'Challa is a person. Black Panther is a mantle
For sure.
that anybody
However-
can pick up if they have the right
No,
to do
I
so.
do
Well,
They
not
said they're
think-
not going to recast.
I
They're
Black
not going to
not-
recast him, but they're not going to recast another male as it. Shuri will be the next
She
Black
will.
And things
and
that in the
that's
comics,
confirmed.
the things that in the comics she
Yeah.
was,
And
next
she
one.
has.
She
and
was.
things
That's
that
precedent for
things
it.
that I'm fine with that completely.
But what we have to teach,
In
it's a
time.
great time
I
to
think
teach our
T'Challa-
children
But she
that
won't
everything
be
is
T'Challa,
not,
though.
everything does not always last. It's a great way to
Go
teach our
further
children
than
that.
because I know where you're going.
I get what you're
Exactly.
saying, but it's a
Like,
great
The
way
things
for us
that why
to-
do we have to tell our children that?
because
through the death
I
of
think
that's
some
our
things,
Chadwick
I think
Boseman.
some things
That's
are
our job.
inevitable for us to talk to our children about. Life and death is something
We have
that
to
is
talk
going
about
to
loss.
happen. Life and death is something
We
that is
have to
going
talk
to
about
happen.
If
loss.
Iron
regardless.
Man or Captain America or Thor would have died after
would
the
not
first
have-
movie, they would have kept that shit going.
Iron Man did
Hold
die.
on, Ricky.
Pause.
Hold on.
I don't
and
believe
hold on.
that.
in the first movie.
Let-
In the
let-
first
let
movie,
me
in
make
the
this-
first,
hold on,
kept that
Ricky.
shit going.
In the first
Ricky,
movie,
let me make this point, and I'm gonna have to agree with Marcus again. You cannot recast Black Panther. You cannot recast T'Challa because, like he said, it's something that's never been seen before.
Exactly.
And Chadwick Boseman reached this level that no actor, the only actor I could ever see that would reach that level was the villain in the movie.
Yo,
That's
and you
Michael B.
damn
Jordan.
Right, you damn right.
You know what I
That's the
advocated?
only.
You know what I
Yeah.
advocated?
and I'm sure we'll
on
see
the,
him
on the
again.
night that Chadwick Boseman died, what I advocated, first of all, if Thor, Captain America, or Iron Man would have passed away, they would have just done away with the character. They
I
would have
think
recasted him.
no, after the first time they would have, because no one thought the MCU would be where it was today.
Agreed.
But if you and after Iron Man 2 decided, oh, RDJ died, we're gonna recast Iron, it would not have happened. They would have found a way.
They recast Edward Norton.
Yeah, they recast
Maybe.
Edward. That was the first movie.
Yeah,
See?
after
It's
the
the
first
first
movie,
time. You
that's
said,
what he
but
said,
you
after
just
the
said
first
after the first
movie.
time you wouldn't do it. They did it after that one because it didn't work. It did not work for the story. So if you take
Edward Norton's a
RDJ,
great actor.
you take
He was a fantastic
but he was
Hulk,
also
I thought.
he was a dick to the MCU crew, and that's why he got pulled away.
I ain't hear about
He was
that.
a terrible. He tried to rewrite the script himself,
I
and
ain't
that's
heard
why
about
he
that.
got.
He
let
was
go.
American History X. Edward
Yeah,
Norton.
he didn't. Nobody wanted to
Fair
work
enough,
with him.
fair enough.
That's why he got moved
But
away.
Yeah.
Terrence Howard.
the problem is, you take T'Challa, someone who embodied the role,
Definitely embodied it.
studied it, brought other people. Like Lupita says that she would not have gotten involved had he not been involved.
So the problem with me is that
brought
everybody's.
characters with
You think
you.
Chadwick Boseman is fine with his character?
No,
but see, it's
dying
not, it's,
no, no,
it's
being
not,
left
it's not
behind.
about him at this point.
No.
I think
This was
it's
greater
more
than him
It's
as a
about the
person.
fact
Yeah.
that Chadwick Boseman became T'Challa.
Yes.
And now that he's gone, you
I
cannot
find it
replace
hard to
be-
believe.
There
Yeah.
will be a riot without
There
him
will
being
be-
T'Challa.
I
If
find it hard to believe.
Michael
Ricky,
J.
I'm
White
trying
would come
to
up
see
with
what you
T'Challa
said.
would be a problem.
Name one actor,
J. White.
one
Michael
black
J.
male
White.
actor that can embody that role and become
It's
T'Challa.
not one.
It depends.
I'll
what
tell
you
you one. I'll tell you one.
Whoa.
Michael B. Jordan.
for sure.
No.
For sure. No,
Yes.
he's right.
No.
I can
He
agree
was
with
the
that.
villain.
No. But they
Only
need to.
because of that.
No.
Only because of that.
Lance Gross.
Thing is that
Hell
No.
no.
Yeah.
Lance Gross is eye candy,
You
and that's
can't-
about
you can't
it.
turn around and make the. That would be like making the Riddler Batman in the next movie. You can't do
I
that.
think that
What?
I think it's just weird that we can recast Bruce Wayne and
But you
Ken
never
Clark.
But you
yes.
never had
T'Challa, it's like, oh, he's dead. Fuck
You
him.
never had a movie like this.
First of
we've
all-
had white superheroes for our whole
Your whole life.
lives.
Number one, you can
You've never
recast.
had this
You can
before.
recast mediocre. You can recast what we've seen
But,
our
but,
entire
a, but
life.
a strong black king. Fuck
Hold
him.
on.
Get him
No.
out
You-
of here.
there
He's
is
dead.
no
Yeah.
replacing that.
T'Challa will
Yeah.
be recast
So
in
listen.
2040. He will be recast.
That's way
But
too far.
No, wait, listen to what I'm saying.
That's
The MCU where it is right now cannot handle not having Chadwick Boseman. It can't.
They can't handle having.
It can't.
I don't agree with
you
that.
you set a record for a single Marvel movie
Single.
with this one person.
That doesn't mean you can't grow from that.
And no, this is
No.
the reason-
That's
It
not
doesn't
about
mean that you
growth.
can't grow
It's-
from it. It's just like the thing
It's
I
just
think
of
a
that-
monumental
let's
achievement.
look at
that
it
you
like
make.
this.
That's what I
Let's look.
expect them to do.
Let's look at
is
it like
try to
this.
monetize and grow from
Hold
it.
on. Let's look at it like this. You go to a restaurant and you have a particular dish. Matter of fact, no. Let's use sex.
Quantum
Sex-
vortex
Yeah.
for energy.
The
Hit me up
first
on the side,
the
please.
first time you experience an orgasm, every time you go back, you're looking for that first time,
Exactly.
and it's never going to happen. So you're going to continue to be disappointed, and then eventually
Agreed.
you're going to say fuck it.
I'm not saying that.
So that's what it is.
So I
Dude,
got a
it's-
perfect. Let me get this.
It's
Let me
just
get
hard
this.
for me to.
Let me
That's
get
what
this.
this is.
Let me get this.
I think Michael B. Jordan can
it's
play
like getting
a
high
role,
off coke, right?
No, I-
You're chasing the first time.
The first time you just, first of all, but
Thing
I'm
is that
dead serious,
we're not
though.
talking to the same things though.
We're not.
Yes,
we're not.
we are.
We're talking about
We're not.
drugs, all this
No.
other shit.
Yes,
things
we
you might
are.
get a hit from.
So y'all saying
We can't
Michael
get
B.
another
Jordan?
hit
Y'all
from
saying Michael B.
No, we're
Jordan
not.
should be the
No, we're not.
could be the new Black Panther? This is
No,
why I say he
we're
shouldn't.
not.
I think he can play a great role.
Y'all looking
This is
at
what
one
needs to happen.
aspect in one
No,
movie.
but
You
this is-
all
No.
talking about recasting Black Panther is like saying, "Oh, there's another Michael Jackson." There's not.
That's not
There's
what we're
another
saying.
Prince.
That's
there's
not what we're saying.
No,
I
what
guarantee
we're
you
saying
we'll see
is-
another Iron Man before we see another
right,
Black
but
Panther.
but
And
what?
that's part of the problem too. I have.
Why
No,
is
no,
it a
Ty-
problem,
see, that's
though?
what y'all not separating the two. We will see another Black
Panther.
Panther. We will not see another
T'Challa.
T'Challa.
But we
And
have
that's the thing.
done that. We're just looking at it. What I'm
No, y'all saying that. Y'all
No,
saying that
no.
Michael B.
T'Challa
Jordan-
had more story to tell.
Yeah,
He
that's what
did,
I'm
but guess
saying.
what? It's unfortunate that it will never happen.
But guess
So-
what?
No,
we will
If-
see
if
Black
it says
Panther.
nothing happens with Bruce Wayne. Nothing happens with Clint Carter.
No, this
Clint
is
Carter.
the thing.
Ricky, but I don't think you're
Clark
getting.
Kent.
I
There
don't
it
think
is.
you're
Hold on, let me
getting.
say-
T'Challa
y'all
is like
giving the
stories in
chance.
it.
I
There it
mean,
is.
let
Marcus
me-
is explaining the inevitability.
I'm trying to tell
Yeah,
you this.
but
I'm trying to
let-
tell you. We will see the Black Panther.
For sure. Yeah, they already said that.
Unfortunately,
Two Black Panthers next
hold
movie.
on. It won't be two.
They said it already be two. A male and a woman.
This is what will happen. This is what will happen. I'm guaranteeing Michael B. Jordan's character will come back wearing the mantle for a while before he fully gives it over to Shuri. That's what's gonna happen because he's gonna realize.
So you don't think he's dead?
Hold on, because
It's
No,
Marvel.
he's not.
Wakanda has great medical technology. They're gonna find a
They
way to
showed
bring him back.
that.
Yeah.
But this
They
is what's
showed
gonna
that.
happen. He's gonna realize because of his past, he cannot fully obtain that mantle. He can't be that guy because of all he's done. And it's Shuri's part. But this is what I'm saying. It's a mantle. The Black Panther is a mantle. So unfortunately, T'Challa's story, because of the unfortunate reality of real life, will never be told.
I
Hey,
think
we
that
have to
is-
guess
accept
what?
it. We have
all
to
you
accept
black
it.
boys out there that look at the T'Challa, it is what it is.
Okay, so
I'm
That
sorry.
doesn't mean that
But
you
this is
cannot
my point.
develop.
I'm sorry. It is
your
what
but
it
own-
is.
this is
Yeah.
my
Jet,
point.
I
I'm
disagree.
sorry. All you other
No,
Jets
no,
out there in the
so
world, I'm
first of all,
sorry.
Number
listen,
one, you're
fuck
not
all y'all.
saying that.
This
You're
is
saying
not- this
Jet's
is what-
hero is
It's
Black
not-
Fuck all
Panther.
y'all. It's the
So,
honest to God
so
truth.
at the end of the
not
day,
true. We've
this
seen
is
this before.
this is what it boils down to.
We've seen this
But
before.
Bruce
already.
Wayne, reboot.
No, this is
ain't
what it
Bruce
boils
before.
down to.
This ain't
It's not.
Batman.
It's
This
not.
is not Batman.
So
No, but
right.
it is. But it is.
So
It's not.
no, it's not. So this
It's
is what it
not.
boils
It's
down
not
to,
Batman?
right?
Let me get this
This-
one.
when
this
every
is the-
superhero has been white, it's
No.
a different
Let me get this
story.
one.
The reason why this story is so different from any other comic is because it is T'Challa. This role that he played, and we're just talking about. We're not saying it's never going to be another Black Panther. It's never going to be another Chadwick. It's never going
I
to
already
be
said this before.
another
No,
T'Challa because
T'Challa.
listen.
We already said that. You said that.
Because in the movie, right now we're looking at the aspect of just the movie. When Black Panther passes away, his soul never dies.
Exactly.
Which is why he is
All right.
reincarnated
First of all,
to somebody else.
we're saying the same thing here. Just tell me this right
But
now. In the MCU, who does my 6-year-old son have to look up to as a black superhero?
War
Nobody.
Machine,
Nobody.
Really?
Really?
Nobody.
I'm sorry, but that's
Oh, so you
Nobody.
said Falcon?
Captain
Falcon.
America.
Say
Nobody.
Falcon?
Captain America is black.
Hold on. You have
It depends how they do it.
Wait,
hold on a second.
Wait, you have other
what he
people
just
coming.
said is what he said is right, but it
You
depends
have
how they
other
do
people
it.
coming too. You have
It depends
other
how they do
heroes.
it.
You have other heroes coming in too. But unfortunately, we're going to have to let go and let little black girls have the moment they need to have too.
But
Agreed.
I thought they were supposed to have that moment with Storm.
But what we're saying right now is that
We
won't
don't have to
happen
put down,
because
no, hold a second. We don't have to put down black actors that bring up black actresses.
The problem with
That should be a thing.
no. I'm not.
It should not be.
Storm
Did
was
I say?
already
Did I
doing
say
that.
I'm putting on anybody? But Storm
No.
was Fox.
Blade
She's
was
not
already
in the
doing that.
MCU yet. So when they bring the mutants into the MCU, yeah, she'll be a thing. But as of
Oh,
right
I
now,
got it.
as of right now, the Black Panther mantle will go to Shuri, his younger sister.
we're not debating that.
No one's
My
debating
point
that.
is
No,
that
we're not
this
arguing
is
that.
we're talking about a
The
role.
argument is just a role of tension.
The
The role of T'Challa,
And we're talking about something
There should be
totally.
no. All right, if the role is going to Shuri, there's no room for T'Challa at that point because he's the older. He should be still
No.
Black
But
Panther.
thing is that
you
what's-
can't
no,
recast him.
no, we're not looking at that right there.
We're not looking at that.
Then what?
at
But
all.
okay, but my thing.
Okay.
What do you want?
I have my hand
What
out.
I want,
And
what I
that's
would
how I
like,
feel.
is
I
that that's what I keep saying over and over again.
What do you
Exactly.
want?
Bruce Wayne dies.
I have-
He
This
died.
isn't Batman.
No,
though.
remember Bruce Wayne, the actor that plays
is.
Bruce Wayne dies. That's
It's
what they
not
do.
Batman.
They
I
bring
have a-
in another person that
We've
looks like
already
him.
seen
I
this
have,
before.
I have my hand out.
Give me a
The
second.
thing is that they keep doing that over and over again with
Well,
Superman.
let her go first.
Batman,
Yeah,
Superman,
let-
Batman,
okay,
Batman.
so Ricky-
The first,
Second.
let me just say
We've
this
seen this
again.
before.
The first black
not the
superhero
same.
dies. Oh, well,
It's 20.
somebody else.
Okay, so Ricky,
Anybody else.
this is my point I'm trying to make to you
y'all
about the whole and
So is this like a
should-
black and white thing that you
no,
feeling?
no, it's not
No,
that.
it's not
I know
that.
it
It's
is.
just
Like-
that.
This is the point that I'm trying to make to you two and what he's trying to say.
Well,
First of
Stu-
all, number one, Batman does the same shit in almost every movie.
Exactly.
He sees the thing, he flies out, he beats the people up.
And he gets recast.
I got you on
You
a
know what
trump
I'm saying?
card. I got you on a trump
However,
card.
hold on. However, we have never in our life seen
Blade.
African country that got shit that you can die and eat and
Exactly.
come back to life. We ain't never seen rich, like beyond rich African people. We ain't
Exactly.
never seen none of this shit. So the fact that you say, "Oh, Bruce Wayne dies," you bring in enough.
I didn't
the
wanna
next-
bring up
because-
Bruce
hold on,
Wayne. I
because
agree
I'm not
with
saying.
y'all.
I'm just saying because
DC,
the next,
I got you in a
because the
second.
next Batman they're gonna bring on is going to do the same shit. See the thing in the sky, fly out, beat up the people. The end. But nobody is ever.
I don't
gotta-
feel like anybody's listening to what
Hold
I'm
on.
saying.
No, I get what you're saying. I get why y'all.
And
y'all
DC
saying
is part of-
Hold on.
DC, I got you here.
What he's saying, but this is the thing. It's too soon.
From
From a
at the end of
marketing
the day, I
marketing
believe that.
standpoint, it's too soon.
I got a chunk of
Hold on.
all
No,
this.
it's too soon.
It'll piss people off.
And no, I'm gonna bring up a good point.
It's too soon.
Hold
so
on.
just
Wait.
throw him out
No,
there.
wait.
He's done.
The Amazing Spider-Man is a great example. When you recast a role to
I was gonna
somebody
bring that up,
too
too.
soon and you give it to another person, the Amazing Spider-Man didn't bank nearly as much as Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man because it was too soon to bring another actor into that role. And if you go and recast T'Challa right now, too many people are gonna say that's not my Black Panther, and they will back away from the
Absolutely.
studio.
But that's
I
not
would
what he's
agree.
talking about.
120%.
That's not what he's talking about.
I know, but they will recast the role at some point in the future. I'm sure they will, but right now
It's
is
not-
not the
it's- it's
time.
not-
No, hold a second.
Let me get-
First of all, what he's saying right here, you can't recast the role in the future.
You can.
You can't.
You
if
can.
if you come up with a new movie,
You can.
Black Panther 2 without T'Challa, you
Shaft
can't-
did it.
Shaq did what?
Shaft. The movie
Shaft.
Shaft. Recast the role.
Don't do
Later.
that.
No,
Come
really, Shaq
on,
in
nah,
MCU?
come on.
It's way more
We used
continuity
to
in
that
MCU than
shit.
Shaq.
Right,
Come
Tom,
on, baby.
hold on.
Hell
Tom Holland in the MCU. Recast later.
MCU.
Y'all
We're
using the
talking
worst
about the
example.
MCU right
No,
now.
no,
Let's talk
no,
about
no.
it.
I have
Andrew
a
Garfield,
perfect
Tobey
example.
Maguire
I don't
was
think
outside the
T'Challa
MCU.
should be
It's a difference.
recast at all.
I
I think if they're going to
Yo.
tell his stories, tell them like in a legacy, like he visits the new Black Panther.
But
in
this
a
is my
dream
problem right
and-
here
raise
that
my
I
hand.
want to keep saying is that my
I'ma
young
hold it
black
up.
boys,
I'm gonna hold it up.
my young black boys, they lost their actor to something that was outside of the movie. It ain't like he died in the Infinity War, and I'm like, okay, what is what it is.
Can I ask you a question, Ricky? Was
I
there?
wasn't even done talking.
I'm
Please.
sorry. Was there? I'm sorry. Was there hero Black Panther or Black Panther or Chadwick Boseman?
Black Panther.
Black Panther.
Okay, so there'll be another Black Panther.
But
Stop.
that's what y'all.
You're not
Okay.
missing what I'm saying.
No.
Black Panther.
Newbie got something to say.
Black Panther in this realm is T'Challa.
Oh, okay.
T'Challa is Black Panther.
They say in the movies it's a mantle. Y'all didn't listen.
But thing is that no, it's the mantle. You're right. He is absolutely right what he says. But as far as the way it's presented so far, Black
Are you
Panther
raising your hand?
is king.
Yes.
The king is Black Panther. The child is Black Panther. It's all the same thing.
Our student
Okay.
newbie has a
Newbie,
question.
what you got, newbie?
All right, we've already seen this before, and I'm not gonna put it on this high of a platform because it is Chadwick Boseman is huge, but we already saw this, and it's gonna be controversial with Heath Ledger, the Joker with Jack Nicholson.
And people hated it.
No, but they
If
did
you
not.
about to go to,
no,
if you
let-
about to go to Jared
you gotta let
Leto's
me finish.
Joker.
Let me finish.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
You already saw the extreme with Heath Ledger. We didn't want to see another Heath Ledger after
People want to retire the Joker.
I agree. And then now
And what
I'm not.
happened?
No. Let me finish.
They
They made
gonna
it.
have
No.
that
Let me
100%.
get it. They made a mistake with Jared Leto.
So
But what if? But what if they would have did a Joaquin Phoenix, who did a great job?
No.
You going to Marcus's point.
you literally
Yes.
arguing my point right
Yes, because nobody
No, but I'm
embodied
just
the
saying-
Joker like Jack Nicholson.
Exactly.
No. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish.
It's
Let me
not
now. You
finish.
should finish now
debatable.
because
Let
you're
me
arguing
finish.
my point.
It's
No,
not even
no.
debatable.
No, but if they
Let
would
that
have
man
did
finish.
Joaquin Phoenix instead, we wouldn't have had a problem with it.
First of all,
People
let's
love
talk.
I
Joaquin
beg to
Phoenix.
No.
differ.
Let's
won
talk-
awards.
No, let's talk about
No.
Joaquin Phoenix's Joker. It was outside of the DCEU for one.
Absolutely.
It wasn't even in its mainstream. They had to take him out so they could actually.
But
do
there
it.
are options
No,
to
and-
create.
No, let's talk about
a
Jared
better
Leto.
world.
No
Jared Le-
options. It's
the
no options.
Suicide Squad is the lowest rated movie in the DCEU today
It's
because
no
his Joker
options.
was trash.
It's,
Like, what are we
it's-
talking about?
No, let me
They're
finish.
right.
Let me finish. Let me argue that
Okay,
point.
go ahead.
You arguing my point.
No,
Thank you.
All right, let me get back to it. They made a mistake. I'm not saying you're not going to be perfect, but we're not going to erase the fact that you can't do anything.
No,
I didn't say you
It
can't
doesn't
do
have to be
anything.
so black and white.
But when you do something for something so monumental for black culture,
Right.
you better have that shit right.
And
and give them the
I think-
opportunity to
And I think
give them
that
the
is-
opportunity to do that.
Hold a second. Stop
Give
right
them the
there.
opportunity
Hold a
to
second.
do
We've been on
that.
topic
You're
long
saying
enough.
we can't have the opportunity
Hold a
at
second.
all.
Hey,
That's crazy.
hold a second. Yep. Everybody's doing too much noise.
The Marcus.
Marcus, what did you just say right there?
I
What did you say
said,
for black culture? What's
because
that?
of this movie was so big for black culture,
Absolutely.
the studio is gonna make a point of doing the least harm they can to this IP.
Agreed.
What is the least harm they can do? Cast Shuri as a Black Panther. Bring somebody we already know into that role instead of trying to force us to accept somebody who is not Chadwick Boseman.
Bingo.
All
So
right.
that's
But
so
that's
this is
part
the
of
thing
the
right here.
comics anyway.
So this is me taking my emotion out of it.
it's part of the comics, and that's why it is smart instead of bringing somebody
I'm not saying
random.
it's not,
that-
but you're
hold on.
arguing that it's not possible.
I
No,
didn't say
it's
it's not
possible,
possible.
but
It's
it's
possible.
And
not
Ricky
smart.
just
Is it
made a
smart?
very good point. You
Is it
all are
smart?
putting your emotions in it instead of looking at it as a business.
I'm looking at it as a business.
business.
Thank you.
I'm looking at it as a
That's
business.
it.
Oh,
You
okay.
are looking at it.
Hey,
I'm looking at it
hey,
as a
all right,
business.
enough.
I'm a
We're doing too
business-minded
much
man.
here.
I'm
We
a business minded.
okay.
It's Shuri. Shuri makes sense. We know her. We've seen her in the comics. We've seen her in two,
Does
three
his kids
films.
care? Does his kids care?
They will care.
Does Jet
Will
care?
they? No, I don't think they will.
Would Jet
but-
care?
I
Absolutely
think
not.
they will.
I think
Wait,
it's
how
the
could
basis
how
of the
your kids
foundation
are
that you're building,
your kids
though.
are young enough
Right.
to grow into what's happening next. We
Right.
grew into the
Because
first
you
phase
presented
of
it
Marvel.
for them.
No, it's not even
That's
about
disturbing.
that. It's the media that's for them.
That's extremely disturbing, by the way.
I know, but it's not like they decided.
That's really dark.
Hold on,
They
it's
didn't
like-
be like,
extremely
oh, we're
dark.
going to gravitate
Hey,
to this.
hold
You
on.
had to give them
My
that.
oldest brother is about to be 50. He says Jordan's the greatest
First of
player.
all, we
My
gotta-
generation
don't
might
say
say
that no
LeBron
more.
is the
Don't say
greatest
that no
player
more.
because that's the generation we grow up.
Excuse
They will
me.
grow into the phase.
All right, two-
they
Can
will-
I
Second,
say
so-
this
so- hold a second,
and
hold a
to wrap
second, hold a
this
second.
up?
One thing. Your oldest brother's 50?
Right. Let's not
I
skip
said my
over
dad was
that.
born in
Like it
37.
didn't
Like, why are we
happen.
having this conversation?
Like it didn't happen.
So first of all, you forget that my oldest sister's about to turn 50. So
Yeah, but
let's
you're-
not jump
Veronica,
into
Wait,
you
this.
Veronica, you're not young
Hold
though.
on, hold on, wait a
Wait.
minute. Wait a minute. How old are we?
Damn.
No.
My parents is
Marcus, how
about
old are
50.
you?
She
Marcus,
said you're not young though.
Marcus, how old are you?
I don't want to talk about it.
Hey,
I don't
DC,
wanna-
clip that.
Exactly. So yeah, it's an issue with you. You,
How is
it
it-
ain't an issue. You know? Whoa.
My brother was 21 when I was born.
Bruh.
But we ain't
50
gonna
is
talk
a
about it.
long
Wait a minute.
time.
How-
Hold on.
He was what?
Let me preface it this
Marcus,
way. I'm
how
one of
old are
seven.
you?
I'm one of 7.
Okay.
So I have a
Younger than me.
How old are you, Marcus?
I just turned 28.
So that means your brother.
You
What
act like
the
I'm
fuck?
so fucking old. His ass be like,
Well, you
you
act
be about to
old,
take the
right?
Centrum 21s all the time.
You take Metamucil every morning. That's fine. Like there's nothing wrong
touch
with
your
it.
toes right now. If you
There
want.
is nothing wrong with Metamucil, okay?
Look,
tastes
ladies
right,
and
don't
gentlemen,
it?
we're not getting through this podcast
Let's
if we
go.
just keep
All right,
going through there.
so
Showing
we
your age.
apologize.
This is what
y'all.
I'm gonna
That
do
was a
though. This is what I'm gonna do.
brief intermission. We can pass
Oh,
over
second,
that.
second. I want to
Y'all
put us
missed
all in
out.
unison from here.
Y'all
Yes.
missed
Everybody raise your glasses real quick. Raise your
I
cups.
will
Raise your
raise
cups.
mine.
Raise your
Chadwick
cups.
Boseman.
For
That's
Chad,
what we're gonna do.
man, Chadwick.
Let me make
That's
it
a name right
Is
there.
it
Hey,
not
Chadwick
hard?
Boseman. The reason why you have so much passion behind
Right.
you
You
is
see
that
this passion behind you?
we love you, man. That's the thing about it. We love you,
Definitely.
and we're honestly, how do we best honor you?
Never to be duplicated.
I just honestly, who knows how to best honor you? But
he
thing
don't
is
agree,
that
but we
Somebody
Hey,
go
cups
do the
up.
next thing.
cups
And
up,
we should
cups
hope
up,
for that.
cups
yeah,
up.
Cups up.
in a few years.
8 seconds for Chadwick Boseman. Number love for you, baby, for everything you've done for us. Everything. Smash him down, drink him. 8 seconds.
Clip. Oh,
Can't click it now.
all right.
Next.
Next.
Shout out to DC for the Marcus Smart.
Well, we got
I'm
next.
sorry, I thought it was an 8 second count.
Hey, that's
but
a
No,
crazy
no,
take
no,
that
no,
y'all
no.
had, and I
No.
respect
Jesus
that,
Christ,
man.
8 seconds of Chadwick. Everybody talking throughout the whole entire thing.
No, we wasn't.
No, we
Yes.
finished the 8 seconds.
No, we finished the 8 seconds. You said eight seconds.
You said
cups
8 seconds,
up.
then we started.
Yeah, we started talking after
Who's
that.
8 seconds?
It was
your 8 Yours.
seconds.
Yeah.
Nah, that was my 8 seconds.
He does the one Mississippi,
Oh,
two
well, let's do it again, 'cause
Mississippi.
I don't want to give my boy
He-
Chadwick a bad.
he definitely
Yes,
said
please do that
8
again.
seconds, cups
Stop
up, did
right
he
there.
not?
I thought he said
When
it.
when
but-
the
I thought
when the
you said
MC's
cups
doing
up.
8 seconds, it's not your 8 seconds. It's my 8 seconds.
So when was the 8
I
seconds over?
apologize.
When I put my cup down and started drinking.
I
But
closed
that's
my
when we
eyes. I
started
didn't know.
talking.
No, you did it wrong.
Marcus,
Let's do this man right, please.
He wants to redo it.
We're doing
Hey,
all right.
hey, Marcus, you're doing a great job.
Thanks.
Hey,
First
do it
time.
8 seconds right, please.
I'm gonna
All right?
learn. I'm gonna learn.
Cups up. 8 seconds, Chadwick. 8 seconds, go.
Thank you, DC. I don't know what the hell Rick talking about. He must have missed out on it.
Why are you being so aggressive?
You was aggressive.
He had a stopwatch.
No,
Don't count DC's point.
The ball said it. You
Yeah,
do
you
it.
did.
That's what you said. What are you talking about?
When we go play it back, you did say it. You said.
Why are you
everybody
arguing about
trips
8 seconds for
down.
Chadwick? What are you doing? Why are you doing
We
this?
should
Hey.
always argue 8 seconds for Chadwick.
Hey.
But with that being said,
With that being said, let's get to the rest of August.
Let's go through
Chadwick,
August.
you got many
so let's
seconds
start with
right
August Alsina.
there.
No, 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 no,
Let's
no,
start
no,
with-
no, 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 no. We're not going back.
No,
to
he's not a part of the top
No.
20. He's not in the top 50.
I'll fuck with y'all.
Let's
I'll
not
fuck
do
with
it.
y'all.
Let's
You took
let's
advantage of
revisit the Aussie fires with the California fires.
Is that in August?
It's funny how other countries
that
can
in
come help
August?
us, but we so reticent to help other countries.
You
But-
shouldn't be
Talk on
shocked. You
Talk
shouldn't be
on it,
shocked
Marcus.
based on
Talk on it,
Puerto
Marcus.
Rico.
Tap, tap,
I'm sorry,
tap.
I didn't. My bad. Go ahead.
No,
That
Marcus,
was in
talk on it. You
August?
good? Talk on it.
I didn't know it was in.
You know what?
August either.
What makes me mad about this whole the Cali fires was the fact that Mexico, the country that sends us their rapists and their baddest people,
The
sent
worst.
us firefighters to help us fight those fires, and nobody freaking talked about it.
sure.
And that's what pisses me off.
Nobody will.
Because they're not good enough to be in line with you at the grocery store, but they're good enough to put water on your house to keep your
Yes,
investments safe.
sir.
That pisses me off.
Yes, sir.
But
They
that's
didn't
the
have to.
American. That's the
It's the
American way.
It is.
Yeah, they looked at it as labor.
God bless America, and then when we can't do for ourselves, bring them in. We ain't gonna get.
And we
them
got a
in
lot
for
of
it.
time for Cinco de Mayo.
And we showed.
Oh, it's a party. There's a party right there. You get a drink
Time
and
for
Cinco
Cinco de
de
Mayo. We
You
got
gotta
to
wear-
wear.
wear-
no, but
you
see,
wear
see,
hats
that's the
and-
thing. We love culture, but not color. That's the thing about America.
You ain't
Say
lying.
that
Hey,
again.
Marcus.
Say that again 2 times. Tap,
Stealing the
tap, tap.
podcast right now.
No, this Ricky
When
podcast.
Marcus-
Hey,
I'm blessed to be
Marcus,
on it.
Marcus?
say it again, please.
I'm blessed to be on it, but I'm
Yes,
just gonna
sir.
say we love culture. We don't love color.
Show
we love
right.
putting braids in. They love putting dreads in their hair. They love
Show
putting braids
right.
in their hair. But when it comes
Show
to
right.
supporting the issues that affect the people that naturally grow that hair or naturally deal with that, we ain't got time for it.
Marcus,
That's all I'm
I
saying.
agree with you. When you are ready to write your book, I'm an excellent ghostwriter.
It's gonna be 10 pages, and nobody.
By the way,
And
Cali
that's
Fire,
fine.
we moved on quick for this one.
10 pages.
Moved on
You need
quick.
to have that
Alright.
shit
It's gonna
200
sell
pages.
10 million copies.
I guess we moved on from that then. Cali
Yeah.
fires are done and over with.
Yeah, exactly.
One and done.
Yeah, we're about 3 hours and 15 minutes here. We're gonna move on quick from that.
Damn.
Yeah, exactly.
We having a good time. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Hello.
A lot
Good
happened in
times.
2020.
Marcus ain't
We
playing.
kind of touched on that with the Aussie Fires too as well, but Marcus submitted. Yeah, so you submitted that paper.
One and
you got
done.
an A.
Right.
There it is.
Dissertation. It's done.
September. I want honestly, I want to hear from Veronica and Kiana from this one.
Oh, what I missed?
Judge RBG
Supreme Court.
with Bader.
I was that's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot.
beige couch one
It's a lot.
Is it too much for you to talk on?
I got some.
No. No.
Emotionally, I think I'm still tired.
I'm gonna let it go.
Because
I'm gonna let it go.
oh god, yeah, I'll pass. I want
Beige
to pass.
couch.
down. No, you need to. Hey, Marcus,
No,
we
you
had this
wanted-
conversation on the jet.
I'm not trying to do.
You go ahead and give your perspective because we needed to reflect on what we talked about on the jet.
I know how I feel about it, but
We do.
How do
too.
you-
About her
It's a
death.
certain way I feel about it too as well.
I'm not
About
gonna
her
take
death?
over that.
It's not very popular.
Mine's not popular either.
I'm sorry, about her death.
About what?
Her in general.
I'm gonna just say it and lay it out there. She's selfish, but I'm gonna. Say,
Oh,
This
that's the
is what-
same thing I was going to say too as well.
This is
I'm
why
sorry.
I said I was gonna pass
I'ma
because
say-
I don't want to speak ill of the dead.
What, and the thing is
I
that,
but at the
But
same
she should have
time,
got out of
Office,
that
but-
bench before
yes,
Obama got out of office. So
yes.
he could have
Yes.
chosen
Jesus
somebody
Christ.
younger.
I
And
said
he
the
I
same
agree.
thing when we was
It's her
live
fault.
on BNY.
Freaking agree.
It's her fault.
Okay,
She
so-
put it on us. It was
Okay.
her fault.
I'm
agree.
going to say this.
all I
I
wanna
agree.
say.
That's why when you mentioned it, I said,
I agree with the man too as
Right.
well.
I'm sorry.
Right.
Oh.
She
That's
went
why
on radio.
when-
I said that months ago.
All
So
that health
everybody is-
complications she was having,
everybody
she
is
knew her time was
definitely in
up.
agreement.
So right, that's why
and
Rick,
she
when
was
Ricky
real
said
selfish.
her name, I said,
Everybody did.
However,
Super selfish.
I will say something.
Super.
Ooh, we.
I'm
It's not
sorry.
popular, by
I
the way.
do
It's
not
popular.
appreciate
It's so lame.
that they tried to replace her before her.
What you think was
before
gonna
the new?
happen?
I mean, I knew it was gonna happen. Like, come on now, we know.
They didn't take Neil Gorsuch.
This is my thing with her is that
Yeah. that
okay,
hurts.
so you're 80 plus years old. You've had multiple battles with cancer.
Selfish.
It's 2013. Barack Obama's just been anointed. He's been inaugurated
That's why I
again.
support term limits.
It's like, you know what?
So right.
You know
So
what would be
right.
smart right now? For me to get out
to bail out.
and let.
Let him
thing
pick
is,
a-
I'll do.
Let him
I'll,
pick a 40-year-old judge.
I'll pick my
elect
judge.
somebody,
Sir.
right?
I will
elect
pick my
some- I will
judge.
elect my own
Yeah.
president.
yeah.
You ain't lying.
This is. I want this 39-year-old right here, her or
Carry
him,
on my
whatever.
legacy.
And then I'm bowing out. I'm going to just enjoy the next 10 years of my life, or whatever the years it is, and that's that.
You
But
shouldn't
instead,
be
what
able
she
to
did
sit
is
on
that
Selfish.
fuck all that.
Fuck all.
I'm gonna
of
stay
it.
on this shit until the moment I die.
My
Whoever
dying
puts
day.
my position in, I guarantee you. You think RBG would have put Comey in office?
No.
Did anybody think that?
Fuck no.
Anybody?
Absolutely.
No.
She wouldn't even have been
In
a
that case right
candidate.
there, I'm right. Marcus is right. We're right. And anybody's saying otherwise,
Fuck them.
hey, it is what it is.
Like that?
You're wrong.
Just like
that. Welcome to BNY.
Hello.
Yeah.
She knew.
Next month, please.
She knew what she was.
I have nothing else to say with this.
And she didn't
Nothing
do
else
it.
to say.
I don't either.
But I do have to say this though. I do have to say this.
Don't plead and give me some last will and testament. I don't want the judge that replaces me picked until after the election. No, woman, you should have been out before that last election.
You
Either.
have to
Because
know your
after
time.
you're
You have
dead,
to.
like your wishes don't have to be.
You so old that anything you rule doesn't even affect you or the people that you rule it for. You
Y'all
need to get off the
cooking.
bench.
Y'all
You
cooking
gotta
to.
get off the
now.
bench.
Y'all cooking.
Get off the bench.
I agree with y'all, but
Let
y'all
somebody in the millennial generation ride the bench. It should be somebody from the generation
Yep.
that is currently voting, currently working, currently spending money in this effed up economy that you
Hello.
left us, that y'all benefited from, that we didn't even reap anything from, should be
Yeah.
on the bench to reroute this. But you didn't do it.
Sir,
do
I will be your
Yeah,
campaign
yeah,
manager.
yes,
That's all I'm
yes.
saying.
Fire, bro.
That's all I'm
Okay,
saying.
I will.
Hey,
Look, I
man.
can take this
all
man
I'm saying.
far.
If you still watching, the beige couch
watching.
redeemed they stuff this week.
He called it beige couch. It's a gold couch.
It's a gold couch.
Ain't no beige couch. Gold couch.
No,
It's
it
not
became the
bad.
gold
He's
couch.
rude as hell for that. I just want to let him know.
What you say?
Dink.
Rude as hell for
Dink
that.
What
was
does he
for
call
that.
it? The beige couch?
24 karat gold on this couch. Mark is holding it down right now.
Marcus
Okay.
is holding it down. He is holding it down.
Marcus,
Hey man, I only study what he
Marcus,
gave, so that's
when you are ready for your political career, I can make you a very
Let me
popular
staple.
man.
It's
Let me
not
staple.
happening.
Let me
It's
staple
not
them.
happening.
Let me staple them papers in the middle.
Like,
Hey, real quick though. Real quick.
I'll be the best
Hey,
politician you ever had.
before we launch this man's political career, does anybody have anything else they want to say about the judge,
We passed.
Judge RBG?
no.
I think everybody
She did a lot for women's rights too as well.
She did,
sure did.
But you
She-
can't.
she
You
doesn't
gotta,
be
you gotta talk
celebrated.
about the backside of it though.
Right, and this is why I said we are just
Marcus,
going to
go
pass
on.
on it.
I feel like the ending is everything.
No,
No,
I
Game of
think-
Thrones.
I think this is why I said we should pass on the subject. Make sure her soul rests in peace. But I think everybody
has.
is in agreement that we just need to pass over this.
No, the precedent.
No,
has been
why?
set.
We didn't pass over Chadwick.
That's no. This
or
what I'm
anyone
gonna
else.
say. This is what I'm gonna say. The precedent has been set. When they wouldn't vote for Neil Gorsuch, because they said it was an election year, and Obama couldn't put who he wanted in there.
Right.
You ain't lying.
And then they became hypocrites the next year. And when she died, it was ready to
Shocking.
push somebody through.
Shocking.
Get ready.
Right.
Because when these rest of these, when Clarence Thomas start kicking the bucket, we're going to see the same fight. And we best be ready to challenge the crap.
So
because it's already set. You can't.
Term limits.
Once
8
term
years,
limits,
Supreme
to me-
Court out.
No, I'm fine with.
When is that gonna
No,
happen,
but see, this is the thing.
I'm fine with 10 years.
I'm fine with more than that. I'm fine with a 20-year Supreme Court limit. I'm fine. 20 years from the day you were elected, or life. It should be 20 years to life. 20
You
years.
giving these
If you
people a
40
jail
years old-
sentence?
if you get elected at 40, you off the bench at 60. You get elected at 60, you get 20 to life. If you
Guess
die before
what?
that.
You're,
But if you-
right. You're
but you
probably
can't-
gonna die before you.
RBG
but
set that standard.
Hold on. But at 65, you cannot be elected to the Supreme Court.
For sure.
You cannot be elected to the presidency at 65.
That's
You
for
cannot
sure.
be elected to Congress at 65.
Marcus,
Because
you doing
nothing
a
you
lot.
do. No,
Marcus,
and that's what I say. Because nothing you do will matter to
Past
you.
your.
Because
You
Yeah.
know what's funny about that we
we
said?
That's it.
Past 65, don't you have to take like a driving test to make sure you're
And-
able
Yes,
to
you do.
run a car?
But you don't
It
have to.
makes
we
sense.
could be the president
But
of the
hold
United
on.
States.
But for 4 years, if you serve 4 years in the House or the Senate, you get benefits for the rest of your
Wait a
life.
minute. Did you
Sure,
just
dude.
say you
4
can't
years,
serve
that's
as
it.
the
That's
president
it.
at 65?
I think after 65,
agree
You
with that.
you don't think you don't think you should serve
I don't
as the
think
president?
you should.
Okay.
You can serve in any other capacity, any other cabinet member, but let the
what if
generation
somebody
that
has
is
that
currently
wisdom
living
to see all
have
that?
their policies enacted.
You're saying where's some of that wisdom?
Too many
Age doesn't make you wise.
It
I
doesn't.
agree. But I'm not saying.
I know 80-year-olds that are spry as 40 years old. But
I agree. I think the term limits are ridiculous. I don't think that. I don't think in the Senate you should serve 4 years and you should be able to get all that cash. But, however, I feel like that in some type of an age you should be. I'm not gonna say on time in terms of things like school and things like that. But you've seen a lot, and I'm not saying at 65 is the point where we should make that.
Have you
distinction.
seen the older generation that's guiding people now?
It ain't good.
I
It ain't good.
Yeah, would you call them wise?
I agree. I wouldn't call them wise. However,
I'm gonna
I
call
wouldn't
any older
disqualify.
generation too
I wouldn't
wise, to be
disqualify
honest.
everything.
No, I believe that the government needs to get back to what the government was built for the people, by the
it won't
people.
build for my
So,
people.
by the
I
people,
agree
for
with
the
that,
people.
but I
Hell
think
nah.
that by
Which
the
is
people for the
why-
people is not a age thing right now. I think
It
it's a
definitely
financial.
is.
I
No,
think it's
I'ma
a
tell you-
financial
I'ma tell
thing
you
right
why
now.
it's a-
Hey,
age thing in the
Kiana,
house.
last point. We're moving
I'm
on.
gonna tell you why it's an age thing in the house. Because you have 60 and 70. Well, you have 70 and 80-year-olds who are running these.
But the House don't do nothing past the Senate.
No, but
Yeah.
Georgia's a great example of it. There's people that
Absolutely.
were sitting in there for years, and they don't represent the state they even come from anymore.
Exactly.
The fact that you got Republican senators for that
But
state,
how
but
did
the
that-
state flipped
how did
blue,
that-
that's a problem.
But how did
That's
that
a
represent
problem.
the Senate? And how did that
Well, then, no,
represent
hold on.
past that?
We'd have to go into gerrymandering and a whole bunch of stuff.
I
to
agree,
actually solve
but
that.
I'm
Or
just-
redistricting,
And we're not
all
going,
that
we're
right
not
there.
going into
I
that
agree.
tonight.
I
But
agree.
damn,
But what I'm
Marcus,
getting
a
at
lot
is
of stuff
that
to go into.
is this more of an
You
age?
got that right?
Damn.
That's
I
a lot
like
of stuff
this
to
guy.
go
He
into.
can come on
Hey,
top
shout to my
all
enforcer.
Hey,
Yes.
but what I'm getting at is
Here for
Yeah.
you.
this more of a age thing or is this more a financial thing?
It's a financial
It's
thing.
a financial
I think it's
thing.
financial
because,
thing.
no,
Financial
I'm gonna say
thing.
it's a financial and age thing.
Keanu,
Because
last point.
The age, right, supersedes the finance. The reason why the age supersedes the finance, and the reason why there's so many Republicans in the House right now, is because they still are basing their laws off of 1950, 1960 law. It's not going to work. So, with keeping them in the House and it not being a term
Blind
limit
Furry,
on
got
it,
you.
they are able to keep those same laws in place. Now, with a lot of the states becoming blue, you have to weed out the Republicans. In doing that, guess what happens? Younger people will now become Senate and state officials. They will.
Well,
Because they have
we
no
see
choice.
that
we'll
this
see.
year?
We'll see. Let me read this comment real quick.
What we did with
Blue,
AOC and stuff.
let me read this comment. Blind Furry on Periscope. Hey, shout out to Periscope.
Okay.
Extension on Twitter. No real leaders. They all shady. You read a true leader, but will not last too many crooks.
I can't tie it one way or the other.
I don't agree
Interesting
with that.
English right there, but regardless, what the individual said is
You
correct.
lying.
Okay.
No, but I really do think that like it really comes down to I don't think that red or blue is in your interest. It comes down to the money. And ultimately you can say that,
I'll use college as an example.
Make Trump
The Democrats and
AJ
Republicans
on
switch
Facebook.
sides.
Here we go. Really, AJ?
Don't worry about AJ. He's just
Democrats and
trolling.
Republicans switched sides in the late 60s,
For
70s.
sure, for sure.
They switched parties. People fail to realize that it's about what hands their pockets are into.
Look,
and that's all.
it's
I feel
all
like this.
money.
If
Ain't
I get
got
the
nothing
last
to do
word
with
before I transition, this is what I always say: left wing, right wing,
Same bird.
same bird. There
For
it is.
sure.
Amen.
Same bird.
For sure.
Let's move on to October 2020. We're still on the 2020 podcast.
Trick or treat, baby.
We're gonna talk
October
about
2020.
G-Tims.
October 2020.
I think I checked that.
We're gonna move the
Me
conversation
too.
somewhere totally different. LeBron and Lakers win the title.
Hey, good for
Hey.
LeBron get his
LeBron.
fourth. Lakers get another title.
Bruh,
I'm gonna
so
step
I'm-
outside because y'all got, like I said, mentally I checked out in October. So
So
Hey, go ahead,
Girl,
LeBron.
get
We love you, LeBron.
You wearing that purple, girl.
You out here from Miami, born and raised in Miami.
I'm
Yeah,
not,
no, where you going at, girl?
I'm not a huge fan of LeBron. Never have been.
How could you?
But-
77 degrees, by the way.
Whatever.
Getting to 81 like Kobe.
That's why.
Um,
That's why she wanted 62.
No, but I've never been like a huge fan of LeBron.
Why not?
I just haven't. I'm a Kobe fan,
That ain't got nothing to do with LeBron.
but I just
If you're a
it's-
Kobe fan, you should love what the Lakers are doing right now.
no.
sure.
Now, granted, whoa.
She
The
ain't
Lakers
say
got
that.
a dream team like the Bulls had back in the 90s, okay?
Ooh, that's
Well,
a,
right
that's
now?
a huge
No,
comparison.
Right now?
That's a big comparison.
Listen,
that.
they-
Montrezl
no.
Harrell being Rodman.
I'm gonna tell you why.
doing that.
I'm gonna
Hell
tell you why.
Hell no.
Why?
That's a big
Why,
comparison.
why don't you feel that way? They had to build their team up, right? In the early 90s.
They struggled against Miami.
Yeah,
did.
but
The
they
90s
won this
Bulls
year
wouldn't.
though, right?
What?
Now,
No.
think about what happened.
Go
No.
back. Go back. Tell the whole story, not part of it.
I feel that way because of what they accomplished this year, right?
They had to do it this year.
They did. They did have to do it this year.
And
but
they did it this
watch
year.
what's gonna come every year after this one. This one set the stone. I promise you it did. I promise you.
But what are you promising?
What?
What's the statement on the 2021
It's-
season?
It's the 20. I believe the 2021.
Wholesale say
season.
we're going too far in the future. I want to look at what LeBron did this year.
He
winning
was
his title.
fantastic.
Yeah, he was, and I believe
I just want
they,
to focus on that.
I believe they did it for Kobe.
Of course,
they
they did
said
for Kobe.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's
Yeah.
it. That's all. That's what happened. They did it for Kobe.
The thing is that Jose,
you
they
gotta
did it
do
for Kobe,
more work
but
than just I said it and it happened. There's a lot of work that came into that.
It was a lot of hard driving.
I'm just end it at this. Good job.
For sure.
I mean,
it's
great
not,
job.
I don't feel like really much here, to be honest.
Let's see if you
we're
do
here
it
reporting
again.
news this one.
It was a Cinderella story that you did it in the year that Kobe died.
And I'm happy they made it.
I'm happy you made it. I'm happy for AD because of all he's gone through.
I'm happy for
You could have
LeBron
got
too.
the, you could have got the West until
I'm
LeBron.
sad. I'm sad
He
that
sure
he didn't have
could've.
everybody there that he wanted to have there. But
Who did he think was gonna make it with? Like who did AD think he was gonna make it with without LeBron?
But see, that shows the
You
difference in the league. The league has evolved past the team. There was a time when loyalty meant something to a team.
And it don't mean shit.
And
now.
The Reggie Miller days.
The regiment
that
The
was
John
20 years
Wall
ago.
days.
John Wall didn't win shit.
let me
That's true,
expound,
too,
let
as
me
well.
expound on the point
Expound.
that it means something when you can get on a team with LeBron and know that you have a chance to make it.
Tell that Charles
Back in the
Barkley.
day, there were people who stayed, like Charles Barkley, stay on a team long enough because you cared about that squad and
But you don't
wanted
care
that squad
now.
to do
Even
it.
Charles
But you
Barkley
don't
tried to
care
hop
now.
on the Houston Rockets to try to make something
He
happen.
did at the end though.
But
It's
you
too
don't
late.
care
It's
now,
too late.
though.
Yeah.
But you don't care now.
My thing is,
You care now that everyone else got their wings.
we're living in a different era in the NBA than we were in.
But they didn't
Yeah.
have the opportunity to make adjustments based off.
But
of what you think now.
they also didn't have the opportunity to control their own contracts the way they do now.
Well,
And
hold a
that's
second
a
now.
difference.
They
Scottie
did.
Pippen
They did.
signed a terrible deal.
Yeah,
Scottie
he
Pippen was an
did.
idiot
Yeah.
country bumpkin who didn't realize what he was signing.
But he did have that ability.
He was in Arkansas.
He didn't realize what he was. He's from look where he's from. If you've never had money before, you see a little bit of money in front
But
of you.
that don't
pick
mean
up
you didn't have the
everything.
ability to do that.
And
Well,
things,
all right,
one thing
all right,
Scottie Pippen too
that-
as well.
all right.
Hey, Marcus, your point real quick.
And that same thing, we
Jose.
should talk about Dave Chappelle asking them to take off his shows.
There it is.
Because he was old enough to know where he was 28 when he signed them daggone contract.
But Marcus,
let's talk about
Marcus,
it.
another way
But
your
we ain't
points
gonna
too
talk
as
about it.
well is that Scottie Pippen signed that deal,
He was 28.
and his family asked for all that money too as well.
He did.
His family asked for all that money.
Dumb country
Yeah,
bump.
they should-
So don't blame the damn
No, blame
the
them.
Blaze. Don't blame
No,
the
no, I'm not
Bulls.
blaming the Bulls. I'm just saying we're in a league where
blame the Bumpkins.
No, I'm just we're in a
Blame
league
the
where
Bumpkins.
players have way more control over their contract than they ever did. If Jordan
You're
had
right,
if
you're right,
Jordan
you're
had
right,
the
you're
same
right, right.
control over his contract
He'd be
that
a
like
trillionaire.
Harden and Giannis have today, that man would have priced himself out of the league.
Okay.
Hey, shout out to Giannis for signing that max.
That max deal is
22,
ridiculous.
No, it ain't.
years.
No, it isn't.
No, ridiculous in the fact that the amount of money, not ridiculous. He's worth it.
No,
But, yeah.
because it's not really that much more than LeBron already.
But the thing is, Giannis ain't gonna win no ring with that.
Hey,
kind of money.
also,
That's all I'm
real
saying.
quick before we move on to the next topic, because the next two topics is going to be it's going to be a battle.
Yes.
me and Marcus.
I'm going around the room real quick. Yes or no?
We're
Just yes or
friends.
no. Lakers win 2021. Marcus.
show Liz.
There it is, right there.
Don't
Lakers
do
win
that.
2021.
Don't do that.
Yes,
it
but
is.
it's gonna be hard.
Now, Lakers win 2021.
Who's in the finals?
I'm gonna say yes.
The field.
I'm gonna say yes based off the fact that I didn't saw LeBron win 8 straight finals.
Kiana, Lakers win 2021.
LeBron didn't win 8
Kiana,
straight
you need in
finals.
the mic. You need close to a mic.
Yep.
She said,
God
"Yep,
damn,
all
bro.
the way where Marcus mic is."
You over here on this man's you over here in a Columbia jacket on camera.
So,
Yo, but LeBron didn't win 8 straight.
Yes, it's gonna be harder for them to get out of the West, though.
yeah.
Who's
Well,
taking it? Who's
Oh,
taking
so
it?
one second. That'd be for BNY
I
NBA.
want to see
We
what.
say that for then.
BNY NBA.
Okay.
BNY NBA. We say that for
Yo,
that.
wow.
BNY NFL's on Sunday too as well. If y'all want to come through.
All right, we'll see what happens.
We're not
Um,
gonna do the Falcons in that. I just want to throw that out there for the chat. We're not doing.
Hey,
the
let's go to November. All right, so we're real close to where we are right now as far as 2020.
Let's
Right
do
now,
it.
the date is what?
December
18th,
19th.
19th,
19th.
18th.
We're
18th, 2020.
18th.
So right now we're going to November 1st, 2020.
Oh God.
Let's go to a couple days in advance.
All right.
November 3rd,
Oh lord.
2020.
Oh lord.
So let's call it what it is right now. I know a lot of people right now don't want to hear what I have to say, but 45 loses the election to Biden.
Fuck him.
Start this one off.
Can I ask
Kiana, I called you before, but I guess Veronica called her.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did
read
you wanna-
option.
did
I
you
don't know what
wanna
it is
start?
right here.
No, go
Because of
ahead.
my
ahead, Baker
employment.
Mayfield.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
exactly.
start my
Go ahead,
point
Baker
by
Mayfield.
just. That's the start of my point. I
The MVP
swear,
deserves a break.
he gonna walk away on that. I'm not gonna say too much because, like you say, some people, we might not want to say too much, but that was the longest election I have ever seen in my life. Number two,
It was.
It became.
Yeah.
Sir,
Yeah.
they were still
Longest
recounting
was weeks.
votes.
The president should be
Even-
announced that night.
Yeah.
First of all, the president,
Yeah.
the votes didn't.
I mean, I feel like the last election was the same.
No.
Nah,
No.
bruh. This
In
shit lasted
past
for
in
weeks.
past elections,
I knew Biden won off rip. I knew that, and I knew we are gonna carry this
Oh
shit
my
out.
God! Oh my God!
Right, we're not even paying his ass no mind. Shut the. Get that.
so
Hey, Austin is he's like the troll of trolls.
the reason why I say it was the longest election is
Like
because usually in past elections you found out who was
I
the
agree
president
with
elect
You're
that
right.
night.
You're right. But this has been
However-
2 years. we've done this.
However,
Mhm.
it went into the next day
Yeah.
and into the next day
And into the next
and
week.
to the next day. And then by the end of the week, it was declared Biden had enough electoral votes to be considered the president. Hold on, president.
right.
However, there was the recount,
Yeah, you're right.
and then there was another recount,
You're right.
and then there was another recount.
You're
We
right.
did not find. We did not. The electoral college did not cast their vote to officially call this man the president elect until what, 2 days ago?
Yeah, you're right. You damn
It
right.
went on for a whole entire month. It also became the scariest election, not because we were scared of who was going to win or going to lose,
Yeah.
but we saw people become
Rocking out.
demonic.
Yeah, rocking. Out.
We saw people coming out threatening to kill, threatening to beat up.
Yeah.
I mean, you had people storming the election sites.
Well, what do you say when you say the Pledge of Allegiance? You don't say to the democracy for which it stands. You
No,
say
to
to
the
the
flag.
republic. You say to the republic
Republican.
for
Okay,
which
yeah.
it stands. It's
Right.
a democratic republic.
So,
Marcus, you better go on
That's all
ahead.
I'm saying.
Marcus, you know what? Like I said, I'm not going to say too much because some people can't say too much.
He gonna be sitting with us on the couch
But-
because he gonna lose his next job.
Yeah. My
But
strap's
what
gone.
I'm saying to you is, this was the
We
first
live, baby.
election
Yeah.
that you saw. I mean, like you said, Trump got elected, and you started to see people for who they really were. Also, when Trump got elected,
him no mind.
I was more aware of my blackness.
Oh, one second. Stop right there, real quick. You said Trump got elected. You got to see more people for who they are.
Who they really like. Their
What
true
do you
colors.
mean? What do you mean by that?
So
Black
what
and
I
white.
mean by
That's
that
simple.
is your neighbor who may be a Republican, who may be of another culture,
Maybe.
usually will wave if you
Maybe.
wave back. When Trump got elected, there was no waving back.
You think so?
I ain't trying to do all.
You think so?
I absolutely agree.
I can agree.
I don't
with that.
agree with that at all.
I
I
can.
do.
I'm right
I
in the
don't-
middle
I don't-
on that. I'm
I-
right in the middle on that. I can agree with that. I can say like you see, Charlottesville was my breaking point.
Mm-hmm.
Because when I saw this shit in Charlottesville, I was
What
like,
happened in
you know,
Charlottesville?
Tell 'em.
When the people got ran over
Tell
by
the
the
people.
car.
When we had people getting ran over, when we had people out here with candlesticks with the Nazi flag.
What were they protesting?
They're, in my opinion, they're protesting, in their scope, which I disagree with, the right to say white people were this or the Nazi flag was that.
What was this or that?
Superiority, in my opinion.
That's it. That's all.
So-
that's what it was.
And it was
Charlottesville is
and
about
we-
what though?
Charlottesville was about superiority.
the right to
between
protest.
white and black people. Like
That's what it's about?
That's all.
I think
No,
it was
I
about
think
the right to
Charlottesville
protest.
came about because of the
Y'all
NBA
boiling it
players and
down
other
real
athletes
simple.
started kneeling.
No, that
during-
was nothing about it.
Yeah, I
That was-
agree.
that
What
was-
that
Y'all
was
boiling
not.
it
It
down
was
real
not.
simple.
It was
though.
like- it was like,
But-
y'all mixing things
I
together.
agree.
It's not even
I think it was
that.
about
It was
the
a black
right to
and white
protest.
thing.
No,
It
no,
was a
no,
black
no,
and
no,
No,
white
it's not the
thing.
right to
It wasn't about the
protest.
right to
It wasn't
No,
that.
no,
It
no.
wasn't that right there.
Y'all
What
boiling
happened in
Y'all
Charlottesville?
boiling it
What
down
was it?
real simple to me.
I think it was really about, can I
I'm gonna let
hold
y'all
up
have
a
it.
Nazi flag and will I get prosecuted for it? Or will I get vilified for
That's
it?
not what Charlottesville was about.
I'm not saying that's what the individual
it about?
protests were. I'm just saying in general, I think it really was about the white community to be able to speak up
No.
for what they individually thought prioritized to them. Speaking
But
of
see,
the freedom of rights.
But when what you think goes against what the country is supposed to stand for,
Exactly.
it doesn't make any sense.
They knew
And
exactly.
that's-
I'm
hold on,
not
hold on,
disputing
hold on.
that. I'm not
No,
disputing
no,
that.
no. And it's the thing. I don't think it was about that.
It wasn't.
It's the fact that you have a president who got elected saying whatever BS he wanted to say.
I
Right.
agree with that.
And you emboldened everybody else to say whatever they wanted to say,
Mm-hmm.
and just so happens that the people who wanted to say whatever they wanted to say was his base,
Right.
and he had to allow it to happen.
I'm not disagreeing with that.
So
I'm not disagreeing
when you
with
want to
that.
carry around Nazi flags, when your country decided they were holier than thou, and decided to cross an ocean to fight an enemy who carried that same flag, you have
A
negated
long time ago.
any
You're right.
bit of righteousness that
You're
you
right.
have in carrying
You're
it.
right. You're right.
So
Agreed.
with
You're
that
right.
being said, it was literally about I'm white, I can do what I want.
When I want, how
When I
I
want,
want, and ain't
how I
nothing gonna
want.
happen. That's it. That's all.
Because if I had a carried
But that's
myself,
why he says
I agree.
superiority. It's about I'm superior.
because they
You're
realize
not.
a cop ain't gonna mess with them as long as they carry that flag and they're being
Hell
peaceful.
nah.
But let me go out.
All
with
right,
my-
saw that.
No,
We
hold on.
saw that.
All right,
No,
let me-
saw that. They did not. We
Hey,
saw
before anyone
that.
says anything that's other, so this is what happened in Charlottesville. August is 2017.
Mhm.
They filed a petition.
All right.
They did.
Hold a second. Hundreds gathered in Friday night in Charlottesville, Virginia, to protest the decision by city leaders to remove the statue of Confederate General Robert E. Lee from
Okay.
Public Park.
Which was trash.
That's how all that. First of all,
Okay.
why his statue is even a thing.
I lived in
It's
Richmond,
trash,
and
yeah.
I will tell you now.
Richmond Spiders.
So I went to school at Henrico High School in Henrico, Virginia, right outside of Richmond.
Hey, I live in
Richmond
that
is so when you get to Richmond South, you're in the South. You're in the South. People don't like to say Virginia is part of the South anymore, but it is very southern. If you look at the map of the election map, Northern Virginia, Eastern Virginia, Virginia Beach is what got Biden the election. The rest of Virginia is red as hell. It's just not as it's just not as
You
many.
saw Northern Virginia, Fairfax,
Alexandria,
Oh, you saw like Brunch
yeah,
Arlington.
Prince William, things like that. Arlington.
Street.
That's progressive. Young people like us in government voting for the Democratic Party.
Agreed.
The majority of the landmass of Virginia, though not as
Voted-
populated,
voted
is red.
Where we bought our dogs at?
Hold a second though. Hold a second.
Now.
What you were saying right there. The majority of people though
See, people don't
live
realize
in where?
population and landmass are two different
Hold a
things.
second, yeah.
That's why he was able to win. Biden was able to win Georgia. You don't have to win the state. You have to win Atlanta, Savannah, and Macon. You have to win the biggest three states.
Hold a
That's
second,
just like in
hold a
Maryland.
second. Stop right
Even
there.
in
Stop
Maryland.
right there. We it's a whole problem. We haven't dealt with this entire podcast. This man Marcus is a voice of a reporter.
I'm sorry.
Jesus Christ.
That's what I
like,
mean.
hey, I'm telling you right now. Hey, the band. Look, fuck all that.
Fuck all that. I agree with that shit. I agree.
You behind a mic should
It's
be a
where you
thing
need to
going
be.
forward.
Hey,
Like,
we'll find
dead
out.
ass.
We'll find
You
out
have
what
found
happens.
We'll
your
find out as
calling.
he talks in that voice right,
Right.
there.
But that's what happened.
Continue, please.
And Virginia is that way. Now we don't want to look at it that way, but that's the way it happens. Arizona, Biden did not win the landmass of Arizona. He won Phoenix, Flagstaff, things that you have to win.
But Marcus, you say anything like,
Why do you
you're
think they
saying
skip
anything-
states like Wyoming? And so, you don't care about those states.
hey, it's things that you're not saying anything crazy right now because Wyoming has less people than
It's
Washington
people.
D.C.
Yes, it's people.
Yeah.
That's what you need to reach.
That was total cause.
And in this election, that's what the Republicans messed up on. See, this is the thing. Biden didn't win the election because people liked him. No, because if you look at this other states like Arizona and stuff that voted for him, they did not vote for him down the ballot. They voted for him as the president. They voted for Republican senators.
Hey, question for everybody here.
They didn't like
You're so
Trump. They still like their Republican senators.
Right.
Hey,
That's
question,
why
hey,
they
hey,
gave
Trump.
Senate seats.
That's
quick
what
question.
the difference was.
he's not
If
lying.
COVID never happened and George Floyd, the civil unrest, would that never happen?
No, it still
Would,
would've
oh,
happened.
Would it still have happened the same way?
if it didn't happen,
It would have been a little tougher.
would Trump would Trump still be president?
No.
No.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
I can believe
I
this.
This is what I'm
disagree.
saying. This is what I'm
I
saying.
disagree.
I don't know.
Did
if you
COVID and civil unrest
Hold on.
beat
Let me
Trump
tell you why. Let me
versus
tell you
Biden?
why.
That's what I'm
'Cause
asking.
Let me tell you why.
I think
Because
it
Michigan and Wyoming Michigan and Wisconsin would have still went to Biden. Why? Because his tariff against China that hurt the farmers in America made them want to vote for Biden.
But hold on a second,
And that's
Biden's
what
tariffs that
happened.
he
That's
voted
why
for,
Wisconsin
he
and
voted for
Michigan
NAFTA
changed.
back in the day too as well.
He did.
Sure did.
But when he did that whole trade war with China, he ended up hurting a lot of American farmers, which reside in where? Michigan, Wisconsin. And they decided by what? 200,000 votes
200,000,
to
yeah.
push Biden over the limit than him because they realized this man that said he was all for them ended up breaking their pockets. And that's the one thing.
And that's the
that
problem
pushed
right there.
them over.
That's the one thing he's right. 45 messed up on that one.
And all you needed
As
was
far as,
Pennsylvania after
Right,
that.
lows.
All you needed was Pennsylvania after that.
That's what I said,
The thing is that he
Pittsburgh.
won the Rust Belt.
Yeah.
But the thing is that he couldn't keep the Rust Belt.
Yeah.
Right.
It's
Because-
something to be said when you pick up a state you're not supposed to pick up. Georgia, you were not supposed to pick up Georgia.
He sure the
But
fuck
that's a
was
testament to Sarah Abrams, who sat down there
Yeah,
and lost,
shout out to her.
a governor race.
Oh,
that she
Abrams?
should-
Yeah, and
Shout out to her.
Georgia.
Now she should have recounted her gubernatorial race, but she didn't.
Looking back
Well,
at
And she
well,
used it to-
I'm just gonna say it like this. It is a shame what happened to her.
It is.
However,
But if for the greater good.
sometimes
Yeah.
you let the small stuff go because you're focused on something bigger. Now, I am truly looking out for her to be running in 2024.
They should have gave her. I wanted to see her as like a secretary of urban.
No, she
housing
deserves
development.
she deserves a
HUD. I wanted her to
position.
be HUD.
Yeah.
I wanted her to be HUD.
Yeah.
I would have loved
you
to see
talking
her as a HUD.
Stacey Abrams. Stacey Abrams.
Stacey
Stacey
Abrams.
Abrams.
Yeah.
Turn down something?
That's Stacey Adams, not my shoes now.
No, I got you. I got you. That's from here.
That was-
You never wore those Stacey
First of
Adams?
all,
the
curve
curved
joints. Talking about your Stacey
Stacey Adams, yes, sir. Well, you forget.
Y'all didn't have the Latins? Y'all didn't have the Latin vibes?
Number one.
I
Sure,
didn't
I
I didn't
didn't
want out, bro.
Y'all
Hey,
cannot
hey,
say this
If
man
you
is
ain't
old.
have no Stacey Adams, you wasn't
He
popping.
said his father was born in 1937. Enough said. That's
I
why
got
he knows
Stacey
about
Adams
Stacey
right
Adams.
now. I ain't
Get
gonna
that
lie.
mic. Get that mic.
Stacey
Oh, say one
Adams,
second,
though.
Veronica. What you got?
So, number one, I would like to see Stacey Abrams in something as such as HUD because she does fight for lower income housing and
Absolutely.
things being fair across the board for people that are trying to buy homes, especially the African American community. However, I am definitely looking out for her to run in 2024. You're shaking your head.
Nope.
However, the only reason why I said that I'm looking out for her to run in 2024, but it will be a problem, is because now my belief when it comes down to who's going to be the Democratic candidate in 2024, if it's going to be a female, would be Kamala Harris.
Both parties are at a crossroad at this point.
sure.
Both parties don't know who they really are at this point.
I think the
No. You got Republicans who either you're with Trump or you're not, and you die by either one of them. And then
think
you
it's
got
true.
Republicans
Shuffle up
who
that
want to be.
bag.
You got Democrats who want to be progressive, but they're too scared to be too different, so people won't vote for them. So
Agreed.
Kamala is gonna sit in there. And my thing is, I think Joe's not going to run for a second term, and it's going to create a.
The man is going to be 82
No,
when
he's not.
when
He's going to run. He's going to run again.
No, he's
I don't
going to
think
be
he will
old.
run again. I agree with you.
He's going to be
He's gonna
He will run
old.
again.
I don't
He
think
will.
so.
He will try to run again. But my problem with this is it's not
He's not gonna
2020.
just give it
It's
up.
not 2024. We got to worry about. It's 2028.
I agree.
Because you got Michael Pence who's going to try to run. You got. Hold on.
No,
2020. Hold
You
on.
ain't
He's going
lying.
to run in 2024.
You ain't
You got
lying.
Mike Pompeo, Secretary of State, who's going to try to run in 2024.
You ain't lying.
It's going to be
No.
it's going to happen. And
gonna be
Democrats
stacked
better
on that
get with whatever their
Republican
platform
side.
is now, because their platform right now is shaky at best.
It
It's
really
we want to be progressive, but hey, let's not go too far because we don't want to alienate
Hey,
people who
so
got
100%
money.
What Marcus
So,
is saying
I 100%
is
agree.
what Marcus is saying is interesting, but it's not. I don't agree with you.
I'm not saying it's fact. No,
I don't
it's not
agree with
fact.
you at all. This is my thing. Is that you have a Republican governor right now that runs as a Democrat that could win a swing state that people don't even think is a swing state.
Are you talking about Hogan?
Yes, I'm asking.
Well, hold on. Did you know Mike Pence was a Democrat?
Mike
before he
Pence
was a
is way
Republican?
too deep right now.
He was
He's way too
until
deep.
1987. He was a
He
Democrat.
He's too deep right now. He's too deep.
He is,
He's too
and that's
deep.
why he won't win the election, because I think the
Mike-
people who voted for Trump, by the time 2028 comes around, they're gonna realize they hitched their horse to the wrong wagon.
The thing is
and he's
that
gonna realize
if
that
Mike
too.
Pence the thing is that if Larry Hogan comes around, the way he's running Maryland with a lot of Democrats, like, God damn, this motherfucker's fire right now.
Mm-hmm.
And then,
I beg to differ.
But the thing is that he's running state pretty well
Hogan?
versus a lot of other states.
That nigga
As-
spitting.
hey,
That's
that
the
man's
point.
spitting. That's the thing too. Is he's running a state. He's regardless of what you think, he's running a state in a certain aspect. Is like, hey, we gotta do this, we gotta
He's
do that.
rare.
But with certain things, I lead to the county commissioners.
He's rare.
Which means that the power's out of my hand. I'm empowering other people to do their thing, which
Which is what
which
is supposed to
empowers him
happen.
too as well.
Right.
He's following the law. Exactly. Keanu's right.
I will say he ran
I'm
this
telling you right now.
state like that up until this point.
Because
don't
this
agree
point
with
right
that,
now
though.
was a second wave. Things had to happen. It's a little bit different.
But he had to
All
run
right,
the
I'm
state
sorry.
based on
It
the
is what
fact
it
that
is.
his
People don't like it.
his
Sorry.
president didn't do what he needed to do. So Hogan is a rarity. He's a rarity. We can't
And
look
things
at
in a
him like
rarity?
he's some. We can't look at him like he's some, like, this is what they all should be. Hogan is a rarity in the fact that he realizes he governs a blue state. He's a rarity. He realizes he governs a blue state, so he can't act too far out of the lines because he knows that us niggas is not gonna have it in Baltimore. We're not gonna have it in PG County and the counties that have the population.
But see, that's
But the thing is that he did it so well, though.
He got it
But
done.
that
He did it
is
so
how
well.
he got the second
Yes,
term.
and that's how he got the second term. But when you're saying, oh, he didn't govern that well until this point, but this point has been brought on by a government of his party that chose to ride with Trump
No,
and false
the
facts.
reason why I
and what
say-
actually
He's
the
had-
reason why I
Hogan's
say
ran-
until
he's
this
ran
point-
Maryland pretty well.
Until this point, he has, and
I
I'm
mean, it
not
is what
gonna.
it
I'm
is.
not gonna take that away from him. But
I mean,
the same moxie you had when this first started, you need to have the same moxie now, because now we're at the end of the war. This is about to be the aftermath, and everybody knows that 9 times out of 10, the aftermath of the war is worse than the
So
actual
what has
war.
Hogan done against you? What you're saying right now?
No,
He's
I'm not
still
saying
running it the same way.
he's done things against me.
In the mic.
You can't hear me? Can you
Yeah,
hear
we
me
hear
now?
you now. We got
Oh,
you.
we
Okay,
got
I'm
you
not
live,
saying he's
clear,
done
baby.
things
Ooh,
against
clarity.
me. It's the thing of
That's
when I
funny.
look at and he even just made a point of this, of getting on social media, and he said to people that if you don't like what I'm saying, you can get off my Facebook page, whatever the case may
And the thing is
be.
that people like shit like that too as
but,
well.
I mean, it's funny, but at the end of the day, these people are saying some true things. Like, sir, we getting tired of hearing you say the same thing over and over again. If you don't have nothing else, just say, I
Well,
don't
that's
know
what happens when-
where we're
Well,
going.
what is-
I
Hold on,
don't
you
gotta
know
say the
what
same
we're
thing
doing.
over the people who don't listen.
Exactly. And you want small
Yeah.
government. You want small government until your shit's fucked up.
Exactly.
Until your shit's
And if
fucked
Yeah.
up.
government
Then
don't
that,
fucking
I'm sorry
matter.
for being vulgar. But you want
Oh,
you want
we're vulgar
Cut
here
his
all day.
mic- cut his mic off.
hey,
Cut his mic off.
you want see that's the thing. And that's
Roll
why
that
I don't
footage. Dave
I
Chappelle.
consider myself an independent. But this is the thing.
Yep, same here.
Fuck. Everybody wants small government until they hurting.
Mm-hmm.
Until it affects your wallet. Until it affects your small business that can't pay the
Marcus
bills.
out here
Now
telling
you
us
want
things.
government to step in and fix some shit. But the thing is, you didn't want that when things were going well. So Hogan, his problem is he's a true conservative, but he realizes the president that's in office was a Democrat his whole damn life.
Right.
Until it was beneficial for him to run as a Republican when there was a vacancy of power. So now he has a plan.
What did 45 say?
Marcus,
Hey, I run as a Republican. They believe any fucking.
They believe-
Yes,
But-
that he said
But we ain't
that.
gonna talk about that because
It's
I
all
actually got
over
proven
that.
as a false paper. But we ain't gonna go. But the thing is, Hogan realizes that at the end of the day, his constituency, the state he represents, ain't represented by him. He is lucky to be where he is. So the best thing for him, if he has any ideas of a political future, because what do most governors do? Run for Senate after they're done with
Right.
the governorship.
So right.
So
right.
what do I need to do? Hey, keep them niggas happy enough so that when I decide to run for the Senate, they remember
But
that I
no,
did
he
a right
said-
job.
No,
Hey, I'm
he's
telling you
saying
this.
He's
Yeah.
gonna
Oh,
run for
Hogan's thinking bigger than
presidency.
that.
He ain't gonna have the moxie to run for president, and this
Why
is
not?
why. Because you got
Hell
too many
nah.
different you got too many Democratic governors like Whitmer, whatever her name is out of.
Oh, Michelle, Michigan.
out of there.
Yeah.
She done got kidnapped threats against her. You think you gonna run up against her at a primary, and she gonna be like, you didn't have to deal with nothing. I almost got kidnapped, and I still ran my
She
state.
couldn't even
that
win
didn't
Michigan.
even
She
want
probably
me.
couldn't win for-
They brought AKs on my step, and I still
Right.
ran the way I needed to run.
Right.
They was
So
about to
there's
get her.
There's a difference.
No,
when you
she's
do that.
she's Democratic though.
She is Democratic. That's what I'm
Hogan's
saying.
Republican.
But that's what I'm saying. You go against her at the end of the day. Those are the people that are going to be the future of the Democratic Party.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to have to run against that. Does he have enough in his
does
tool
Whitmer-
bag
could
to
Whitmer-
say that
could
he-
I'm not
Whitmer
gonna say
be-
that. I'm not
Nah,
gonna say
things
that.
that we're talking. We expand this conversation. What I'm fine for. Whitmer running against someone like AOC
AOC gonna be
in a
crazy.
couple years.
Yeah.
AOC still got a couple, and that's the thing. AOC still got a couple years.
I think honestly with me, she got like 8 years.
That's what I'm saying. The
8
progressive
years?
party, the progressive
years.
side of the
I'll give it 8.
Democratic Party, it's growing.
That's what I'm saying. What Marcus
But that's
is
the
saying.
thing. They don't control the wealth. That's why Biden won the nomination. Because the people that got the money are too scared to go that far left. We're going to have to wait till 2032.
They're too scared for
We're going to have to
Medicare
wait
for
till
all,
about,
weed for all,
2032 is when the
UBI
Gang of
for
Four
all.
and them
Personally,
get their
that's why I
power.
think
That's
Republicans
when
are
it
gonna
comes.
run it for the rest of the way. For a
And things that this is why I
long
think
time.
that someone like Hogan could walk in there and be like, look, I could do both of you.
I agree.
I'm not a Jedi or a Sith. I could
Yeah.
walk inside right now.
I agree.
And
Hey,
I'm
you
here
right
for
about it.
everybody.
I agree.
But
And
see,
guess what? Look what I did for Maryland, the blue state, right?
he's a perfect
Republican,
candidate.
I'm
to do
red.
it.
That's blue.
But
They
you know
love
who
me.
was lined up for that too?
Huh?
Chris Christie was. Before he aligned himself with daggone
Christie's
Trump.
some poo-poo.
No, Chris
Remember-
Christie was good until,
No, he was
until
good.
the beach.
Hold
Until
on.
the beach.
Remember when
No,
he,
actually, when he hugged
remember-
Obama.
Hold on. Remember
Hugged
when
Obama,
Superstorm,
lost
Superstorm
right there.
Sandy came and he hugged Obama.
He hugged Obama.
And then the party came out against him.
And that was
then
that.
he flipped. He was a great governor until that happened.
Honestly,
Because
he
didn't play
was,
part.
dude.
But
Yeah,
see,
Chris was. Yeah.
he
Like,
wasn't-
honestly,
there was
I-
nothing wrong with him.
Like honestly,
Until he
I
did
probably
that.
would have voted Christie if he'd have ran.
And that was the problem.
Until that happened, then everything else happened after that.
You had
Christie
Rubio.
got bad.
The thing
He
is,
got bad.
But no,
He got bad
this
quick.
goes to illustrate how bad it got because Rubio was against him, Cruz was against him, and then the minute he won the presidency and they needed re-election, what did they do? Became Trump. He called him a lion Ted Cruz and whatever he called Marco Rubio. But the minute they needed re-election, what did they do? They had to gravitate towards
Marco
Trump.
Rubio flips hard as hell.
He does.
He did.
He flops harder
Hey,
than
let's
LeBron.
let's move on from here. We can
Let's
have this.
go.
Hey, this is a good conversation. We're gonna have it after on BNY Uncut.
No, we ain't doing that.
We got one more. December. COVID vaccine.
Hell no.
Hold a second now. COVID vaccine. This is the last one. This is our last one right here.
I refuse to take that goddamn vaccine.
Tell us
Okay,
why.
all right. Yeah, tell us why.
It's-
Let's say, first of all, we say anything. There's a couple questions I've asked. So we do here on BNY. Have you done any research on what's in the vaccine?
No.
I'm
Do you
gonna say
understand?
this.
Hold a second.
No, I have to say this.
Hold a second. I ain't done
I'm
yet.
gonna
Please,
step out.
please, let me continue to go from here.
Go ahead.
Not
Get
like
this.
that.
Sorry,
Not
I'm sorry,
like
I'm
that.
sorry. I'm sorry. I love you.
No, I have to step out because of who my employer is.
Get this dismissal with us. Come on.
No. Hey, Veronica, stay over here.
Hey,
Please,
you
please.
probably should
Have a seat.
too.
Just have a seat.
We should probably
You can't say
step
nothing.
out.
Yeah, man.
Hold a second. I'm not gonna ask him any questions, Kiana. I'm right here with you. You said that you have done no research on it, right? But with no research on it, you will not take it.
No.
Is everything you've seen influenced by social media?
No.
What have you been influenced by not to take the virus or the vaccine?
We have. What is this? Wait, what month are we in with this virus?
This is December now. We're here. We're
so
here.
March, April, May,
We've caught
June,
up.
July,
Yeah,
August,
man.
September, October, November. So we're looking at what, 8 months roughly. 8 or
Of
9
constant scientists, top professionals that dedicated their life to studying how to cure viruses.
So I'm gonna ask you one question. I'm gonna ask you a question.
Okay.
What is the difference between this vaccine and the flu vaccine?
The flu vaccine has 75 different flus. It's many different
How many
flus.
different strains are there of COVID-19?
COVID, like a couple.
Did you research it?
Yes.
You
So
know what?
there are only a couple.
Yes.
In those couple of strains, how many of those have been researched enough to find out on multiple people what exactly people need in their body in order for them to survive?
Well, with that being said, I have actually another question.
Mhm.
Have you ever taken the flu vaccine?
I have, and I do not take it. It was
So you take the
mandatory.
flu vaccine?
It was mandatory.
Oh, second, but you taking the flu vaccine
Yes.
for 75
She
to
was
100 different
forced to.
strains of the flu, but maybe 3 or 4 strains of COVID you have your concerns with.
So are you ready for me to answer your question now?
I'm highly curious what your answer may be,
Okay,
but
so-
please.
Before I went into the armed services, before I went into the military, my mother did not allow me to take the flu vaccine. She was very against it because this is a live virus going into your body. You have no idea what your antibodies in your body is going to do to counterfeit what is being processed into your body.
Now,
Wait.
your mama was smart with saying that too as
Wait,
well.
let me finish.
Well, I didn't
let
say
me
anything
finish.
crazy.
Let me finish. So, when I joined the services, it was no longer an option. It was mandatory. Okay? In the moment it became mandatory, the very first time I got a flu shot, I got severely sick.
Ooh. Me too.
The second year, because it was it became mandatory every year for us to get a flu shot once we were in. The second year, I got severely sick.
Mm-hmm.
During that time when I got severely sick, I was told that it will then become optional because the viruses that they are putting into my body is trying to fight off, and it could kill me. The next year, I ended up going to a different unit. It had been 3 years, so I was in a different unit. This time, I had no choice but to take it because at that point, I hadn't been in my unit for a long time. It was just starting to be flu season, so I had to take the shot. Guess what? It wasn't a shot this time. It was the mist. Different
Oh, that
form,
mist
The
is
same
mist.
terrible.
effect.
Okay.
Right.
All right. Yeah.
Different form, same effect.
Yeah.
Same thing happened.
Got messed up on that.
So after
too.
that, I was told I didn't have to take it anymore because how it affected my body.
Mm-hmm.
I knew this was going to happen because my body has its own antibodies to fight off whatever it is that needs to be fought. This is just the way I grew up after hearing about all these vaccines and holistic medicines and all of the above. So this is me doing my own research. I myself contracted COVID in December of 2019. I did it.
I was gonna say.
I did it. And it was the worst experience of my life. I did not need a vaccine to cure me. I did everything my mother told me to do.
Glad you're here.
Great in home remedies. I did everything she told me to do, and I'm
Eastern
here
medicine.
standing well today.
Yeah.
I choose to not take the vaccine because I don't want to put anything else in my body that is made in a lab.
Your body, your choice.
Well, hold a second
Exactly.
now. You take polio. You take vaccines for that. You had your kids vaccinated with multiple things too as well. So
What makes
why
it
you draw the line when it comes to
COVID?
a virus that's killed 300,000 people
Huh.
in the U.S.?
Let's be clear. I don't draw the line with COVID. I draw the line with anything that is not beneficial to my children. Had I known now what I know then, I wouldn't have had my kids vaccinated with polio neither. Why the hell am I sticking live viruses in my children for them to fight off the antibodies?
That's how viruses. That's how vaccines work, though.
Listen. Polio hasn't been around in God knows how long, right?
Because
Now,
we
hear
have
me out.
vaccine for
Because
it.
of the
We
vaccine.
have
Because of the vaccine for
because
it.
of the vaccine for it, right?
Since
Now-
1955.
Now, this is
Thank you, fact checker.
we
I
are
appreciate it.
conditioned to
I
believe
appreciate it.
within ourselves that these vaccines that we have, which are man-made, right?
The vaccines are man-made.
Yes,
Versus what? Something that came from
that
germs.
came from the earth. This is us getting back to our roots. In Africa, no.
Way you said that right there was wrong.
No, I know.
Second
And
now.
the reason why I say that is I am one of
clean it up for us a little bit.
I am one of the few people who believe that there is everything on this earth that God has given us to provide us, to keep us healthy.
Stop.
You don't believe that?
Sense.
You don't believe that?
AIDS? You believe in AIDS?
How did we get AIDS?
You think AIDS was God made?
How did we get AIDS?
You tell me. Honestly, for your worldview,
Hey, Ricky.
AIDS came from God.
Ricky,
No, AIDS was a man-made disease.
Ricky, let me put it
HIV.
this way. This is why I don't agree with it.
You gotta switch
This is-
gears for sure.
Let me
Yeah, we
Chris,
got
let me-
some more information.
Let me
that.
sizzle that down a little bit.
Yeah.
Let's let that simmer on the pot for a second. The reason I don't agree with it, it's just funny to me how.
Exactly.
It's funny to me how in 9 months, all the other diseases, you're talking about HIV, all the different cancers, herpes, HPV, syphilis. Hold on, let me get into
Cancer.
I said nothing.
And
I
I'm not
said
saying
nothing.
hold on, I'm not saying that cancers aren't crazy to deal with, and they mutate. They're crazy. They're hard to deal with. But we've had decades of that to deal with. But in this short amount of time, you can tell me that you can make this vaccine, and it all boils down to one thing for me: cancer is lucrative, HIV is lucrative, STDs are all lucrative. COVID shut down a whole fucking economy.
But why?
Hold on. COVID shut down the NASDAQ. It shut down the New York Stock Exchange. It shut down all these different, and that's why it's so pertinent for them to find a cure for it. But you can't find a cure for anything that does not benefit.
So let me
your
give you
bottom
answer.
line.
Let me give you an answer to that. I got you right here.
Oh, Marcus, I want to talk with. Ooh.
So I got you right here. When HIV was prevalent, that didn't shut
It's still
down the
prevalent.
ability. It is, but that didn't shut down your ability to go to the grocery store.
That's what I'm talking about. It shuts down an economy, which is why you're arguing my point, which is why
I'm not saying I
they
did or
developed a
didn't.
cure for
I'm
it.
not saying I didn't or didn't. I'm just saying
But
in
that's a
general.
problem for me.
I'm just
A
saying. I
vaccine
agree with
is not a
that.
cure,
I agree with
though.
that. I personally think that we should have been, with all the money that we've been given to HIV, herpes, HIV, like, that's crazy, Austin. You doing a lot.
Just ignore him. He's a troll.
I'm just
Nothing to
saying,
add to the conversation. He's not smart enough.
what I'm getting at is that in general, we should have, and I agree. The answer in terms of funding should have been here by now. In the terms of the last 6 months,
They only
with
made a
COVID-
vaccine because rich people started losing their money.
Exactly. That's it. That's
I'm not
all.
disagreeing with
and
that.
I ain't taking the damn vaccine.
however,
There's not been enough.
No, wait a
study.
second. Are they taking the vaccine?
I'm not gonna say I'm not.
Probably.
No,
They
this
are.
The thing is that they're taking the vaccine. Then
This is what I'm not saying. I'm not gonna
safe?
not take the vaccine, but I'm not gonna take the vaccine until you don't put enough study behind it,
No,
like
fuck
you've done the
that.
flu
I-
vaccine.
Now,
until
hold
we-
on a second
that
now.
should matter
How
across
we know,
the board.
How
But
we know
we-
they put enough?
and that's what
information
Ricky
behind
is.
it.
That's
You're
what Ricky
seeing-
is saying.
Look at
You're
Europe.
taking the
I will
vaccine.
make- I
and
will
you're-
You're
make
seeing
one
the
point-
after effects of the vaccine
will make
already.
one point
People
that's-
aren't well after it. Some
No,
people
but-
aren't.
they aren't.
It's
No.
not
But I would
enough.
say
Hold on a
one-
second.
Not
Hold on a second. Real
No.
quick. Oh, two things. One thing. Marcus, prove that. I want to bring that up, please,
I'll
for
bring
us to
it.
see that.
I got you.
Veronica, talk.
What Marcus is saying is true about people not being well, but
I want to see that. I
Yeah,
want to see it. I just want to see it.
it's
I
on
want to see
it.
it.
But
Bell's
I
palsy,
will agree.
fainting.
I will make this one point. Polio was discovered in 1789. The vaccine did not get distributed to the masses until 1955.
Because they wanted money off of it.
It's
No,
not
no, no.
enough
It was
It's
a
not
poor
that.
person's
It's not enough
disease.
It's the thing
Rich
is,
people didn't have to deal with it.
it took 163 years for you to study, discover, tweak.
Medicine is better
vaccine.
now.
That's way different.
So no, it's not different.
Yeah, it is.
The flu vaccine, it took them over 20 years. The HPV vaccine, it took them over 30 years.
You're talking about differences in technology.
No. What I'm telling
We have
you
a
is,
touch screen
what I'm telling you is,
that was 240.
You gotta realize
what I'm
too.
going, what I'm telling you is, it takes years, if
I
not
agree.
decades, to study,
To develop the
Yeah.
research
And to
for
develop-
it.
sir.
You got to realize that
I'm
the
telling
vaccine
you
is under
something.
the vaccine is under an emergency use authorization, which
Thank
means
you.
they have not studied the effects of what taking it will do. They
Hello.
just need it to be out
But hold
there
a second.
right
No, hold a
now.
second. What he's saying
That's-
too as well is that it's in the effects of what emergency.
It's an emergency,
So
they're
that
not
means
worried
that
about what
you have
happens
the,
to
you
you
have the
after
top
you take
people.
it. They
With
just
that being
need you
said,
to
right there,
take
you
it.
have the top people all looking at this at one time. Like you over there,
Wasn't the
looking at
kids
AIDS,
polio?
bring you over
Healthcare
here.
workers.
Polio over here.
All right.
Wasn't
You over there,
polio.
bring this one.
All right, look,
everybody,
your
bring
house
your head
is
over here.
Your house is on
see what's
fire,
looking like.
newbie. Your house is on fire. There's a fire extinguisher that says it's an emergency use fire extinguisher. We haven't tested it fully. It may work. It may not.
Nah,
Here you
I
go.
think
That's
it's
what
wrong
they're
the way you're looking
basically
at that.
giving you.
I think
Sure
what
is.
you, I think everything
I
you
don't think
said
it's
at
wrong
this
at all.
point was
I
was
see your
interesting.
point, and I
No,
feel the
I
same
think what you
exact
said right
way.
there was you
Nah.
take all your top scientists and
Why
put them
can all
on
these
one
top
issue.
scientists
Who
figure
have-
out this one issue,
who
but
have
they
they
can't figure out
tested
these
it
other
on,
ones we've
though?
had for
Because that's the
decades?
point that we're making. Is
What
that
other
it's
issues
for
you talking
money.
about?
That's what I said. That was my point.
What's that? What
I'm
other
not
issues? What other
disagreeing with
issues?
that.
Just out
but
of curiosity.
I think COVID
was that
is
not
different.
my point?
Your other
I
issues
agree
are
with
what?
you, I agree
Your
with
other
you.
issues are
I
HIV,
agree
right?
with you. I agree with you. But for HIV, it was different. Or
Why
for,
was it different?
Because you can make money over a longer period of time.
Which means they can put
Not
the
saying
same
that. That
they can
may
put the
be your
same
point.
effort behind all this other stuff, but in 11 months, you telling me that this vaccine is good to go, but you've been telling me for 20 something years.
Now hold a
You
second
can't
now.
figure
Hold a
out-
second.
Let me answer
I think,
that.
I
Let
think
me answer
Marcus.
that.
I think Marcus has argued his own point against himself
I agree.
because
No,
I think
I agree.
I think that he's right and wrong at the same time. I would say this is that you're right that they could have possibly had a vaccine to HIV or AIDS.
They could have.
Or some form of cancer. But at the same time, they could have a vaccine to COVID too as well, which is safe.
I'm not saying
But-
they couldn't.
But things that the COVID vaccine could be safe. It could be good to
That's
go.
what makes me skeptical.
But the thing is
though.
that.
How do we
But
know?
the thing is that what he's saying is that they could have had the same thing for HIV and cancer, but they haven't
Sure.
because it costs money, more money to actually charge people to make
No,
sure they're still
that's not
on
what
the
I'm
drug.
saying.
Let him finish,
That's
let him
what,
finish,
that's
let
not
him
what I'm
finish.
saying though.
That's
I'm
But
saying,
that's what I'm saying though.
That's what we saying.
but then you're not arguing my point.
But
You don't
your
have to
point is
argue
that
your
your point is
point.
that they cured the shit. Our point is they cured
My
it too
point
as well.
is my
It's
point
not a
is
cure.
and my point is a vaccine is not a cure.
Right,
It's a
it's not a
protection against.
cure.
It's not 100%. No vaccine is 100%.
I mean, neither is a condom, but goddamn, here we are.
yeah.
Exactly.
Here I am.
You got
We wanna
kids?
talk about a condom not
you
working.
got kids? God
No, but I'm a product of a condom not working.
Exactly, a condom isn't
That's the
the
Me
point.
and my
safe either,
twin brother.
But it wasn't
vaccines aren't
advertised as
cured.
100%.
But my thing is, when you put out a vaccine that quickly, and with especially for our culture, the history of
the thing is
vaccines in
that
our culture,
vaccines
it
could be-
makes me not want to take that
You're missing-
until
But
I
Marcus,
see.
though,
We're not
But
arguing
Marcus,
that. We're not
Isn't
arguing
Vaccines
that.
could be put out that quickly. It's just
We're
the
not
fact that they
arguing
didn't put it out
that.
that quickly because what you said is true.
What other vaccine have you seen put out
No,
this
but no,
quickly?
no, Marcus,
arguing a
Marcus,
different
You're
point.
right. You're right.
You're right. You're arguing a
But the thing
different
is
point.
that vaccines haven't put out that quickly because they could produce from that. They could charge
Exactly.
more from that.
Exactly.
It's vaccines
It's a
because
monetary
quickly
thing.
because it's fucked up the economy
I
as
agree
much
with
as it's
you.
had.
And that's a crazy thing. Let me get this.
So the same thing happened with the flu. So what the fuck is the difference?
No, and I'll tell you the difference. It's because you continue to go to CVS to buy the flu shot.
Sudafed,
No.
You continue-
What I'm saying is when the flu first came out,
NyQuil.
then it was the same. It was the same thing.
Did
the
you
government
pay for
was
it
shut
or-
down. You didn't know.
No,
But-
it didn't.
Yes, it did. Look it up.
the flu.
Yes.
Let's be
You
easy
wrong.
here.
You
I'm
wrong.
out of curiosity.
Look it
The
up.
flu.
Yes.
Which flu? The Spanish flu or just the regular flu?
The flu.
Because the
start of the
coronavirus
flu
is
till
because
now?
remember SARS when we had that whole thing going on.
Yeah.
Ain't no vaccine for that.
What?
SARS was a
SARS?
What's that? SARS was a product of a coronavirus. It was a coronavirus.
Right.
It was.
COVID is this is the second strain of SARS we're dealing with.
Okay.
It says
So,
it on our vaccine. or
It's
on
not
our
it's not
test.
something you have a vaccine for. It's just how you deal with it.
The
I-
flu or
but
SARS? We talking
No,
about
this is
SARS?
all.
doesn't
This is
matter.
all. This is all.
At the end of
This
the
is all
day,
coronavirus.
you see
All
what
of it
they
is a
you see what they
coronavirus.
you see what they'll focus on. They'll focus on anything
Here he goes.
that affects universal economies.
And
I
this
don't
right here
agree.
affected more the universal economy
AIDS doesn't
because
affect the economy
you could
because
transmit it
So you're-
AIDS
faster
doesn't
than
affect the
anything
economy
else.
because poor countries deal with it and they don't contribute
But-
to the global
no,
economy.
no.
and
You're
that,
right,
and that
you're
right
right,
there
you're right.
is a problem because
You're
they're
right.
all around each other and it transfers so fast. Is that guess what? I can't make these fucking Nike shoes that I have right here
Yes.
as fast as somebody needs to put it out.
But
These
people
New
in
Balances
Nigeria
990s that get
and
pumped
people
out.
in Cameroon, it doesn't matter for you because you don't produce anything the world wants.
Right.
You just
So-
we just
so-
suffer from that.
For-
So you're asking
for-
the question is why did they not do it? Because they make money not doing it. That's the whole point.
So
Basically, what he's saying is you make money off the treatment, not off the cure.
That's
For
what
sure.
I've been saying.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Exactly.
And we
Because
all are
people
agreeing
also
on
want to get
that.
sick. Sickness is a business.
So you're not making.
That's why we want Medicare for all.
That's
because
my
you can
point
take
is-
those middlemen out. That
Medicare for all.
You not
John
taking-
Q. John Q.
It kills Pfizer. It kills
John
Moderna.
Q is a
it
perfect
kills
example.
all of them.
You not taking their medication is not a testament to whether it works or not. It just comes down to, at the end of the day, do we make money off of you do or not taking it?
Yeah, you do.
So cancer and HIV, or just in general, is a totally different subject.
But this is what's going to happen. The same thing is this is
Not
not going to go away. It's not going to go away. We're going to end up with the same. Okay, it's going to
So
be a
you
vaccine
can
for
argue
this,
that, but they
just
said
like
the
it was a
same
vaccine
thing.
So,
for
if
flu.
you, honestly, if
It's
you
gonna
ask
be
me, the vaccine
same
is
thing.
safe. The thing is that how much will they get sued for? And the
You
vaccine,
can't sue. They can't sue.
It's
Depends who you're
bullshit.
talking about.
The pharmaceutical companies have been given blanket immunity. They cannot sue.
Exactly.
Depends who you're talking about.
Well,
At the end of the day, what's the
hold a second. We're taking
know
this as
what?
gospel. What is your source for that?
You know what I'm scared of?
That's
I will give it to you.
no.
You know what I'm scared
What
of?
is your source?
I
I'm
don't
scared
wanna
of it.
deal with
I'm
that.
but
scared
we
of
need
it.
to, we need to seal this door first.
Hey, how many commercials have you seen? Have you ever been shot with this
That's
drug
what I'm
right
saying.
here?
That's
you have entitled
2025.
to this.
2025, we're gonna hear. If you have been injected with
So
the
you
2020
say,
but
coronavirus
we've
vaccine,
had-
The thing is that
You're
you
in-
think
you
they
know.
have protections right now to make sure they're good to go?
not the military, you can't sue us.
But your
Of course, not us.
So if you
your
get
shot
fucked up
record
in-
is full as anyone else's.
yeah,
But we haven't seen it
But
since.
hold on, look at those shots though. Those shots have been tested for decades. and
Hello, and
How do you
that's
know
the
that? But you
point.
don't know that.
So listen.
Yes, we do. It's in public record.
It's definitely public record when you
So
look up.
how do you
vaccinations and
know
stuff
that
like
this
that.
COVID
And
hasn't been
patents for it.
tested for
It's
public
because
record?
It's just happened. That's why we
To
know.
you. To you.
When did
No.
COVID become a thing, newbie?
COVID-19 is one
Hey,
strand.
ladies and gentlemen.
One strand. Yeah. What's up?
All right, so
Since you
thank-
fact checked,
Oh, second.
You got
I like
We
her.
fact
She
checked.
fact
We
checks. I
fact
like
checked.
got the facts.
We fact check on this podcast.
Bring
Live.
us
We
in
make
there.
sure we're good to go.
Yes.
Bring us in there.
Shout out to Veronica.
Fact checker.
I didn't
Whoop,
give you
whoop.
that.
She said.
CNBC, which is considered a major
we'll
News
take it. We'll
outlet.
take it. We'll take
Okay,
it.
all right,
take it.
make sure. You can't sue Pfizer or Moderna if you have severe. What is considered severe? They can determine themselves. Severe COVID vaccine side effects.
That's how they know they're not
Because
ready.
The
you have to-
government likely won't compensate you for damages either. Let me continue reading. Under the PrEP Act, first of all, who
What the
here
fuck
this
is the
who,
PrEP Act?
who in this room remembers the PrEP Act?
Never
That's
heard
my
of it.
point.
That's some new shit
So
that they made
before
up.
you sign up for taking it, you probably
You don't
defaulted
even
on
sign.
that right.
You don't even sign off on the agreement for iTunes. Get out of here, newbie.
That's my-
Ain't nobody
That's
going
my
to here.
point. No, that's my point. That's my
You
point.
don't read it.
No, that's my
you
point.
trust your officials to tell you that this is good.
And that's wrong on the person.
Guess
not
what?
on the
Guess what?
company.
So it's wrong on
That's-
a person that you're telling, hey, your business can't open because y'all won't take this vaccine.
Marcus, you are missing the point.
No,
you
I'm
are
not.
missing the
No,
whole
hold on,
point.
Hold a
No,
second.
I'm not.
You are missing
Marcus
the
on
whole
point.
point.
No, I'm telling
Marcus
you
on
why.
point.
I'm telling you why
But-
it won't matter if this vaccine is safe or not. Because when
But
you're
Newbie,
telling
you're
I'm not
wrong,
saying
though.
that.
You're not
I'm
wrong, though.
I'm
You're
not wrong either.
You're not wrong, but this is why you're not exactly right. Because when you're telling somebody at
Stephen
Mom and
A.
Pop's
Smith.
Diner, when you're telling somebody at Mom and Pop's Diner that they can't open their restaurant because this vaccine is not taken and people are not inoculated,
Okay,
they
so
will do
give me-
whatever it takes to
Hey,
get that
It
bottom
becomes a
line.
matter of desperation.
No. So let me get it like this.
I
Let me get
agree
it.
with
Let me get it right. Let me get it right. All right, I opened up a damn barbecue place across the street.
I
got next.
No, let me finish.
next.
I told
ain't
y'all.
got
I
damn.
told y'all I didn't clean these chitlins. I told y'all that.
I clean chitlins as
They
a child.
taste good.
You don't
They
understand.
good. But
You don't understand.
y'all chose to eat them anyways.
That's doo-doo.
That's the same
On different
thing.
levels.
That's the same
That's
thing.
different levels.
I didn't tell you it was great.
It's levels to
I
this
didn't
shit.
tell you I cleaned them. I didn't tell you I took the regular
my
food
thing is-
precautions.
my
why
thing
the
is,
fuck? So
you
if
should be
if-
liable selling doo-doo.
I'm about to say if you
And
went
you
through
should
all of
be.
this, if
But you chose by law.
Because you
to
told
take
me
an
that
L.
it was
so,
safe.
So let me ask you this
No, I
question.
didn't. I told you I'm selling chitlins.
You said it was 94.9% effective.
Okay,
And you're part of that 2%.
Hey,
That's what I'm saying.
Hey, Mike
you are
Newby.
part of that 2%.
Hey, Mike-
That's all
hey.
I'm saying.
Hey, it's
you
fine.
fucked up. You took the chitlins. You got sick.
Hey,
It's
oh,
doo-doo in
oh,
your
second.
tongue.
Hey,
and that's on you. That's it. That's your doo-doo. Take the L.
That's your doo-doo.
Wash out your mouth and come see me later. But I told
my
y'all I
mouth.
don't clean these
We don't
chitlins.
come see you at
I
all.
told y'all you don't
Right.
eat these chitlins.
Hey,
I
hold a second.
told y'all.
Hey, let me read this article right here.
I
First of
cannot.
all,
No,
Veronica, what kind of
no.
phone is this?
Anybody
S20 Ultra.
Yeah, yes, thank you.
That's 20.
I can see by the lens.
God damn.
But shout out to the S20 Ultra that corrected all of that. Great to Samsung. Shout out to Samsung.
Yes,
We
Christ.
took a lot of time.
All right, so first of all,
that
all you out
lens,
there,
you can't
everybody
see
out
where
there
you-
listening.
you
Don't
wrong.
do that.
I'm sorry.
Hey, first of all,
Don't do
also,
that.
He's
Hey.
still gonna eat chillin' tomorrow and get sick and blame me for
That's
it.
nasty.
all right.
goddamn newbie. I'm
Chewing
over
the
here
crap out
at
of them
goddamn
chitlins.
honey and Bowie.
Woo!
Hey,
I ain't never had no. What? Wait.
You
What?
been to honey and Bowie?
You had some Bowie honey, baby?
I ain't never been to
Some
Bowie. Once
Bowie
in my
honey?
life, I don't know what Bowie is talking about. I don't know if they.
Bowie is
Bowie,
a city in
Maryland.
Maryland.
It's right
It's
up
in
the
PG
street.
It
County,
sounds
goddamn.
great, but I mean, I'm not from
You never
PG.
seen
I don't know.
You never seen the Bay Sox? The Bowie Bay Sox?
Lord have
Did they get the vaccines or not?
They
Hey, that was smooth and played
Right,
off.
great Did they,
or
Regardless
did they
of-
not?
They
Hey,
cleaned it
hey,
up.
milk of honey and Bowie. Brunch.
That's the best one.
That's
That's
a
the
good
best
place.
one to go to. That's
That,
the
hey,
best one.
that spicy chicken biscuit? No joke.
Hey, but
hey.
Marcus turned
What's
down
on
the
that?
mumbos.
Give me them cognac.
Did you get the
waffles.
mumbo
Hey,
wings
question,
or
though,
not?
question though.
They weren't on when we
Hey,
talked about that, so it's
hey,
fine.
Mike Newby. Have you been milk of honey brunch and Bowie?
No,
I'm gonna let you know like this.
He ain't allowed in.
he don't know nothing about
Hey,
it.
First
take
of all-
Curly out there.
First of all,
She out
I
there
just-
suffering right now because you didn't take her.
but for real,
She sleep.
I love U Street. I just want to let that know. But
See how you played it off?
I
You saw that right there?
I live in U Street.
Y'all gonna take
Marcus
this
has
vaccine.
been. Hey,
Y'all gonna see. I was here when Sign of the Whale was on U Street.
Marcus
When y'all
been-
weren't here.
Oh,
hey,
my God.
when it was
we ain't
dark
doing
on
that.
U
Hey,
Street.
we ain't doing that. Marcus has been begging me to take him to brunch.
No,
Hey, Jose, fellas.
I was here when U
begging
Street.
me.
Shout out to Steak and Eggs.
No,
Hey,
serious.
fellas.
I was on
Hey,
U Street
hey.
when it was dark before everybody else was out there.
And that's why he's
When
begging me
hey,
now.
hey,
That's
hey,
why he's
hey,
begging me
Hey,
now.
Marcus,
when they had
That's
street
why he's
lights.
begging me
Hey,
now.
Marcus
every
Winters,
night.
we're gonna light up the summer. I promise.
That's all right,
All
that's
right,
fine,
I
whatever.
promise that.
If COVID
Hey,
don't kill us
what's
first.
that? COVID
That's
don't
why I
kill
had
us.
lanterns back then, and you and Howard when they were.
At the
Boy.
headliner.
Hey.
When you
It's-
had Sign of the Whale, you had One Slice, you had Pepe's, you
Hey,
had all those places
Marcus,
that
you
closed.
hey,
sounds
hey,
great.
Trying to
you
read the
solidified
article.
out here.
It
You
sounds
good.
great.
Marcus, you good. You good. You good out here.
It sounds great.
No, newbie. You know, Marcus is good.
But do we want to do this to where, hey, can you please take my ass out? Can you take me out to you?
Ain't never happened in my life. That ain't never happened, newbie.
Hey, Marcus.
That ain't
Marcus,
never happened.
We know your history. We back checked it with the undergrad mayor of DC. You good to go. We ain't worried about you. All right.
Take care of me, boss. Take care of me.
Now, newbie on the other hand, he had a couple questions to ask outside the podcast.
Hey, but when Sal says I need to find somebody to represent me, we ain't going to St. Louis. That's all I'm gonna say.
Hey, man, I didn't choose to go to St. Louis. St.
Yes,
Louis
you did.
chose me, and I'm gonna transfer him that.
Hey,
motherfucker.
fellas.
You ain't lying.
I appreciate the beef. Take the beef off the
St.
podcast,
Louis.
goddamn
St.
it.
Louis chose me.
And the beef,
St. Louis chose me.
Hey, it's all
I'm gonna
love
see him
right
too
here.
though, because
They
I fuck
need
with that.
me. They need me.
The prep pack. Just a prep pack. And the thing is
Read
that
it to
after
me.
this,
The beige couch is the real one.
hey, that beige couch is wild. Now, after I read this, we move on to this day in Black History.
Let's
We
do
get off
it.
this podcast.
Sorry, I have a
Let's
question.
do it.
One question.
Yes,
before you-
ma'am.
before
Yes,
you go
ma'am.
into
Yes,
that.
ma'am. Absolutely.
So, was the Popeyes chicken sandwich this year too?
It sure was.
No, was it this year?
It was this year.
No, I thought it was I thought it was
And that's
last
what
year.
started all this
need a vote.
No, I
bullshit.
thought it was
It was-
last year.
It
We
was-
need a vote. We need a
Stabbing each
vote.
other over
Remember
chicken
they said the
breast.
Popeyes.
We
It
need a
was
vote.
the
We need a
beginning
vote.
of
I thought it was
the
last
year,
We
year.
need a vote. We need a
I've been
vote.
thinking about that the whole podcast.
Hey,
It was
hey,
this year.
hey,
It
you
was
right.
this
Oh my
year.
God! No, it was last
Hey,
year.
the
It was last
Boondocks.
year.
Hey, the Boondocks.
You know how I know it's last year?
The Boondocks
Hey,
with it.
hey, you know it's
Hey, the
last
Boondocks
hey,
with it.
I tell you two reasons why I know it's last year. One, because Marcus was talking about it. He went on live with it. And then he know about that one too as well. He know about
He put
that.
ranch on
The
it.
thing is that
He
I
put-
had,
Not.
he put
I hate
mustard.
ranch.
and
He put
I called
mustard
him
on
out
his
too as well. I
sandwich.
said,
hate
I said, fuck that. I'm going live on BNY. I grabbed the Chick-fil-A sandwich. And
I didn't get
at
paid for that
Popeyes.
either.
Way
So
better.
So
sorry.
we didn't. We didn't.
I remember that.
And then
better.
things that Popeyes didn't have it. So it was last year. I knew it was last year.
As standard,
last year?
they
It was
had
last
some shit
year.
they
It
were
was last
supposed
year.
to have.
I think the ramifications bled into
Appreciate
this
it.
year.
Is that what
Appreciate
it was?
Hey, let's
From last
vote.
year.
Hey, let's vote right now. You gonna get one or the other for the rest of your life.
Can we just kick you out?
Popeyes or Chick-fil-A? Popeyes, raise your
Marcus
hand right
Newby.
now.
Are we
I
just
need
doing
pepper.
chicken sandwiches or like?
Yes.
Chicken.
Chicken sandwiches.
I'm going with Chick-fil-A.
I want a
Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A sandwich.
Because
you. I
they're gonna
appreciate
get the order right.
I
I gotta deal
appreciate
with
it.
The Popeye's chicken sandwich made my
I ain't gonna lie to you.
Man, I was on the
It
toilet
so
for
did.
days.
Bro, that
Yo.
shit fucked
I
me
didn't like
up.
it.
When I tell you I was taking
That
my
shit
clothes
fucked
off
me
on the
up.
toilet.
I didn't like
That
it.
thing
I want to
messed
say this about chicken.
Hey, it's
that's
saying
crazy.
socks off on
You
it.
don't-
Chick-fil-A is
Bruh, that shit gave me
overrated.
the
There, I
worst-
said it.
It is.
It
But
is
they get your order.
overrated.
They get your order right.
Hello.
You ain't gotta deal with nothing.
And you ain't
when
gotta
go
worry
there.
about none of that extra shit. None of
They
that
have
waiting in
200
the drive-thru.
they have
None of that.
Overrated?
I
It
like
is.
Chick-fil-A.
But they
It
got-
is
Y'all say
overrated.
overrated?
They
though?
got 200
overrated.
cars in line, and they still get your
Right.
order.
The
right.
only
Hey,
people.
hey,
That's
ladies
fine.
and
Ask you how your week
Yeah, we
was.
done got off topic.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen.
Overrated? That ain't overrated.
I didn't know I
Hey,
needed
hold on a second, hold on a second.
I didn't know I
need
needed somewhere.
mics. I ain't trying to do all that. Let's move the podcast forward.
You're
Oh,
right.
All right.
Let's move
You're
the
right.
podcast
You're right.
forward.
We ain't gonna disrespect
Hey,
the Lord's
hey,
shit
last
like
last
that.
one to do is to have a stereotypical argument about a whole bunch of black people arguing about chicken sandwiches.
It's fun.
All right.
It is though.
Hey, guess what? We come back on January 15th. We
I
make
got
that
you.
happen.
That's
They
my
got
last.
watermelon and lemonade too.
No, they sure do.
Yeah,
Wait a minute,
you ain't
wait a minute. That watermelon. That watermelon.
Why you
changed
get
my
you
life.
ain't lying? He did.
You ain't lying.
He did
Jesus
shit on
himself
purpose.
came down and served that one. He served that one.
Why you listening to this, man? He on the Grand Mayor DC. Hey, you
all
know
right, man,
this
go
is
ahead,
Steve.
move on.
He
move
came
on,
not
man.
to serve, but to be served.
Hey, God, you a politician for real.
Ain't
You know what
nobody
the
gonna
people
order
want.
anything else different. I'll say it like that.
See,
God
he'll
damn.
get elected. We'll ride his coattails. That's what we'll do.
I appreciate
All
it.
right.
Hey, you know what? I don't even want to read this
2028.
article no more. I think the article passes time. All it's reading is the PrEP Act.
We don't need it.
Look up the PrEP Act.
That's what's
It's
wrong
almost
with our
like-
Not
people
like
today.
that.
We don't need it.
Yeah, at this point right
We
now.
don't want it.
Now we're
We
gonna
don't
rehash that
want
shit
it.
right
Nobody.
But ladies and gentlemen,
Nobody,
that was the top
My key.
maybe 19 or top 20 of 2020.
I think we did
Good
20.
job. Good job.
Yeah, it was
Very long podcast, however.
It was like 4 hours long.
Hey, but it was good.
It was though.
Hey, honestly, does it feel like 4 hours?
Hell no, it don't.
No.
Then guess what? That's all that
Kinda.
matters.
Might be the
It feels
Henny,
like
though.
2021 gonna be rough. That's what it feels like.
If I,
2021 is going to
I
be
think
amazing.
2021
If I
is
could
going to
do,
be a
uh,
year of reclamation.
I think so.
It's a season of blessings, man.
So I want
Yeah.
to do something that we always do on this podcast too as well.
Final thought.
It's well, final thoughts too as well. But this day in Black History. Now, normally I read from an article. This day in Black History, and we read an individual that did something important. But I'm doing something totally different.
What up?
This right now is a day in Black History.
Agreed.
All of us here, because honestly, this collection of people will never happen again.
Nope.
Ever. I don't see it ever happen again. Veronica who went out last minute, Kiana, something crazy happened. They had to pop off here. Having these two individuals on the couch too as
I
well
can't
with their crazy
stand-
schedule.
I can't
stand
stand sitting
Can't
on
stand,
couches.
can't
The
stand.
black Skip
exactly.
Bayless right here, man.
Why
I
the
swear.
go couch? It don't matter what the go who's on the go couch. They always argue with each other
They
regardless.
do though.
And
It's
we
just
love
part
it
of the couch.
too, and that's my
That's
man.
respect, man. That's respect.
And they always say the same shit afterwards.
Yeah.
That's respect.
You know what it is? It's a
We
couch.
come through
And the
in
thing is
the
that
middle.
I watched
Come
those
through in
sheets
the
earlier
middle.
today too as well.
I appreciate
So you
it.
had to wash the funk off and it's still funk on it? Is that what you're trying to say?
Where
That
is this
funk is
funk coming
Versace.
from? I want to know.
And they,
That
and they, and they argue over each other.
I don't
like,
think you want to know that, sir.
Ew.
Wait a second.
We ain't
hey,
doing
this,
that.
Hey,
We ain't
this is
doing
my
that.
thing right here.
We ain't doing that.
Hey, this day in Black History goes to the Go Couch.
Hey.
It goes to
appreciate
everybody that sat on there. Hey, round of applause. Hey, honestly, for real.
They deserve it.
Whoever's on the Go Couch.
There's a stain right here.
Ew, let's lay on it.
No, it's it's no stain on there. It ain't come from nothing to BNY.
And my first
Nah,
time on the
but,
gold
uh,
couch. First.
It's my second.
That's where it needs to
my
be.
first time.
Your first second
killed
time.
that.
I watched it multiple times.
Hey, you out here.
I never
Hey.
knew it was gold. I always saw the flag. I didn't even know it was gold.
Hey, Stankona.
Hey. Bombs over Baghdad.
Hey,
baby.
but hey, there it is.
Mhm.
Hey, AT aliens. Hey, shout out to this
Hey, shout out
couch.
to Atlanta.
Cooler than a polar bear's toenails. Oh,
Ooh,
hell.
ooh.
Oh, I like that.
Please reconsider. Pour some liquor. You know what I mean?
We're going to do this another podcast. Go ahead.
Hey, there it is. See, that's what I love about this man right
perfect
here.
albums. Perfect albums.
Perfect
Yeah.
albums. No, but shout out to the Go Couch. The
Yeah,
Go
agreed.
Couch is this day in Black History.
I appreciate it.
Honestly, like
Appreciate
for real.
it.
I'm riding
Like,
on
this
your
black couch is
coattails,
set
so
by-
Let me know if there's any more room.
I said the Black Couch. Neil said the Black Couch. We've
I
had
sat
many.
on the black couch.
Will Bowser said the Black Couch.
My debut
All
on
our
the
guests
black couch.
said the
Yeah.
Black Couch too as well.
Mhm.
Veronica, you sat on the Black Couch too.
Hey.
She held
Hey,
it down.
hey,
on
it'll-
that. Fact
hey.
checker 101, though.
Hey,
So the beige couch is like Oh, the gold couch.
The gold couch.
Is the starting couch.
It's the best couch.
That's
No.
a casting couch.
It's the casting couch.
The black couch is
No,
the gold
they
couch
ain't
is
doing
really the
that.
casting couch.
Because we gotta worry about uncut version, and I don't want anyone to get the wrong ideas. Austin, particularly. I just really just. It is what it is.
So that pass. I'm not.
So
I'm
with
not
that
into
being
it.
said,
I
right
wanna
there.
know who he was
Hey, with that
referring
being
to.
said, let's with somebody doing Blacks and Yak BNY, we move over to final thoughts. So if you want to have your moment to get very introspective,
MVP, go ahead.
we're gonna make that happen. No, I'm moving to the Marcus Valuable Player.
Marcus Valuable
Marcus
Player.
Valuable Podcast. We move to him at the end.
No.
Let's start off with what I always want to start off with. Our right hand man now. Final thoughts.
I just want to say, man, thank you everybody for coming out. I love y'all, man. It was a pleasure meeting y'all too. And as a man, bro, I literally learned a lot from hearing y'all talk. And more importantly, the main thing I listened to and learned was that black people are very intelligent.
Absolutely.
Amen.
My black kings are very intelligent, man. So I appreciate y'all. And just thank you for coming out. I want to say thank you to our viewers, all our fans.
Hey y'all.
I love
Hey,
y'all,
the
man.
people still watching.
Keep
Hold this
winning.
down.
Just
Cool.
keep winning.
That's cool. Thanks for watching, y'all.
That's it.
Kiana, keep on that red couch.
Let me see what my final thoughts gonna be today. They always so deep, and it's the end of the year, so this is my last one for the year.
Last podcast of the year.
Yeah.
That's
so,
crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy.
My final thoughts for this year is, if you didn't learn anything from 2020, take this with you into 2021. Life is an option. Either you live it to succeed, or you die at failing. The biggest choice you can make is to live to survive, and understand that there will be times where things seem uncertain, but every day is a blessing and a gift. Live, love, laugh. And I wish for everyone who was listening on the show, everyone in our families, the families for the people who are here, the loved ones that we have lost, I wish prosperity and abundance into you guys' lives in 2021, and I wish that you get everything that you guys have dreamed of. It's important for us to, the best way to say this, it is important for us to continue to have a village that we choose to be around. Break the generational curses that our ancestors set on us.
Mm-hmm.
And mental health
Amen.
is the biggest issue we have in black communities.
Sure is.
It's an outlet now that we both can quit enduring, but also be allowed to speak up. I know we've had conversations on our podcast about supporting our black men personally, but as a child growing up, men aren't taught to have emotions. I'm one of those parents who broke my generational curse early. My children, my son in particular, is allowed to have his emotions, because I believe that men should have emotions, because when you bottle them up, it creates a monster that nobody wants to see. So for those men who are now men now, who were taught to be emotionless, become more emotional and in tune with your feelings in 2021. Mm-hmm. And for the women, it's important for us not to be so aggressive, which I am a very aggressive woman, but to be you ain't have to do all that though. But
Put
to
the braids
be
back, girl.
but to be more sensitive towards our mates and their feelings. Yeah, it's not always you don't always have to be dominant in a relationship. And like I said, in 2020, my marriage has grown because I've learned to take that step back and allow my husband to lead, but also be his backbone. And I think in a lot of relationships, we don't see that. So prosperity in your relationships, communication, I hope will grow in between our culture, not with just the media or social media, but also with teaching each other things that we did not know about each other.
For sure.
So, with my final thought, I leave with be blessed. Every day above ground is a new one to change your outlook on life.
Mike Newby.
I'm gonna get deep with it. I agree with a lot of what she said. It's about progression. I think that this year in particular, I think we're heavily influenced off of the things that we see on TV, the things that we see in the media, the things that we hear in our music. I think particularly within the black community, I think we need to do a better job of identifying who our gatekeepers are, who our village actually is. You know, the fact that you make a lot of money, you know, that you have a lot to show for it. You know, you do a lot as far as, you know, I don't think a Lamborghini Aventador or a Rolls Royce or a nice watch that costs $200,000 really identifies you as a leader in your community. I really think that the influence that you're able to create, I think it comes down to how many jobs you can create. And I think that's what other communities do a little bit better. I can speak on the Jewish community, the Asian community. You know, they hire a lot of people in Jamaica that make a lot of money off of how many people and families they can bring into their communities. So anyways, off of a general basis, you know, keep your goals singular. Keep working. Keep striving. Don't judge your personal goals off of what anyone else left or right is doing of you. If you can carry some people with you, do that. And then, you know, just be vigilant off of things that matter to you, the people that matter to you, the goals and spiritual values that matter to you. I think that really rings value, and I think that's really what's important. And I'll pass it to Marcus, who I'll be representing as VP. And
Hey, Marcus, if you don't mind, since you're the last person on the podcast, being the first person on the podcast, I wouldn't mind getting you last, if that's okay.
Man, dude, it's your podcast. I'm gonna tell you what to do.
It's our podcast. We're on a podcast together.
Do what you got to do, man.
Veronica, please.
So my final thoughts. 2020 has been a long and stressful year for some. For some, it has been a year of enlightenment. So I just believe that everyone, you should have walked away with either a new skill or learned something about yourself or learned something about your environment to change you to go into the new year evolving. I think that everyone should have taken away the lesson of 2020 to stop being around still people. And when I say still people that are still doing the same thing, people that are still lacking, people that are still complaining, people that are still not progressing. I think we should all align ourselves with people that are evolving, that are going to help us get to that next level. And one of the mottos I like to live by is, if you push me, I'll pull you. So I think everyone should align themselves with people of that nature, and also go into the new year with expectation.
for sure.
Amen.
Because expectation is the breeding ground for miracles. That is my final thought.
Go ahead.
I like that.
All right,
Expectations to
Ricky, you
pretty
up?
Go right on ahead.
So,
Push
like
me
I
up.
said, the first person that's never been on this podcast, like, give me the last word. I feel that's appropriate. Me, I'm no bigger. I mean, I understand people. You started BNY this and the third. You know what? I'm no bigger than anyone else here, regardless, because I can not do BNY with anyone else here. About a year ago, November, it was me sitting here. There's no walls on this table, insulation all around. Computer, it was cold out here.
Cold as shit.
It was like 45 degrees. I'm sitting trying to cut up videos.
It was freezing.
It was
Cold as hell.
it's cold as fuck.
I had gloves on
The
it.
heater didn't even look like that. We didn't even have one of those. We didn't
Dude,
even have one of those.
Hey, look,
We had the joints
I'm not
with the
gonna
red
lie. I
light
was
that
like,
light up.
What a
I was
difference
like,
a
you know
year
what?
can make.
Maybe
Yeah.
I'm wasting my time trying to make this podcast off the ground and being away from my family inside. Honestly, that's what I really thought. I was like, you know what? This is worthless. You know, I gave it about a year and some change. Fuck it. But New Year's Eve happened. Kiana came over, and Nell said, hey, Deb said he want to come through. I was like, and Dev came on the podcast too as well. And he said Dev New Year's Eve. It was of course January 31st. He was like, Dev won't come through. I was like, yeah, bring him over. So me and him started talking. I was like, man, it's right after my original co-host Nate and Kyra left around this time last year. And I was like, dude, I don't know what I'm going to do as far as being going forward. You know, I mean, I got nailed, but I don't know if he's could be possibly full time based on his schedule at the time. And I was like, I just don't know what to do. He said, Rick, don't worry about anything. He said, hey, I run BNY with you. I said, for real? He's like, yeah. I was like, all right, bet. So we ran BNY for the first couple months. We brought on Manny and Trev too as well. And a couple months later, we brought on Austin. And then we brought on Donnell with that too as well. We brought on Aaron Dudley with that. We brought on Mike Newby with that too as well. Marcus hit me up a couple months ago, said I'm trying to come. He hit me up and said, hey, I need to be on the next BNY podcast.
Long overdue.
Dude, shit got fucked up, but we finally brought this man on. Marcus Winters is coming back on the podcast too as well. We're going to make sure that happens. We're going to make sure it happens before he leaves out here for St. Louis. We're going to make sure that happens.
Oh, you're leaving.
I am.
Yeah.
I am.
We're going to make sure that happens. I know. Hey, Ken, we talk about it after the podcast over. I promise.
I'll be your Midwest correspondent.
Yeah, exactly. We got one. But the thing is that, like, me alone, like, even with all this right here, all the technology, it means nothing without the people to help fill it. And it brings that to a movie, Fill the Dreams. If you build it, they will come. And honestly, I always thought that was like a funny phrase. It's like whatever.
Hell, I've been trying to get in.
Yeah, I use it as a joke quite often.
Yeah, exactly. But honestly, if you really build it, they will come. And I look around, it brings a tear to my eye. The same thing, it brought a tear to my eye early in the podcast that I was done with this shit. Like, I was like, maybe I just don't got it. You know, maybe it's just not enough. But everybody in this room, even Veronica calling up on hours' notice, not even knowing we was talking about the podcast. I said, Veronica, can you please come on the podcast with us? She was like, yes, I'll make it happen. And that's beyond family. That's just love right there.
Definitely.
So, Veronica, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Shout out to your beautiful daughter, too, as well.
Yes, my lovely little girl.
Who has problems from time to time, but we got nothing but love for her.
Yeah. That's another podcast.
She's 16.
We're
She's
gonna
16.
No, she'll be 16 on January the 8th.
Wait,
Oh my God,
16?
she's 15 right now.
Offline.
Yes, that's the
offline right
topic.
there.
Offline.
I got no love for Jamila.
Y'all want to talk about me?
Jamaya.
What?
Damn it. You done drunk too much Hennessy.
You said the
Sorry.
wrong name.
Hold a second. I've been drinking. I apologize.
I've been drinking.
I apologize.
Lord, when I tell her she is going to have such a problem that you did not get her name right on the podcast.
She doesn't have to know.
Yeah, I'm not going to tell her.
But the problem is, I mean, it's part of BNY right there. We what's it called? Blacks and Yak. Blacks.
Too much
Blacks
damn
them out.
Too
Yeah,
much yak.
it happens from time to time.
Yeah.
And things that I had to learn from a lot of podcasts too as well. Like, there's some podcasts where I just been super drunk. It's like, this isn't a good podcast. I had to delete this. That's why tonight's podcast is called BNY 77, BNY versus 2020. It took a lot to get here, honestly. Nell, you was there for the first. I keep saying this every time you're on the podcast. You was there for the very first podcast. One Love Studios in DC. It took a lot to get where we're at right now.
Yeah.
In this very shed. There was actually a shed at one point. Like, there was a lawnmower in here. It was equipment. Like, this was not. This was not
in
as
as
polished.
today.
Like, honestly,
it's
the original,
polished.
as the original owner walked in here, they may have a heart attack seeing
Right.
what this has been turned into.
Yeah.
But honestly, every couch
When
that
I
we
came
put on
in
our
here, I
back,
saw all the work that you put into all this.
dude, it's not even me. It's for us.
Yeah.
And us
like
is
it.
everybody that walks in the podcast.
I
It's
like it.
us.
I like it.
Like, one man can't do BNY. BNY is a conglomerate. BNY is a movement. So Marcus Winters, when you're out there in St. Louis,
I'm working for you.
Put them ribs
you work-
down.
Hey, yeah.
Y'all know how
Hey,
That
eat
man is
barbecue.
about to end up on somebody's radio station.
No.
Right.
no.
Hey, not to mention, ladies and gentlemen, doesn't it have the voice for it?
Yes, he does.
Hey, clap into that voice real quick. Hey, Mark. Hey, that voice right
That's
there.
ridiculous.
Why do you say that though.
It's ridiculous.
You really do have a political voice, though.
I appreciate it, but
And please don't sleep on the voice acting in this industry.
I'm so bored.
Oh, so I'm
Mufasa.
gonna pass it off to him real quick because he's the last word here. He's the first guest, first time. But thank you all. This is the last podcast of BNY for 2020. Christmas is next Friday, and next Friday after that is January 1st. So January 8th, we're getting back to it.
Christmas.
But until then, the last words of BNY for 2020 will go to the first time guest,
That's crazy.
Marcus.
Don't feel like I deserve it.
No, because it's all love, baby.
I want to say thank you to you for letting me be here tonight, to share your vision of what this was supposed to be and what it's going to be. I mean, this is just a start. I really feel like this is going to go places.
Boom.
And even if I'm not there to see it, I know it's going places. I do want to apologize to you because I feel like we let a lot of stupid bullshit get in our way
What you mean?
of making this night happen. Stuff that don't need to happen tonight, don't need to be talked about tonight, but we let a lot of stupid shit get in our way. You know, and that's another thing 2020 taught me, that some people ain't there for supposed to be in your way. And we keep a lot of people around that don't need to be around, and they stunt your growth. And I let somebody stunt my growth and stunt me from being in this room with people that I actually appreciate and I've learned from tonight. So
That's dope.
for that, I apologize. This should have happened sooner.
Honestly, I apologize to you too as well.
So
And that is what being a man is all about.
Hello.
Accepting your responsibilities.
Say that. I drink to
so
that.
I
Somebody
let
pull me up a shot.
He apologized. I apologize to him because
I'm lying.
it affected both of us.
Yep.
Honestly, I'm gonna cut you off, but he should have been here back in like September. August,
I
September.
let my pride and my own vanity get the best of me, and in a situation that had nothing to do with me. So at the end of the day, I apologize for that. But what I'm thankful for is that I got to sit here with all of you tonight and make this thing happen. And it might have gone long, but I think that every conversation was beneficial and great.
Absolutely.
And so I will leave the people with this message. My dad always told me, and it's funny because he's my dad that he would tell me this. You can only blame mama and daddy for so long for what's going on with you.
Yes.
After a certain point, you got to take credit for your own life. Mama and daddy might have been wrong. They might have been terrible. They might have been good. But after a while, you got to make good with what God gave you.
Yes.
So make excuses. Yeah, make excuses all you want. But at the end of your life, when you give an account, that's on you. So
Yes.
2021, go out and get what's yours. I mean, it's in front of you. You got the ability. God gave it to you. It's if you want it or not. God didn't say He was just gonna give it to you because He could.
Hello. 'Cause
You
faith without work is dead.
gotta show yourself approved. So go out and do that, and I wish the best for everybody in 2021.
Yes.
Marcus, you got my vote next year.
Matter of fact, go ahead and close it out with
Hey,
the
ladies and
With the
gentlemen,
next time
benediction,
on
you
Blacks
need
and Yaks.
let the church say.
Amen.
Hey, with that being
It's
said,
all love,
for the
man.
last podcast of for BNY for 2020.
He should have been a regular.
Nah, man, I'm gonna be your Midwest correspondent. I'm working for Ricky. Man. I'm working for Ricky.
Hey, no, you working with us.
I work Ricky with you and for you, cause I want to see this succeed. I mean, it's already succeeding. Man, you got over 500 views. Like, well, let's not. We didn't even talk about that. You went from like, and I was gonna say nothing, but you went to 500 people. Like, that's just spreading like wildfire.
Yeah.
As
And
far
it's
as the
because-
fan group,
Yeah, it's because you're genuine, man. Like, there's never been a podcast that encaptures, I think, for people that work with us, especially
Wider scope.
what we want to say and what we want to hear than what you're doing right now. So be encouraged in that and know that it's only up from here. I mean, you can't go backwards. So like, get ready for the increase. Get ready for the increase, and just be open to anything because it's happening. And when it happens, you can't be timid about it.
Say that again.
Just
You
take it
cannot
and
be
run.
Timid.
You got to pick it up and run.
I hope
because,
they career a lot. I hope they remember you.
Hey man, they gonna. And the thing is, then you're not gonna have to hope. They're gonna be wishing they were in the room when this happened.
When this happened right now. at
Because
this
when there's a
moment.
bouncer at the front door, and when there's someone at the front door taking, hey, Mr. Williams is not ready to see you yet, they're gonna wish they were in the shed with you when this happened. When they doubted you, when they left and said they didn't want to host with you anymore. Remember that.
That
You was-
man just prophesized over your life.
hey,
You
you was,
so
hey,
did.
you was with us podding in the studio.
Hey man,
Hey, there it is.
I'm just saying. that's how it happens, and you're on your way up. So I'm
Hey,
just happy
cheers
to be
to
a
that.
small
Amen.
footnote.
Amen.
Goddamn.
Hey, 2021. Let's root for it.
Hey,
Let's root
2021.
for it.
Let me get
Let's
a
root
cup
for
so I
it.
can feel like I'm part of the
Hey,
team.
Marcus, go ahead and lead us
Hey,
into the new
Ricky,
year,
hand me a
baby.
cup so I can feel like I'm, instead of holding up my water bottle.
You ain't doing no Aquafina in this
Oh,
mug.
yes, I'll take
I'll give you every single cup.
Hey, cheers, y'all.
Hey,
to that.
honestly, I appreciate that. But thing is that BNY is family.
Sure
It
is.
And without family, there's no BNY.
Hello.
Take a sip of that.
And we ain't gonna leave you. And you better take me some good barbecue, because if I come back on this show and you come tell me, hey, we
You know
went to
how I throw
McDonald's,
down, man.
I'll be,
Yeah, I want some
hey,
ribs.
You know how
I'll
I
be
throw
mad
down.
as hell.
You know
Hey.
how I throw down.
Hey, let's enjoy the after BNY.
Yeah, let's do it.
Because after BNY is a little bit interesting.
You got comforters for that couch?
I got plenty, man. I got all
I
sorts
know
of things
that's
for that
right.
couch.
'cause it's late. I was looking like, whoa, it's almost 2 o'clock. Like, wait.
Hey,
what?
hey.
I got
Number love for y'all.
7 hours.
In the words of the very first podcast we ever did, Nell.
You remember that?